All right. Good morning. Good morning. Good morning, everybody. Happy Friday. Whoop, my candles aren't on. There we go. Candles on. All right, girls, I'm here. Oh, man. For those of you who are members, you probably saw that I posted my Diddy video today. And then I realized that somehow I misedited. How embarrassing. Thank you for pointing it out, Discord. And then I went to go edit my Diddy video again, and I got copyrighted. So, okay, now I am edited like 3 or 4 times in the YouTube editor, and I'm gonna keep editing tonight until it gets approved again. I'm just trying to get around copyright right now. Okay, that's the goal. But it was a great review. I had a lot of fun making that video, but like, gosh, I won't lie to you girls. I'm really like, part of the burnout issues I've been having lately is like, so one Diddy video, as an example, just to give you behind the curtain insight, okay? One Diddy video is an hour-long watch time. It's about a 2-hour recording time. It's about a 4 to 6 hour editing time. That's just the initial edit. And then you upload it to YouTube, and then the copyright comes back. And now that's anywhere from an hour to 5 hours of extra editing time for one video that's gonna make maybe $50 to $100. If you're really lucky, it will make $200. But that never happens. So it's like, fuck, you know what I mean? Like, and then by the way, that goes for every Netflix video, every like Love Islands, like every video. Those content creators who can get content out, like they bust it out. They're doing nothing else. This shit takes so much time. That's why people have stopped doing it. And with YouTube changing the way that it does things, I'm seriously wondering how much that's even gonna last. So that's why I've been behind on everything, because all the new Netflix episodes are like an hour long. That means that's literally 8 to 10 hours, right? Of just getting one video up that will maybe make $25, you know? So it's like, it's a little bit of a struggle, especially since I stream 5 days a week and I do a podcast, you know, every 2 weeks. I don't know. I'm trying to get things out. So then I was like, okay, I'll upload them to members just because it's going to take so long. And then at least they have something to watch. But then on top of that, I try to do members content. So I don't know. I don't know what to do for 2026, girls, if I'm going to be so honest with you. Like, I just don't know what to do. If I ever record extra content, if I should just make it members only, because like, at least, you know what I mean? At least they're getting something and I'm being paid for my labor guaranteed. Or what should I do? Because like, you know what I mean? But then I feel bad if I upload it like I tried today and then I got copyrighted and it's like, fuck. And then people were like halfway through that video. So I might have to think about what to do. What I really like to do is stream. And I think you guys like the podcast and streaming. So I'll have to think about how to rework it. It sucks too because people think like reaction content, like we really try here on this channel to add to people's content. I really try never to steal people's content. I'm really trying to add commentary. I'm really trying to give you a different way of viewing things. I'm really trying to use other people's content to have larger conversations. So I never want people to feel like, oh, you know, we talked about SlopTube the other day. SlopTube is the kind of content people make when they don't know how to really, I think, bring something new to it. It's not brand new content while using other people's content, right? Like, I really hope that moving into 2026, we think about, I think about just making sure that my content is always utilizing people's content to bring a different, you know, a heightened part of the conversation to light instead of just, you know, whatever. So, you know, be patient with me. I don't mean to overpromise to anybody. I know I keep saying I'm going to get it out and I want to, but like, it's just like the time goes away and then I'm burnt out again. And then it's just like, I can't do it all, but I want to. Just know that I want to. Know that I really, really want to do it all, but I can't. So just, you know, be patient with me. And thank you for being here. I appreciate you. You know, yeah, man. Yeah. Oh. Chad said, I think from what I saw, you did do a great job of highlighting his upbringing. Well, girl, yeah, thank you I really liked the way that video went. Again, I'm going to edit it tonight after stream and try to get it up. I think it's just like, it's about like getting the little, YouTube doesn't tell you exactly what to edit down. So we all have to guess as content creators, like, okay, can I show 2 seconds of a clip? Like sometimes I can show 15 seconds of a clip and sometimes I can show 1 second of a clip. And because they don't tell us, we're just like, so I'll figure it out. But that's why if you saw it today, and all of a sudden got taken down and it's not up yet, it's because I'm still trying to edit it so YouTube will let me post it. Okay, thank you for your lovely comments. I see you. Thank you guys for supporting. I really do appreciate it. Now, Discord posted a picture. Is that the hyperbolic time chamber? Bro, if I had one of those, if I had one of those, Discord said, I think I have a solution. If I had one of those, it'd be crazy. You know, it would be over. You know what I mean? You said, Brittany, would a podcast about the Diddy stuff be easier to navigate copyright rights? Yeah, like realistically it would be. And I have considered it. So I that's a great example of where my brain is headed, where I'm thinking, okay, instead of reacting to content, I might just have to make a podcast about the series instead. So watch it all on my own and then find clips I can clip. So like Netflix for Love Island or like Love is Blind or something, I might have to do that. Or instead of a podcast, like, because the podcast channel is a specific audience, you don't want to fuck up the algorithm. So instead of making a podcast, just make a singular video for this channel that covers the series. Because that's the problem, is like YouTube punishes you if you change the vibe of the channel. So you know the other day how I put out a finance video? YouTube is like, we hate this, because your channel's not finance and now we don't know what to do. So like nobody watched that video. And so YouTube punishes you. They don't care that you're putting out content. They care what the content's about. So like the algorithm is very ruthless. And so I have to think about how to do it. But yeah, I think like even this Avatar: The Last Airbender Iroh video I have coming out, I don't know if it's gonna fuck up my page, my podcast algorithm or not. It might, because it's gonna be like anime. What are you talking about anime for? Or like, you know, cartoons. What are you talking about cartoons for? You know, I know Avatar's not an anime, but you know what I mean? Like, what are you talking about cartoons for? We'll see. We'll see what happens. Yeah, Chad said you really need a channel per topic. Literally, that's why Olay has like 5 channels. You know what I mean? That's why Olay has like 5 channels, because like if you deviate from like, so I was watching a video talk about this. If you have like 4 finance channels, like let's say you have 4 finance videos, you're a finance channel, and you're like how to buy a house, how to buy a car, how to pay off debt, how to save for kids' tuition. And then you go down to why the economy is so hard right now. Now you've changed the subject. Now the algorithm is like, what does that have to do with anything else? Even though it says economy and money, they're 2 different topics. The economy is now your personal finance. So YouTube sees it as a change of subject. And then the algorithm punishes your channel for it, even though it's still a money conversation. It's really interesting. You know, it's really interesting. So whatever. Okay. Chat said disagree. Avatar is anime. I mean, anime means like Japanese animation, doesn't it? Doesn't it just mean animation? It's an American show, right? That's why it can't be anime. It's just you know what I'm saying? I think that's why it's not considered anime, right? We wouldn't call Beavis and Butthead anime, would we? You know? I don't know, but maybe anime just means animation, so therefore it is. It just feels weird to call it anime when we think anime, we think of something specific, but it doesn't matter. Who cares? Okay. Now let's do this. Somebody brought this to my attention. You know, across the states, specifically in the Pacific Northwest, there's flooding going on. I don't know if you guys saw this, but it's not just in America. Palestine is flooding too. So let's jump into it. Somebody asked me to cover this, bring attention to it. I also hit up my friends in the Pacific Northwest just to make sure they're okay, right? Okay, so check this out.
The storm is pummeling the Pacific Northwest with rain, causing intense flooding for the 2nd straight week. And now a new levee breach is impacting recovery efforts just outside of Seattle. At least 1 person has died in the storms. CBS News meteorologist Rob Marciano has the latest.
Just south of Seattle, a levee failure along the White River, flooding entire neighborhoods, forcing the immediate evacuation of hundreds of people yesterday in Pacific Washington. You can see water completely surrounding homes and nearly reaching the roofs of cars. It's a second levee along 2 different rivers in the state that broke in the last 48 hours.
Just want to emphasize to Washingtonians to be alert. If you get an evacuation order, for God's sakes, follow it.
State officials say a 33-year-old man died in hard-hit Snohomish County after he drove past road-closed signs into 6-foot deep water. Others had to be rescued from fast-rising floodwaters, including this man who climbed on the top of his car when he got stuck Monday night. The historic flooding has washed away parts of Highway 2, connecting the Seattle area to the Cascade Mountains. Officials say it could be closed for months.
And it's not a 1 or 2 day event, right?
Jesus Christ, bro. Holy fuck.
There is more rain to come, but now the wind has been an issue the past couple of hours. Over 500,000 people now are without power in Oregon and Washington from those high winds. And we've got high wind warnings, not just for the Northwest, but getting across into the upper plains as well. So that's going to be the next thing we talk about here with this atmospheric river, on top of which we've got another system that's coming in here. So we're tapping into some of the tropics. This is a high moisture content event, so flood watches remain up. Not only that, but this is a slightly cooler event. So flood watches and warnings, and also blizzard warnings up in some of the mountains, including the Olympics. And that's pretty rare. So very, very hard travel here as this rain and snow and wind continues to come in. And this is going to be a coast-to-coast system that's hitting them right now. It gets into the Intermountain West later on today with the wind, with the rain, with the snow. Gets all the way to Chicago by tomorrow afternoon with heavy rain, maybe some severe weather as well. And notice there's not a whole lot of white with this. So it's going to be a warmer event when it gets to the Northeast with wind and rain and difficult travel on Friday. But again, a warmer event, so not much in the way of snow and melting a lot of the snow that fell earlier this week. Tony, over to you.
But you know what's crazy is, like, I think people forget how hard winters are for unhoused people, or in this case, Palestine. Look at Palestine.
Transformed this displacement camp in Gaza City into a lake of heavy rain has transformed this displacement camp in Gaza City into a lake of muddy water. At dawn, children waited along flooded paths, their clothes soaked. Entire sections of the camp disappeared underwater. Tents collapsed, mattresses, food supplies and belongings drenched.
A baby was born last night. We found the infant almost submerged by the water. He was only 1 day old. This kind of suffering needs a real solution. And all you see here, this is the result of 1 hour of rain.
Jesus.
From above, the scale becomes clearer. Rows of tents submerged. A community struggling against the rise in water, cold and exhaustion. Non-governmental organizations say the temporary shelters could not withstand the sudden downpour.
Well, obviously, what are they going to do? Jesus.
On the beginning of the winter.
Yeah.
And what we witness today on this site, which is one of hundreds of sites today is flooded by water. Hundreds of these families are suffering.
Wait, I want to make sure. I think this in this video is like from a few weeks ago too, so it's probably gotten worse now that we're getting colder.
Due to the shortage of shelter supplies, whilst the Israelis are restricting the entry of these basic supplies with also the heavy machines to help us.
Israeli bombardment destroyed pipelines and sanitation systems, so the water is mixed with waste and sewage.
This is not a pool, it's contaminated water due to rain that Gaza Strip has witnessed recently. For hundreds of thousands of displaced Palestinians, the winter is not just rain, it's an added layer of suffering. Their tents are collapsing, the cold is unbearable, and they have nowhere else to go.
The stakes are really high here. Thousands of families were already living displaced in inadequate makeshift shelters or tents. Now we add to that cold and rain, and children are especially vulnerable. We're concerned about, like last winter, small babies dying of hypothermia, other children getting sick with respiratory infections or waterborne diseases because sewage is being washed into these displacement sites.
Even as the flood waters recede, families are still trapped in their ruined shelters, facing the cold, the rain, and the uncertainty of what comes next. Ibrahim Al-Khalili, Al Jazeera, Gaza City, Palestine.
Jesus, bro. Discourse Hyperity, do you know you make those clicking sounds? Yes, isn't this a universal? Is this just an Assyrian thing? Didn't your mother ever go? That's what it is. It is. I know. When Discord said, do you know you make those clicking sounds? I was like, clicking sounds? You said, Yeah. Pisses me off, bro. Yes, I know I'm making those sounds, Discord. It's my sound of disapproval. My sound of disapproval. Tisk, tisk. I can't believe it. So Palestine, Pacific Northwest, the weather is coming in full force this winter, guys. Be kind to people, look for shelter, and keep your neighbors in your mind when these storms run through, because some of the people won't have help. So keep that in mind. The winter is absolutely no joke. I mean, it's cold, you know, I think, you know, it's like, I understand that we always think of the summertime. We think of unhoused people in like Southern California. But it gets cold places, people. You know, it gets cold and people, I mean, imagine it, even in Croatia here, I'm always, you know, so concerned when I see people outside. I'm like, hey, do they have places to go? And thank goodness they apparently do. But it gets cold, bro. Like, I definitely would not want to be outside. And something, heck, my bathroom, our building gets cold. Look, it took me way too long to understand that without heating, like, houses don't warm up. Like, they're just as cold as they are outside. Like, it took me a long time to comprehend this, because in my head, I always thought like houses are warmer than the outside. Not really. That's why when Texas had that, you remember when Texas had that power outage and families were freezing in their own homes in the snow? It's because it's not that much warmer inside. Okay. So it's like, you know what I mean? You know, it's one of those things, right? Yeah. Let's see. Discus said, in my bubble, it's dismissive. Like, we only do it for unserious topics. Oh, in Assyrian culture, it's like well, there's two. You can go tisk, 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 and that's more humorous. But if you go, that's like disappointment. That's like if your parent goes, or if somebody's listening to a story that's sad, they go, and they go like sad. Like it's like a way to give like disapproval, you know. But if you go tisk, 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 then that's more like for funny. You know what I mean? Like tisk, tisk, that's a little funny. But if you go, it's like, oh, no, 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 you know, like, you know, it's not okay, you know? You know, Discord said, or YouTube chat said it's like fuck, so many ways to use it. Yeah, it's like, it's very specific. Yeah. Oh, Discord said they were thrown off by the clicking sounds I was making during the Palestinian video because I was making a sad sound, not like a tisk tisk sound, like a sad, like a I feel your pain sound. Yeah, like a, you know, very common in Assyrian Arab culture to hear elders or people in the community go like, oh, and then they'll say something like they might, you know, say like, oh, you know, may God bless us, or, you know, give it to God, or they might say like, you know, something like that, right? Okay, so let's see. I have let's see, 1, 2. Let's do this. I saw this video and I thought it might be interesting to watch because I'm not saying like yeah, Chat said like when people and shake their head. Exactly. Yeah. Chat says in Latin America we use the clicking sound the same as you. Yeah, if I pronounce the word, it's definitely unserious, like tisk tisk. That sounds like tisk tisk, you know, but that sound is meant to be like sorrowful, you know. Let's see. Yeah, what a shame. Exactly. The sound is supposed to mean like, oh, what a shame. That's too bad. I'm so sad. Like that's really like horrible, you know, like, you know. Now, let me see here. You know, Bonnie Blue is interesting. She was in the news recently for an arrest, but prior to that, I saw this video about her from a content creator named Moon, who I do not know, but they have over 1 million subs. And apparently there's like an origin story to her I didn't know, and I thought we could watch it here just to have a little discourse about her because she's so, what's the word I want to use? She's so, I almost want to say like Machiavellian, but like I don't know if that's the right word for her, but you know, she's so calculated and ruthless and malicious, and she's so Andrew Tate coded, which is why she supports him, right? She openly supports him. So I thought we could watch this together to warm us up today, and then we'll get into the next. I have like 3 topics plus this one today, so we'll go through it. Okay, let's go ahead and watch this together, see if we learn anything new today about Bonnie Blue. Okay, what can we learn about Bonnie?
Gia Billinger was going to a 9-to-5 and settling into a married suburban life. Today, she's better known as Bonnie Blue.
I thought her name was Bonnie Blue. How stupid am I, though? I legit was like, yeah, her name's Bonnie Blue. Her name's not Bonnie Blue. Of course she's not. Of course her name's not Bonnie Blue, Brittany. Why did I think that was literally her name? Her name is Tia. I literally thought her parents named her Bonnie Blue, and I was like, that's a pretty great name.
Famous for sleeping with over 1,000 men in one day. Her career's been boosted by countless news articles, podcasts, and TV interviews. Until recently, she was pulling in hundreds of thousands every month, millions every year, becoming one of the most famous women on the internet. And her rise is just everything wrong with the internet and modern fame culture, as her transformation and her wild success tells us all we need to know about modern society. So let's dive right into her sordid story and discover why Bonnie Blue is a warning to all of us. You see, before Bonnie was bonking illegal teens, she was young and innocent herself. Growing up in the sleepy English town of Stapleford, Nottinghamshire, her childhood was incredibly average. With a relatively wealthy upbringing and a stable home life, there was no indications of what was to come. In fact, Bonnie was actually engaged and married far earlier than most. She met her now ex-husband at just 15 years old. He was a rugby star at a nearby private school, and together they were said to have a picturesque, normal life. The pair soon moved into their own house, nearly entirely funded by her partner's wealthy parents. She had everything on a great silver platter. But for whatever reason though, something deep down was wrong. Bonnie wasn't happy with what this stable future looked like. It was just too boring. This wasn't what she wanted. And after spending their teenage years together, the pair split when Bonnie was just 21 years old, and quickly did what every other Brit does: moved to Australia and pursued a career, where she would eventually land in recruitment, just like many 21-year-old British girls. And so far, this sounds like just pretty much anyone else's story. But
yeah, it does, huh? Look at her.
But it was at this point where...
First of all, Bonnie, we love the earrings. Very much a statement. But also, like, yeah, look at her being so normal.
Things took a weird turn. Even with her newfound freedom, Bonnie was just always bored.
And I thought I finished school, I've gone into apprentice in recruitment, and now I'm going to do recruitment for the rest of my life. Like, is this as good as it gets?
Well, no, because there's like a million other jobs.
Yeah, but still, like for me, it was very office-based, and money is shit.
She could continue commuting to work, sitting in an office and living a dull but stable life with a happy family. Or there was the other option. She could become famous. She could make it big online and find...
Okay, literally, when I get this Diddy edit back up, just know I talk about this because Diddy says he wants to be famous, right? And that's the thing, is like, it's not that hard to be famous, but can you be famous and ethical? Sure, but it's kind of hard.
Can he be recognized?
So basically, I used to work in recruitment. I was bored living the 9 to 5, just doing the average life. And I was like, I'm going to give this a go. Started off doing camming for about 2 weeks.
And what was the easiest, most profitable way of doing this? Well, by using her sexuality. And with just one taste of camming, Bonnie was already hooked. At first, it was just a side hustle, something to help put food on the table and help save up for a house. However, it soon proved far more lucrative than she ever expected.
It was weird though, because for somebody who's so focused on getting famous and making money, she really fucked up when she pissed off OnlyFans and she got banned. Like, you think she would have been more strategic. That's why I'm always shocked when these people are able to make so much money and get so famous and then they fuck it up. Like, were you even that good at business? Like, that's what's so interesting about these people.
A lot of money on camming, like 4,000 to 5,000 AUD a week. And that was like instantly life-changing.
It was fast, easy money. Bonnie earned 5,000 Australian dollars.
By the way, camming is not easy money. It's actually really fucking hard. You either have to be incredibly pretty, but there are thousands of people camming you are competing with. It's just like YouTube. It's as easy as the algorithm blesses you. It's as easy as you are lucky. Okay? It is not easy. It is very fucking hard. And I'm so sick of people being like, oh, it's so easy. It's easy money. They're telling you this to sell you something. It's like telling your kids YouTube is easy money. You know it's not easy money, girls. You know YouTube isn't easy money. Stop telling kids this. And that's the thing. You're lying to children to make yourself feel better as an adult because you're mad that someone's a YouTuber or a cam model. It's not easy. Stop telling people it's easy.
Just 1 week as a cam girl. A few weeks later, she was earning more in one stream than her job would pay out for days or weeks of work.
Actually true. You can be gorgeous but boring. I knew a girl in camming who tried to get other beautiful girls to be successful and they couldn't do it because they just couldn't cam. They couldn't be interesting on camera. Like, I tried camming for like a second and I was like, I cannot do this. Like, I can stream, I cannot cam. I can stream all day, every day. I cannot cam for my life. You know what I mean? So like, camming is not what it looks like. It's very hard. It's very weird. It's like a very, you got to be really skilled to be a good cam person.
June realized that just with her looks and playing with men's sexual needs, she could easily become a multi-millionaire and live out her fantasies, her dreams and goals in life, and never have to settle down or rely on a man again. But she soon realized that just camming like this wasn't going to be enough. Other platforms were far better for reaching a wider audience. She saw how these huge OnlyFans stars were making $5 million a month, becoming part of the
That is so rare. That is so rare.
1% in society just from playing on men's psychology. And the best thing was...
And that's fucked up. That's what you have to do. That's how Andrew Tate made his millions. He fucked with men's psychology and he took all of their life savings and he didn't care about it. That's what I'm saying. You still, you have to not care about your clients or where the money is coming from, which Andrew Tate didn't. He bragged on podcasts saying, oh, I didn't care if I was taking their savings. What do I care? Well...
OnlyFans girls didn't have to stream every day either. It was the ultimate business model. With just a few hours of work a week, you could make millions if you did it right, all whilst becoming famous at the same time. And if you're wondering how the top 1% of OnlyFans creators make so much money, take a look at this. A recent study found that over 80% of men watch porn on a regular basis, with a lot of them spending hundreds if not thousands on subscriptions to fuel their addiction every month. Quitter is on a mission to stop this and help men regain control of their lives and finally break free from this evil habit. With their in-app 30-day challenge, 1 million men have already seen
Oh, it's an ad. This is an ad.
Incredible changes in their lives. Increased discipline, boosted focus and productivity, confidence in themselves, and in talking to women. Quitting porn doesn't have to be difficult, and with
interesting.
Quitter's cutting-edge app, 30 days is all it takes to enjoy the physical and mental benefits. Now you might be thinking, but how do I know if I need help? Well, with Quitter's free porn addiction quiz, you can see how your habits compare to the 1 million men they have already helped over.
Okay, pause. Let's just take a poll. A verbal poll. If you watch porn and masturbate every day, are you an addict? Yes or no? If you watch porn and masturbate every day, are you an addict? I'm going to say absolutely fucking not. Absolutely fucking not. That's crazy to me. Once a day. Absolutely fucking not. You know what I just saw the other day? I saw a TikTok that said, I didn't know women were gooning to romance books, and that makes used books have a different feeling to me. And I was like, what do you mean you don't know that? You think women are just reading romance novels and they're not masturbating? Are we serious right now? Are we being so serious? What do you think they're for? That's so funny to me. You know what I mean? Chet said, what do you consider an addiction? I consider an addiction, well, not that I'm an expert on this, but something that is getting in the way of you having a quality of life in a way that is a threat to your mental health, financial health, sexual health, relationship health, something like that. Right? But masturbating once a day to porn sounds normal and natural to me. I couldn't even imagine that being a red flag. I don't come from that world where that's a red flag at all. I mean, hell, if you're masturbating twice a day, 3 times a day, honestly, if you're masturbating 5 times a day, as long as it's not getting in the way of your fucking, well, maybe because I have a vagina and a clitoris, but am I being too autistic? Do you mean literally masturbating? I don't think it matters as long as you're not having a problem with the rest of your life. But I couldn't imagine, you know what I mean? I couldn't even imagine. Yeah. Chet said, if you're masturbating instead of going to your brother's wedding, that's a problem. Yeah, if you're masturbating and you can't go to work or something, we have to have a conversation. You know what I mean? But if you were, I can't tell sometimes when people talk how literal they're being. But to me, masturbating twice a day, every day sounds basic, pretty normal. Once a day sounds obvious. Twice a day sounds okay. If somebody said I masturbated 10 times today, I'd be like, ooh, we had a good day today. But if they were 10 times a day every day, it'd be how do you find the time? You know what I mean? But if you literally mean I came, okay, maybe it's masturbation is each session. Okay, what if you come 5 times a day? What, am I in trouble now? A girl can't come 5 times a day? Okay, so then it's fine. You can come 5 times a day, but you can only masturbate once. It's you know what I mean? So it's okay, what are we talking? Are we talking about orgasms? And, are we talking about finishing? Are we talking about how about every time? Well, okay, what's masturbation too? What if I only play with what if I edge myself for 30 days straight? I don't know. Listen, I think you have to be honest with yourself and ask yourself, am I dependent on this thing? Is it getting in the way of my life? is it stopping me from being functional? Am I missing out on wholesome relationships and job opportunities and, you know, watching my favorite anime because I'm busy masturbating? It's like, at the end of the day, I'm not going to keep track of how much people masturbate unless it's an issue. That's my concern, is like, what is the issue here? You know? And then we'll go from there. But yeah, like, I feel like yeah, you're so funny. Yeah, I think, again, I'm more concerned with, like, is it fucking up your day? Because if it's fucking up your day, we got to do something about it. You know? Yeah, also, are the objects of your affection healthy or unhealthy? And, like, when you masturbate, like, what are you masturbating to? I think that can matter, too. Like, what are you consuming? Why are you masturbating so much? You know? Yeah, I think this all goes... I have more questions, is what I'm trying to say. You know? Do I have a cat in this room? Oh, I thought I heard Indiana. Yeah. Chat said men and women have different perspective in such topics. Well, that seems unnecessary. That seems conditioned. I don't believe in that. I think men and women would have very close relationships with porn and very similar if they were raised the same way. But men and women are literally trained so differently. Like, I don't think your biological relationship is having much of a difference. I don't even think it's that interesting. I just think, like, it's about your health. So men struggle with pornography because you guys struggle to hug your male friends and talk about your feelings. All the men in my life who've struggled with pornography also come from anti-masturbation homes and or feel guilty about having sex before marriage. So men are struggling with pornography because you guys were raised under patriarchy and you're not taught to have healthy relationships with your penis / bodies / sexuality. That's the only reason men are suffering more than women, because you guys are not, you are literally being trained. You're being fucked over by the same system you refuse to deconstruct / dismantle. You know what I mean? So you guys got to work through that, because for the same group of kids who are boys who are like, I started watching porn at 8 years old and it ruined my life. There's a whole group of girls that started watching porn at 8 years old and we're vibing. And we're vibing because we're able to watch porn and understand it's a fantasy. We also know how to respect the people we're masturbating to the point where we even stopped masturbating to real people just to avoid unethical consumption of porn. Versus boys literally start to build into their heads that women who take off their clothes for money are less than them, and therefore they get to feel entitled to their bodies and sending them gross DMs. Girls, like, generally speaking, masturbate, mind their business. We are not sliding into porn stars' DMs. I mean, some women are, and I would consider them crazy, but I would say generally speaking, most of the women I know masturbate and go on with their day. Okay. So, okay, back to the video.
Become their addiction. All you have to do is click the link in the description and download the app and begin the quiz. Today is the day you stop saying I'll quit tomorrow and regain control before it's too late. Now, of course,
and also a lot of the guys I know who go to like help groups for their masturbation, they're going to religious groups, they're going to boy groups on the internet, they're downloading this app. Go to therapy. Go to a medical professional who can help you with your problems around porn. Stop going to apps. Stop going to priests. Go to medical professionals.
Was already making far more money than most adult content creators can hope for. In reality, the top 1% of OnlyFans creators earn just around £38,000 annually, which is about as much as the average UK salary. The vast majority earn far less, pumping out content every day with tiny amounts of paying subscribers. There are hundreds of thousands of them, all trying to outcompete each other. So to stand out, you need to do something truly exceptional, be incredibly beautiful and stunning, or truly depraved. It's the same process we're seeing at almost every level of society, where everything has to be more extreme, more crazy, more fascinating, more dopaminergic than anything else. Whether for good or bad, you have to be extreme. And if you're not, people get bored of you and you'll make nothing.
Okay, but that also comes from a reflection of an unhealthy society. So that might be true for any field you're in, the news, YouTube, TikTok, whatever, but you set the culture, you know, and at the end of the day, like, as the provider of the content, you have to decide, are you aiming for money? Or are you aiming for sustainability at a lower rate? Goes back to this idea about YouTube, right? Like, I don't want to rely on dishing out a bunch of trash just to make money in the short term You remember that guy we saw yesterday, the Nick Delorio, whatever, who made 240,000? I've never made 240,000 on all of my AdSense for all of my time on YouTube ever. Like, just to keep in mind how much different I make. And listen, I've had opportunity after opportunity. If I played the same games these piece of shit people played, I would be making so much money. Know that all of these people that are like, why isn't Brittany more popular? Because I'm literally not willing to do the shit you guys do. Like, I don't know how you don't realize this. That every time I'm given an opportunity, I'm like, no. And worth it, but they act like they're like, oh, we're so much better at the game than you're not better at the game. You're shitty enough to play the game. And the fact that they don't know that is the problem. You're not better at the game. You're just shitty enough to play it. And they're not understanding that. Bonnie Blue isn't better at the game. She's shitty enough to play it. And that's why I'm saying to these girls who go into sex work or these boys or whoever, don't be shitty enough to be the top creators. It's not worth it. And that's the problem. These people act like, oh, but I'm the top person. You're the top person because you're a piece of shit. Asmongold says this all the time. Asmon goes, you would be better at YouTube if you guys were entertaining. As if Asmon rose to fame from simply being entertaining. Now, he's right that you have to have the thing, but you also have to have the thing plus a willingness to say the most outrageous fucking shit and get into Twitter fights with people. Asmon is literally making fights with people. You know what I mean? To maintain relevancy. And that's the game he's playing. He literally allows himself to be called the top political streamer when he knows for a fact he's not a political streamer. Because he's like, cool, I just want to make the most money possible. Again, like, the question isn't like who is the best at the game or whatever else. It's like, how do I create sustainability within my moral framework? And Bonnie Blue doesn't have one. Okay? And that's why I guess I'm confused too, right? Because if she was so into the game and wanted to be the top of the game, then why did she fumble so bad and get kicked off OnlyFans? Right? That doesn't make any sense. Discord said, wouldn't sex therapists work with masturbation addiction? Yeah, for sure. Like sex therapists. Obviously, if you went to a regular therapist, I'd hope they would refer you to somebody who could help you if your struggle was like something around sex addiction or porn addiction, right? Right.
See it even with factory workers who lose their jobs now because they're competing against extremely cheap labor from foreign countries. Dating has become so much harder for them because instead of competing with local people in your own city, you're now competing with the entire world, with the top elite of people using Photoshop and everything they can to their advantage. There are plenty of examples wherever you look, and OnlyFans is yet another one. It's becoming far more common as well. Both regular people and celebrities are now all integrating this into their wider social media. We see people like Lil Nas trying to take down Christianity with his music, all to get those outrage clicks. The more normalized all of this
honestly though, vibes
becomes, the more people give it a try. And OnlyFans is just a symptom of this entire process.
Is this guy Christian? This Moon guy?
Whilst it's such a tempting offer, the few
I don't know who Moon is. I found that Moon is very doomer content. I don't know who he is. Who is he?
hours of work and a quick sign up in minutes, the consequences can be permanent. Whilst it might be fine for a couple of years, future employers, partners, children, or anyone else important in your life will probably judge you heavily for this. And
well, that's why you use a pseudonym online, okay?
In previous societies, it would have been completely shameful. But when you see these people making millions a month just from doing it, it's all too tempting not to. And once you start, you just can't stop. So in the first few weeks of her career in adult content, Bonnie coasted along with her.
Yeah, this isn't an AI channel, right? It's a real guy with a real voice. It doesn't feel like AI at all to me.
Genetics. When she was younger, she looked like a beautiful woman. She could have easily stayed at this level for years, earning a healthy amount of money. But the same thing that drove her away from a quiet, boring life in England or a normal job in Australia pushed her further. Her rise through the world of OnlyFans would be thanks to other qualities, character traits that made her perfectly suited to the world of online adult content. The first thing that Bonnie needed to do was find her niche. Most creators don't push the envelope. They post the same kind of pictures with the same kind of captions, all competing for the exact same audience. Targeting a specific niche makes it much more likely for your fans to pay out. Some people choose specific preferences to focus on.
There was a girl I saw on TikTok who specifically made a lot of money in a very unique niche where she gave, I think it was like financial advice while being sexy. It was like, and she made like $1 million. But, and again, the $1 million isn't really hers. She gets about 600,000 of that after payouts and everything, right? But I think that's what she did. Like, she had a very special niche.
Bonnie was going to do something that would have mass appeal, while also being far more extreme than others would dare to do. She was going to use regular people in her videos.
My inbox was flooded with these schoolies saying, hey, like, I really want to sleep with you and make a video.
It was a pretty simple idea, but there's a lot of very good reasons.
This is like a good summary video of like what she went through, but you could tell I agree with Chad. He's like more centricity sounding. Like he definitely doesn't like sex work.
Content creators don't do this. Before Bonnie Blue, nearly all adult content creators only watch.
And by the way, can I just say, I think a lot of people hate sex work for the same reasons a lot of people hate sex work who are pro sex work. We hate the industries. We hate the entitlement. We hate the objectification. We hate the scamification of it. We hate the way people feel abused in the industry. So like we can all agree all those things suck, but like drugs or anything else, it's not the drug or the porn. It's the relationship we have to these things, right?
Worked with other content creators. Everything was simulated and acted out, as it's safe for them because random people off the street have no incentive to be professional and could be kind of dodgy, let alone unhygienic. It's also a lot less likely for fellow performers to take advantage or act out if their career and their reputation is involved. The closed system gives them more control. There's just a million reasons not to use random people instead of other performers, but Bonnie didn't care about any of this. She knew that this was her shot at fame online, as she explained on UK TV.
Because as I started my content, I realized it was not necessarily relatable to the average person. And I wanted to make my content relatable. I'm just a girl, I'm relatable, I'm sort of the girl next door vibes.
She saw the opportunity to make money by actually giving people something closer to the real thing, to give people a false hope. She knew her audience was desperate, lonely men. So if she made a parasocial relationship with them, acting as if the guy watching could be next, she would rake in millions. Plus, she had the rare quality of seemingly not caring about how unsafe and dirty this could actually be.
Yeah.
In a podcast, she's open.
Dirty is an interesting word, but technically he's right. Like, I don't know how much safety went into any of the stuff she did.
And even stolen her phone in all of the chaos. And it's fairly likely that she's omitting lots of the gory, horrible details, or that she's so used to at this point that it doesn't even faze her anymore.
Whereas I would say just someone having take my phone. And
yeah, unsafe would have been a better word.
I wasn't bothered about the phone. It was more, I've just pleasured you. Yeah. And you've done that. Like, it's just frustrating that there's such like nasty people out there.
Even with how extreme and degenerate this was, it still wasn't enough yet. She was still bored. She knew she could become more famous and get more attention and money. So she wasn't going to just use one random person, she was going to get hundreds of people involved. And on top of that, she was also going to target a very specific demographic. From the beginning of her stunts, Bonnie targeted the youngest men she could legally target. In Australia, where she was living at the time, 18-year-olds have a week of partying late in the year after they finish the exams. It's called schoolies, and for a lot of teens, it's the first holiday they'll have as an adult. You can already see why so many people are calling this predatory. In interviews with critics, Bonnie tells the world that it's completely legal, that she has people sign consent forms, checks their IDs, and makes sure they all get tested before anything happens.
When they come into me, it's pre-planned. They've already thought about it beforehand. They have to fill in 2 consent forms, they have to bring ID, and they also get tested. So it's a much safer environment than what people think.
Meanwhile though, her promotional material often uses the term barely legal.
Ew.
It speaks to how she's pushing the law to its limits rather than actually paying attention to ethics or common sense. Because why would you when money and fame are the only things you care about? But we're in a society and culture that values extremes and immorality over actual virtue.
I call them barely legal teens because I'm aware it's going to get attention. And the more attention I get, the more word it spreads, and the more people that know about it, the more 18-year-olds I can with.
Bonnie sold her soul doing this, and in 2020...
I'm not surprised, like, she's really calculated. Like, she's definitely having like she feels very much like her. I saw an interview. We watched a documentary of Bonnie Blues as well on the Discord, and her mom said, "You guys act like you're better than us, basically. But like, if you could do this for $1 million, you would." But the truth is like, no, dude. If somebody was like, "Hey, Brittany, I'll give you $1 billion to sleep with an 18-year-old," I'd be like, "Bro, get out my DMs." Like. We're not all the same. And I know like a lot of people would do that. I understand that. I'm not saying that they wouldn't. I'm just saying like I wouldn't. There's just no way you could pay me enough to sleep with an 18-year-old. Do you know what I mean? Like literally there's not enough money in the world. There's not anything. Like I'm not doing that. You know, and I get it. I get why people would do it. I know for some people they're like, fuck yeah. But I think that's the difference though. And I don't think that makes me exceptional. I think it just makes us different for sure. Like, I think a lot of people would agree with me that like no money in the world is going to get people to sleep with an 18-year-old. Not at this age. Maybe if I was 19, but I'm not 19 anymore. You know what I mean? So yeah, I just don't know. Guys, I'm not 19. I'm double that. Is that the math? Oh my God. I'm 2 19-year-olds.
3, along with a bunch of other stunts, actually found herself at the top of OnlyFans. Within no time at all, she was now earning hundreds of thousands every single month, making the bleak truth about society ever more clear. The more extreme your content is...
Oh yeah, that's 38. Well, I'm basically 38. I'm basically there. I'll be 37 soon. So that's basically it, right?
And the more degenerate you are, the more attention and money you'll get. This creates an especially destructive trap for people to fall into. They might start out in the industry with lots of strict boundaries and things they won't do. But if it turns into their career and they have an alter ego, then there's suddenly a financial incentive for them.
Ooh, I'm 218. Wait, I could use that for my branding. Watch two 18-year-old OF model. I can play with that. 218 barely legal old.
To do things they aren't comfortable with. If they start losing their audience, content creators will feel forced to take the next step towards more extreme content. Bonnie Blue, who dives straight in head first, is rare in this way.
I just like that everyone is like, Bonnie Blue created the system. Guys, she's literally exploiting patriarchy. She's a bad person, don't get me wrong, but she's like exploiting patriarchy. The only reason she's even able to do this is because of patriarchy and the way men are trained under patriarchy. That's why men being mad at Bonnie Blue is so funny to me. Why are you mad at Bonnie? She's just exploiting the system you set up, stupid.
At this point, you might be wondering about Bonnie's family.
Which is unethical, but you know.
The family she left behind in England. All the people from her past.
And by the way, like, this is so basic. Yeah, Chad says she hasn't done anything new. Literally. Barely legal, older woman, younger guy. All of this stuff is basic porn shit, which is why it's gross. But like, that's the thing. She shouldn't be engaging with it. But the same people that are mad at her are the same people uplifting the thing that made it possible for her to do this.
That knew her. Her ex-husband, her friends, and most of all her parents must have had some thoughts about her virality. You might think they'd be displeased seeing their daughter earning their living by sleeping with so many people and being on OnlyFans. But actually, the apple didn't fall far from the tree once they saw the money she was pulling in, and their scruples too flew out the window. Notice that term, supporting the family. Today, lots of them are just part of the business that surrounds her. They're her managers, handing out flyers. Apparently, her ex-husband helps out as well behind the scenes. In 2022, they were married. Just a year later, he was then cleaning up her stains on hotel mattresses. Needless to say, lots of Aussies weren't nearly as thrilled about what was going on. In fact, so many of them signed a petition to the government that they ended up revoking her visa. So Bonnie Blue just ended up packing up and continuing the show in her home country, putting the same stunts with 18-year-old university students instead. Later, she even went to Fiji planning on doing the exact same thing, although it's unclear how successful she actually was. Other than that, Bonnie Blue hasn't...
And then she recently got kicked out of, was it Thailand? She got kicked out of somewhere. She got in trouble.
Shied away from breaking other taboos and potentially breaking up entire families. She's been vocal about her preference for married men and fathers as well as their sons. A perfect marketing scheme.
Bali? Oh, it was Bali. It was Bali. So she got kicked out. She was in trouble. I think she got a fine, and I don't think she got banned, but she got in trouble. She caught her. And I think all the guys got in trouble too.
And on the trends on adult content sites. This is all a calculated strategy to create as much outrage as possible so that she gets more attention and thus more money. Like we can see with the story she told where she slept with both a father and a son one after another. Then heard the dad say, don't tell your mother about this after.
Look, with peace and love, if father and sons are killing people on a beach in Australia, sure, they'll be fucking the same women. You guys act like, you know what I mean? That's how degenerate everybody is. Because I saw that shooting in Australia and I thought, what father and son team is out here killing people, bro? The same team that's fucking the same women, I guess. Human beings are crazy, bro. We are not as good as we think we are. Just wait until the other topics we get into today. Oh, you just wait. Okay, you just wait. Like, that's the thing about father and sons. You know when people say like, oh my God, I love that you're so close to your family? Hold on. Though that sounds really good, I would like to know about your family more. Who's this so-called family you're so close to? You know?
Left.
I let the son go first. So, well, to be fair honest, I'd already slept with their son a few days before.
Oh.
And then in the queue, I saw someone with I didn't know it was their dad. I just saw someone with a much older guy. And I was like, oh, maybe it's just someone older. And he was like, oh, this is my dad. And I was thinking, oh my God, his dad's going to tell me off. Or I don't know, the dad's going to say something to me.
Mm-hmm.
But the story was that he was actually just quite jealous that his son had got to sleep with me. So then we did a father and son.
These stories all work to create a narrative, to make you wonder what's really going on in these videos.
And to be fair, I don't know how much of it is faked in a sense. Like, I don't know if maybe the father-son is like a fake story she tells for the sensationalism of it, which is like kind of a hopeful idea, but I doubt she has to fake it at the same time.
All a calculated ploy just to get her more famous. You'll see a pattern with all of her statements and interviews and her actions on camera, all designed to gain the most amount of attention possible. Bonnie Blue knows that controversy is what sells. She knows that the men that hate her the most want to actually watch these videos the most, and that her long string of controversial moments has only pushed her career further and further, all with the backing of her own family.
Your father's okay with this?
Yeah, he's more than proud. His back of his phone case is like a QR code to my OnlyFans.
I can imagine how proud he is.
How does it make you feel, though?
I'm proud of her. I don't mind.
It's gotten her TV interviews, podcast appearances, and enough tabloid articles to fill a Sunday paper. In a way, we're only perpetuating the problem by making this video in the first place. Always this stuff attracts a lot of basic...
I just want to say, in an ideal world, your parents would be proud of you for being a successful sex worker. Right? But because of the context of Bonnie Blue, it feels really gross that her parents are proud of her. Right? Like, that's the thing, is like, in an ideal world, if you were an ethical sex worker and what you did was ethical and moral, then sure. But like, because it's so gross, her business model is so gross, her parents are gross because her parents don't have the wisdom. They're not setting the example for her to be a better person, which means they're shitty people, which means she's a product of their shittiness. Do you know what I'm saying? Like, Bonnie Blue didn't fall out of the sky. She's a product of the same people that are willing to support this business model, which is a gross business model. It's disgusting.
Haters pretty understandably, but they don't know that they're acting as her publicist without even realizing. This is all part of her strategy in the first place. Stunts like performing acts at a local football game, then getting kicked out of the stadium fit perfectly into this narrative before sneaking in later to do it all over again.
No,
and
Jesus.
It all just brings us to the thing that Bonnie Blue's most famous for, and the reason why she's a symptom of our corrupted society.
This corrupted society. This video is kind of lame. Note to self, don't subscribe to Moon.
Claim to the world record for sleeping with the most people in a single day. According to her social media post and the storm of news and media coverage, Bonnie slept with 1,057 men in just a single day. But the logistics alone are hard to believe. In a 12-hour period, taking 2 people at a time non-stop, each...
Yeah, chat said, is she a 2A? Yeah, she even admitted that in her podcast with Andrew Tate when she was like, I support Andrew Tate. She literally said that. She goes, the world's burning. I don't give a fuck. Pay me. So that's so 2A of her. Like, it's so 2A to be like, the world is burning. I might as well make the most money. Pay me. And I was like, so yeah, like, she is 100% perfectly in that bubble where she just thinks like, if you already are going to give your money to somebody, it might as well be me. Right? Like, if you're already going to be scammed by people, might as well give it to me.
Each person would still only get around 80 seconds each. But while there isn't much real evidence of this, it kind of seems like this did actually happen. There are posts she made after the fact and pictures of this desperate queue of men. One woman even found that her boyfriend was among those men in the queue, and they broke up shortly afterwards. He wasn't alone. As Bonnie became more popular, hundreds and later thousands of men lined up waiting.
Crazy first date question. Have you ever gooned to Bonnie Blue / would you ever sign up to be a part of one of her videos?
For their turn. And imagine the risks a man has to take to line up waiting for their turn on Bonnie Blue. If people ever found out that you went, it would be awful for your reputation. Then there's the hygiene aspect.
Chat said, is she okay mentally and emotionally? Well, I don't think she's a victim. I think she's a perpetrator. I think she is also formed by patriarchy, but I don't think she's a victim any more than anybody else is, like growing up in the world. But I don't think she's a victim in the sense that I don't think she's being like manipulated or controlled. I think she genuinely, as an adult person, believes with the data she's been given that the best action to take is this, you know? So I don't think she's like, I don't think she's, I'm not worried about her is what I'm trying to say. I mean, I'm worried about her generally, but I'm worried about everybody generally, but I'm not more worried about her than other people. Right?
I mean, Bonnie insists that everyone's been tested, but as we'll soon find out, she isn't afraid of bending the truth.
Sleeping with an adult worker who's fully tested in a safe environment, that should be the least of their worries.
Then there's just the simple fact that lots of people can't imagine anything grosser than this. Standing outside in the cold with hundreds of other men is probably one of the most empty, messy, humiliating, and degenerate experiences you can ever have. And yet
I'm pretty sure getting raped by the IOF is probably a little bit worse, and then getting told you've made it up in your mind, and then being told that your people deserve to be genocided is probably a little bit worse than consenting adults having sex. But sure, this is the most humiliating thing you could ever go through. Did you see the reporter who talked about his time in the Israeli prisons? They raped him. It was a devastating video. I was going to play it on stream, but I can't emotionally handle it yet. I already watched the video on my own and it was hard enough to just to watch it. Maybe we'll talk about it next week. It's really bad. It's devastating. Chad said, is a 2A someone who understands how the bubble works but doesn't understand that the bubble isn't everything, so they try to be the best in the bubble? Well, a 2A is just somebody who's within that construct and framework of their understanding of existence and being alive on Earth, and then they decide what to do with it, right? So I can't always guarantee the action of a 2A, but I could say that by their actions, I assume they're a 2A. So, you know, they could have done anything, but by the way she talks and the way why she does what she does, the way she explains it feels very 2A for me. And it makes sense. Like you know, she also seems to be having like a pretty disconnected experience. I mean, she might just be like, not to be so therapist about it, but like a psychopath, bro. Her and Andrew Tate and all these men, like there's something deeply wrong with them, but not like wrong with them literally, but maybe they were just born with those kinds of brains. But like, I couldn't even get through half the shit they're willing to do without feeling like, guys, I ate at McDonald's once in the last year and I feel fucking guilty. Do you know what I'm saying? Like, what are we talking about here? We're not living in the same world. Okay, I squashed a bug the other day and I was like, Jesus Christ, I felt so bad. She's out here fucking 18-year-olds. Like, what are we talking about? You know what I mean? Like, these people are living in a completely different reality. And they probably look at me and say, like, you're so fucking weak. You're such a pussy. And I'm just like, I don't know, bro. But, like, you know, it's one of those things where, like, they're just, like, their values and their morals are so fucked up. But, like, at the same time, their thinking is, they're probably just thinking, we're all on a planet. We're all having a biological experience. Might as well be, like, you know what I mean? The top of it, right? Chad says, do you mean sociopath as an antisocial personality disorder or sociopath as in societal shorthand? I don't know what that means. I mean like psychopath, like not antisocial personality disorder, but maybe, but I mean like Jeffrey Dahmer. You know what I mean? Like she might as well be a serial killer is what I'm trying to say. Like Andrew Tate and all these world leaders, like they might as well be serial killers because they are killing people. They just don't want to like admit how they're killing it. You know what I mean? Like, you know what I mean? Like they might as well just kill people, which people do. Like, but you don't have to be a sociopath to kill people. But I don't want to say sociopath because that feels like antisocial personality disorder, which is not fair. Like that's how people are born, and not all people born antisocial personality disorder are murderers. You know what I mean? It's like, I just mean to say, and again, I don't mean to use terms I'm not really using right. I mean to say that like, they're not having even the embodied experience of like guilt. Like, you know, when you meet a predator who feels guilty and disgusted with themselves that they're predators. Have you ever met a predator like that? Think of a guy in his 20s who dates a 16-year-old. Like he'll try to justify it like it's legal or whatever, but he also hates himself and he won't talk about it. And he also keeps doing it, but he pretends like it's not that bad. But then he, like you could see he's angry with himself. She's not having that. Her and Andrew Tate are not having that. Andrew Tate's like, yeah, I fuck kids. But he won't say it like that, right? He doesn't feel bad. She doesn't feel bad. A lot of the men that I talk to or dealt with or have like seen online or whatever, they feel bad. Not enough to actually like, because they're so, what happens is they build up so much guilt and resentment that they double down on it instead of letting it go and stopping. They get worse into it, which is kind of the issue with like some porn pipelines where instead of just stopping and going the other direction, they go harder into that direction because they feel like it's too late. Yeah, the shame cycle. Exactly. They're in a shame cycle. And so like, I don't think she feels that. I don't think she has shame or guilt in that regard. So she doesn't have to do that, which then you could ask, is there something wrong with her? I don't know. Like maybe, but not in the way you think, but like maybe, because why wouldn't she feel some sense of ick over what she's done, but not the sex part, the taking advantage people part, you know? Chess says, is it cultural to have an emotional connection to sex? Could that be? No, it's biological. We are literally like, that's why people argue free will. How do you even know if you're in love if it's all chemicals? Sex is biological. It's not even like, that's why people question whether or not we even have free will. You know? Now, she might not feel any connection to sex, though to be fair, when we watched her documentary, I did see Bonnie and I did think to myself, like, oh, she looks like me when I was really happy in my sex positive bubbles. And a part of me thinks she really does love it. But she's not going deeper on her values. I do think she likes doing it. I think the issue is like she has no line in the sand about how she does it or engages with it. You know, I think that's part of the problem. Because like I did see it on her face in the documentary, right? Where like she looked really like in her element. And so I kept thinking to myself like, yeah, I don't know, right? You said, I feel like it's both biological and cultural. I mean, sure. But like, both of those things, you can have a deeper and different relationship with those things, right? I really believe that's like the whole point of my level system, is to argue that you can meditate or extrospect your way to have a better relationship with cultural constructs and biological constructs, right? Like, I deeply believe that. So Bonnie Blue is always going to be a product of those things, but also there are some things you can't introspect past. And I don't know what part of that is for her, right? I can't introspect myself into bigger muscles. I have to work out. I don't know what part of Bonnie's brain or Andrew Tate's brain, or any of these people's brains is like maybe something they can't introspect past, maybe. I'm not sure. You know? Who knows? I'm not sure. Okay, let's finish out this video.
So many men have poured into the streets for hours just to get their magic minutes. The fact that there's so many men this desperate speaks to how far men are falling in modern society, potentially because the very content they're consuming where Bonnie Blue becomes a multi-millionaire from these lonely guys spending all of their cash on this sort of stuff, being so desensitized to adult content since they were
I hope he's made a video about how Andrew Tate sucks too, which they do, by the way. Have you ever seen those guys that hate Bonnie Blue and hate Andrew Tate, but they're still centrist? Like, what's that guy who uses George from Seinfeld on his videos? He's like that. He hates red pillars and he hates women. What's too lazy something, whatever?
Around 11 years old. Bonnie Blue often describes what she does as just giving pleasure, nothing more and nothing less, as this interpretation just justifies what she does, like some sort of charity. But if it—
Don't compare prettiness and women in my chat, guys. I'll block you. You said the other girl, Lily Phillips, is hotter and cuter. Don't write that shit in my chat. Okay? It's stupid and it's misogynistic. Don't write that shit in my chat.
Is just pleasure, then surely more pleasure for more people is better, right? Well, this is all part of a wider sexualized move in society towards devaluing, reducing, and stripping things down, taking away the divinity of life, the emotional connection,
the divinity of life,
build up, even just the sanctity of love has been completely thrown away and commodified into a product where the bodies and
he's just anti-sex work, bro. Relax.
Is all that's left, with two people who just see each other as a means to an end. And Bonnie Blue's cartoonishly exaggerated stunts are just the epitome of how modern society has cheapened the act itself. Her popularity both with her
okay, as if I'm not finishing this video, as if it's modern society. We shouldn't finish this video, it's silly, but like as if modern society is new. Okay, note to self, Moon with 1 million subscribers, lame channel. God, they're so brain dead. Men are just brain dead, bro. So many views. Holy fuck, his channel gets so many views. I gotta become a man for real. I'm gonna start posting as a man. Can I figure? Welcome back to my chat. Welcome back to my channel. Welcome back to my channel, innit? Today, we're going to be reviewing these fucking hoes. We'll be talking about how women suck. I could do it. I'm going to start a secret YouTube channel where I have a man voice and I'm going to start pretending I'm a man who hates women. Oh, I'm going to make so much money. I'm going to make so much money. Okay, I'm going to make so much money. That's crazy, bro. That's crazy. Oh my God. Lame. Okay, let's switch vibes. Okay, it's gonna be so much funnier now. Switching vibe. We're gonna switch vibes into the craziest. It's relationship stuff, but we're switching it up, right? Okay. So that was annoying. That was an annoying video, you know? That was ugh. I did not enjoy that video. I wanted it to be so much better. But maybe it's Bonnie Blue too. Maybe I'm just bored of Bonnie. She is kind of boring. You know what I mean? She's a bit way boring. Like, she is just kind of like, she's so Andrew Tate coded. Andrew Tate's so boring to me. My brain just, like, there's just like nothing happening there. All right. You know what I'm going to do? Let's see. Chaz says use a voice changer and wear a stupid costume that falls into a boy trope. I'm not even gonna show my face. Actually, no, I should wear one of those crazy masks like boys do. Boys always got a mask on. That'd be crazy though. See, that's the problem. I could totally do it. What if I made a secret YouTube channel making anti-feminist content, made it become one of the biggest channels, and then I make a podcast channel, my regular podcast channel, where it's like I pretended to be a boy for 1 year to make fun of women, to make money off of men who hate women. And then I'm like, how I became a millionaire making fun of women so men could feel good about themselves. Also, I'm sorry to all the women that I contributed this talking point. I contributed to your, but see, then I would have to make content that contributes to the harm towards women. And then I'd feel bad. That's the problem, is like, but then that's the problem. Can you do it ethically? Like if you grift, you know, if you do it even as an experiment, you're still adding into the, you know what I mean? Oh, I could make it a parody though. Maybe I could make it a parody. These women, am I right? I don't know. Yeah, I gotta put feminist dog whistles in it. That's what I gotta do. Yeah. I don't know. It's hard to say because I feel like you could do it. I feel like it'd be so easy. I'm not even kidding you. I feel like it could be so easy to convince men that they're like watching up somebody who agrees with them, but they're actually just getting someone paid that like, what if I do it and donate 50% of the proceeds? You know what I mean? You know, that's what I mean. Yeah, you know, anyways. Things I think about. Ooh, next video. Can you grift ethically? Ooh, that's a good question. That's a good question. Yeah, true. Ironic misogyny just comes off as real misogyny. It does. That's the problem, is like, you can't really grift. Like, you can't even pretend to be, because yeah, it just adds to the, but what if I started this channel and then anti-manosphere bed pillars started reacting to my content like I was like actually a real person? It'd be a little funny. Like, and then I sit there and I'm watching like people I like be like, there's a new red pill channel that's just started. And I'm like, it's like me. And I'm like, no. But then they're going to get paid too. Wait. But then they can get paid while I'm getting paid. And then we're all getting paid. But it would be obvious. I feel like it would be so obvious. Eventually someone would be like, is this even a guy? This sounds like a bitch. You know what I mean? Like, it would be some guy be like, I think you're a girl. Anyways, what are you going to do? Okay, let's get started with a different topic now. Okay. Now that we've officially figured out my new grift, you know? Okay, so first I want to take us on a roller coaster. So everybody lock in. I've got a little bit of a theme for us. Okay. So first I want to start off with this TikTok, no sound because it's copyrighted. It says, just because you don't require much doesn't mean you deserve the bare minimum, you dumb bitch. Now, dumb bitch is only for the girlies and the gays and non-misogynistic. It is not for men to use that term towards women. But it's meant to say, I love you. Just because you require little doesn't mean you deserve the bare minimum. What is the bare minimum? The bare minimum is the starting point of basic requirements in order to then move into a relationship of some kind, and or a relationship with a person, a job, a friend. Okay, keep that in mind. Now, look at this TikTok here. Let's use this TikTok to start the conversation off today. Okay, here we go.
20s. You are in your 20s. Let's all be very aware that there is an immense pressure that somehow society has put on all of us to have your entire life figured out between the ages of 18 and 21, and it is a completely unreasonable expectation, and it is the reason why so many people in their 20s are horrifically depressed and feel lost, because they feel as though they are already supposed to have figured it out. But there is so much to experience and to understand and to grow with, and to like make mistakes you're going to learn from, to come into your own as an artist, to come into yourself, and to understand and accept and love yourself. And like the fact that we put this pressure on people that they're supposed to be successful by the age of 25 is so unreasonable, and I think actually does tremendous harm to people's self-esteem and to their self-worth. And if we reframed the context of the world in which we live as you are just continuing to grow, there's not an expiration on the possibility of your success, I think people would be able to have a lot more grace and understanding for themselves and where they're at that current moment in their life. You are in your 20s.
Okay, what do you guys think? Some of you say, I don't agree. What don't you agree with? Let me listen to this again, just the beginning.
Let's all be very aware that there is an immense pressure that somehow society has put on all of us to have your entire life figured out.
Yeah. What do you guys disagree with? I'm confused. Do you not come from this bubble where they expect you to have your life together by 18 to 21? That was definitely my bubble. They fully expected you to have your shit together. 100%. Like your values, your life, your future, 100% there was that expectation. That's why I'm considered a late bloomer. Because like that is the expectation I was born into, right? Do you guys disagree with that? Are you not born into that bubble? Let me know. I'm so curious. You said, no one expected me to, but I did. Interesting. Some of you are agreeing. You said people expect 21-year-olds to have their life together, ? I guess that's not my bubble. 100%. Yeah. Let's see. Yeah, it's what you do with your life. Let's see. I agree with that. That's definitely my bubble. Is it a religious thing? No. Even my friends that were secular had the same expectation, but we also grew up in bubbles with high expectations. You know, not even mid to high expectations. They weren't even the highest expectations. But yeah, they did kind of expect you to have it figured out. You know, let me see, because you either choose to go into college or into job, and you kind of have to know the direction you're going into, right? You said that was my bubble. I had a mental health spiral in my mid-20s and didn't recover until I was 30. Yeah, that's why I think people have the midlife crisis in their 20s. It's because for a lot of us, like, I was expected to know. Like they were like, you remember how my brown brother always asks me, like, why can you figure it out young? Because he did. By the time he was 21, he was making really good money. He was married, and boom, they're 10 years into their marriage with 5 kids. You know, they're really successful. They have a house. He makes over 6 figures a year, well over 6 figures a year, high school graduate, very established. And he's looking at me like, why didn't you figure it out sooner? And a big part of it is because he was born into the most perfect bubble for him. Like, my brother's still Catholic. He's homeschooling his kids. He's having that farm life. He's basically found his niche and stayed with it, versus I quit jobs, moved states, broke up, had relationships, tried to figure out who I was, had mental health stuff. Like, I didn't go into college right away. My other siblings went into college right away, got their degrees, went into the military, focused on work. Like, a lot of people, other siblings, not so much. Other siblings were late bloomers too. They're still figuring it out for sure. But the expectation for the oldest millennials were definitely like, have your shit figured out ASAP. And then if you didn't, you were kind of a failure, right? Like the fact that we might have reached 25 without a house or marriage was like, I remember my friend was in the Midwest and she was teaching a class. And she was 25, and the little girl said, why aren't you married? And she said, what? She goes, why aren't you married? She goes, I'm 25. And she goes, okay. And like, people get married at 25 here, and that's the expectation of the bubble. So yeah, my bubble was definitely there, where like they had an expectation that like, okay, what are you doing after high school? What are you doing? You're 25. Why don't you? Well, that's why they say, stop saying 21-year-old is a kid, because in their mind, you should have it figured out by 21. Which obviously I don't agree with, and I think has changed. I think it's obvious that your 20s are sort of for figuring out your life. And for some of us, we're going to need all of our 20s to figure it out. And for other people, they'll need less of their 20s to figure it out. But I think the new normal is just being very patient and understanding that some of us really need our 20s to know who we're going to be. Like what's our goal and how are we going to make it happen, right? Now, and this is something that I think is interesting. It plays very heavily into dating culture. Oh my God, did you see my last video that I made a clip of about the MAGA guys and women realizing they're losers? Guys, go read the comments on that video and you'll know what I mean when I say like, this is not my audience. Like you can tell these people don't watch me. There were people who were like, how I was commenting on nose rings and how you can't always tell what a person thinks by their nose ring. They were literally like, well, maybe that's your problem. You're judging a book by its cover. I'm an anarchist and I would never do that. Or I'm a liberal and I would never do that. You're such a liberal. You're such a liberal. And I was like, who are these people fighting my video? And then it was like MAGA people and then liberal men in my comments being like, well, I'm a liberal man and I don't even like MAGA and I'm still struggling to date. And I was like, who are these people? I don't know what happened, but honestly, I'll take it because girl needs to get paid. So I'll take it, girl, because I don't know why the algorithm loves it when I talk about MAGA and dating, but I'm going to start going for it because I need to pay these bills, okay? But okay, so this plays into dating. Look at this video here. Let's go on an adventure. Look at this video here.
Almost 8 years, and we're starting to see a pattern in a lot of our my husband and I have been married almost 8 years, and we're starting to see a pattern in a lot of our peers who've been married 7+ years, in that the woman seems to be outgrowing the man. And what do I mean by that? I mean, a lot of women are doing a lot of personal work. They're going to therapy, they're unpacking and healing from a lot of baggage or trauma from their childhood or past relationships. They're becoming more self-aware. They're understanding their attachment styles and their communication patterns and why they are the way that they are, and growing and changing and evolving. And the men just aren't doing that work. They are growing financially or in their career because that's what they've been trained and conditioned to do, to provide. But they're not doing anything else. They're not going to therapy by themselves. And if they're going to couples therapy, she dragged his butt there. She found the therapist. She made the appointment. She reminded him a million times it was happening, and he just goes to appease her, not to actually be vulnerable and work on stuff, but just to try to like make her happy so that she'll chill out. And it is so sad to see because you can literally see it happening. You can see her growing and changing as a person, and he's totally fine being the way that he is. He's totally fine not peeling back those layers and working.
So many of my girlfriends who got married young, about 5 to 7 years into their marriage, they got divorced because of exactly this reason. The girl was, wanted a higher education, wanted a better job, wanted to volunteer, wanted to do different things. And the husband wanted to be a sitcom husband who came home from work, popped open a beer, and put his feet up on the table. Both are valid. By the way, I think both are valid, but they're not necessarily complementary. And if you don't want the dumb husband trope, like, tee-hee, my husband's so stupid, tee-hee, then you definitely want to divorce, because you can't stay married to somebody you think is stupid. I think, like, if you are married to somebody you don't think is smart, you're in a bad marriage. And I think it's bad for them and you, and it's not fair. My partner and I just did this like relationship quiz by that therapist guy on TikTok. I always forget his name. And he asked, like, who do you think is the prettier or smarter one in the relationship? And my partner and I really practice radical honesty. And we both, I was like, I already have my answer. What's your answer? And I can always tell when my partner and I are like being, maybe as like groundedly honest. Like, let's say we give the like political answer. I'm like, no, political answer, give the real answer. And we do that too. And we're like, okay. And it was a good answer. I'm really happy with the answer because it feels accurate. Because again, when I ask this question, it's not an emotional question. I'm not looking for emotional reassurance. I'm looking for analytical ability. And if my partner isn't analytical, I can't trust them in my mind to have a relationship with me in which we can see things for what they are, separate from the way that we feel about them or think about them, but rather what they are. Now, again, we engage emotionally and analytically. So if I look at my partner and I say, analytically, are we growing apart because I'm going in this direction, you're going in this? I expect at this point for the conversation to bring us back together. I expect my partner to say, oh, you're correct. It looks like we're growing apart. Okay, let's bring it back together, because that happens. And that's why in our marriage, we are actively intending to grow in the same direction, because we are not special. We could be just like any other couple that grows apart. Just because we're high compatibility does not mean we don't have to work on the relationship or work in the same direction, right? So that 7-year mark is where the marriage can either break off or not break off, right? That's usually for a lot of couples the time, that they're like, I've been with you too long,
Through that emotional, vulnerable stuff, right? He's like, he doesn't want to do that, and he's totally fine not doing it. But as she grows and changes, she has a desire to connect on a deeper level with her partner. She craves that, but you can't if they haven't done the work as well. And so there's this disconnect, and that causes problems in the relationship. And she essentially at some point realizes she has 3 choices if her partner is not going to change, is not going to do the work. She can either settle and be content and realize that he's never going to change, he's never going to grow, he's never going to do any personal work on himself, or become self-aware in any of those ways. Like, he'll grow in his career, he'll grow financially, but as a person in every other way, like, that's not happening. Okay, so she can find a way to be content with that and not have resentment. Or She can try to force him to change for the rest of their life. She can try to.
Oof. So you either settle, which most people do, or you can fight it out to the day you die. Girl, I'm not doing either, okay? Discourse said, is there a scientific explanation for the 7-year thing? No, it's from my understanding, there is a pattern people have noticed, but I have also looked into it and I have not found any actual like scientific data to back it up. But it seems to be a pattern that couples last between 3 to 5 to 7 years. And they say if you can make it past 7, you'll make it to 14. And if you can make it to 14, you'll probably make it forever. I think that's how it goes, right? There's like these patterns, but I don't think any of it. Did I say 6, 7? 6, 7, 6, 7? I didn't, I don't know if that's true. I just know that when I've looked it up, it seems to be something people say. Now, what I did when I read this initially is I went to my mother and I said, tell me about your marriage. What were you guys doing at 7 years? What were you doing at 14 years? What were you doing at 21 years? And right away, when my mom started to think back, she started laughing. Her face got all like happy. She started reminiscing. She was like, oh my gosh, we were doing this. We had this many kids. Oh, this was a tough year, but we did this. Like she started reminiscing. It was like a fond memory to look back at, like, what were you guys doing 7 years into marriage? It was like a fun for her. Now, when I ask other couples, and that's the thing, I go, what were you guys doing 14 years into marriage? Depending on how people answer that question, right? And that's why people, I think, can make it all the way to 25 years and then get divorced, is like, depending on what they were doing for those 25 years. You know what I mean? It's kind of interesting.
Pull him along the growth journey and force and prod and get him and try to convince him to do it, which obviously causes a lot of problems. Or she can leave and she can try to find someone who is on her level, try to find someone who is willing to do the work, who is more her equal. And it is just sad to see from an outside perspective how common this is. And then it just makes you realize how, unfortunately, how rare it is to find a man who is willing to unpack things and do the inner work and work on themselves and figure out why they are the way that they are and whether or not they want to stay that way, or if they want to improve their communication patterns or their habits or their attachment styles or the way that they handle conflict. If they are going to, if they like, it's pretty rare to find a man who is willing to be vulnerable and emotional and communicate that and learn and grow with their partner with those more sensitive interpersonal things. And it's just unfortunate. And I think it probably contributes to the male loneliness epidemic that's happening, because women are like, I want a partner who will grow with me through every stage of life. I want a partner who's willing to evolve and to change. And unfortunately, it seems like a lot of men aren't.
Totally. And, I think a big part of it is probably going to be what they've seen around them as well. Because if around you people have been settling, then it might be, that might play a role in it, I suppose, right? So, one of the things I take into consideration is like, so my longest adult relationship in my 20s was on again, off again. So I don't even know how to count that relationship, right? But I say it's 5 years long because the storm, like the whole thing was 5 years. It was like what a time in my life. I'm further away from it every year I grow, which is great. But it is my only and longest relationship, which is not my only, sorry, my longest relationship past 2 years. And it's not even that good of a metric of like a relationship in a sense. But now I got with my partner, we started dating in 2022. So in a year, 2 years here, like I'll have been in the longest relationship ever that I've ever had. Right. And this is interesting to me. Like this metric is interesting for my own life where I'm like, oh, like eventually you will be my longest relationship. And the way that I compare it to say that I've learned, the way that I compare it is like my 20s relationship. When I look back on it, it was so obvious that like it was bad. Now I do believe, and I strongly believe this, that had I been with a high compatibility partner, then we probably would have been okay. I also believe that high compatibility partner at the time would have also had a lot of problems. We still would have had to do the work to grow in a certain direction. But I was working through stuff, but I was like a pretty okay person with like a lot of flaws, but I was really damaged. But I was like pretty stable at the same time. It was very confusing. Where it's interesting because at the time, more stable people were interested in me, but I was so unstable. Like I kept choosing the less stable people, but those more stable people were also not, I was not attracted to them or wanted them. So it didn't make sense to me, right? Now in my 30s, I can compare our relationship and say the same amount of time I've had with you that I had with any past relationship has been smoother in every way possible in comparison to this thing. So there's also that part of it where like, you can't just, date the healthier person. You also have to be attracted to them. You can't just date or marry this person. You also have to like them. You can't just because sometimes people will say, oh, this person is so nice. They're going to treat you so well. Why don't you date them instead? I'm not attracted to them. I'm not physically attracted to them. I'm not emotionally attracted to them. So then what happens is you get physically, emotionally attracted to a toxic partner, and then the relationship goes from there. And then you justify the toxicity because you're attracted. And my whole thing moving into my 30s was, even though I'm attracted, it doesn't mean I'm going to pick you. Versus in my 20s, I thought first you start with attraction and then you move into dating. But I did it in reverse, where it was like, am I attracted to you as a person before I'm attracted to you as a sexual body or that kind of a feeling, that pull towards you, right? Okay, next video. This is interesting. So this video is a male friend breakup. And I want to talk about this because it all works together. Remember that this man is going to date somebody, right? And I've been through this breakup a couple times with male friends, and it's really interesting. Check this out.
With my guy best friend of 13 years. I just had a friendship breakup with my guy best friend of 13 years, and our friendship ended in a 16-minute phone call. I just spent the last 30 minutes crying about it, so let's debrief. It's the year 2025, and I can't support a man that treats women like shit.
Amen.
I noticed that the past several times I spoke with my friend, I either was really frustrated with the way he was talking to me, or I left the conversation feeling like shit or upset that he thinks or treats women this way. So I texted him tonight, and I was just like, I really want to have a conversation with you. Let me know if you're free tonight. And he texted an hour later being like, yeah, I'm free. Give me a call. Called him. I said, hey, I just wanted to talk because the last several times we've talked, I have left the conversation feeling really bad, or my feelings have been hurt. And I want to talk to you about it because we've been friends for 13 years. And I shouldn't feel like this talking to my best friend. And it really all boils down to, he genuinely does not respect women. His words and actions show that he thinks that men are better than women and that women are less than. And if you know me, couldn't disagree more. And it really had gotten to the point, and I said this to him, where we're at, if I met you on the street today, I wouldn't want to be your friend. And that's really hard because we have a lot of history, and I love you, and I love our friendship in certain aspects. But I don't want to feel hurt or shit after talking to a friend. We went back and forth, obviously not going to get into the nitty gritty of it, but literally after talking for 10 minutes maybe, I asked him a question being like, you seriously think XYZ? And I could tell he was distracted, and he goes, wait, sorry, I'm applying to jobs right now. What? I'm literally sobbing, mind you. I'm crying on the phone being like, I can't believe this is where we're at. Is this really how you think about a certain scenario? And he's like, sorry, can you repeat that? And I'm like, Exhibit A, you don't give a fuck about women. I'm objectively someone important in your life, and you don't even give a fuck that I'm calling you, telling you that I'm upset. I just reiterate, I don't know how to move forward because I just feel really hurt. I don't want to lose our friendship, but this is just tough. And he goes, all right, you know what, Taylor? Maybe it'll just be easier if we just cut ties and go our own separate ways.
Damn, bro.
Okay. And I hung up, and that's that. And he's stubborn, and I'm stubborn, and I know he will not reach out to me. And I'm certainly not going to. That was crazy. Mind you, this entire conversation, frustration, and buildup stems from me recognizing and calling out that he's treating the women in his life like absolute dog shit, and also the way he talks to me about dating and how women in their 30s should be dating and acting. It's literally so warped and so fucked. I just had a friendship break.
Okay, so a few things stand out to me. One, she's probably 21, 22. right? She's like young, so they probably knew each other literally through middle school and kids, right? So maybe their friendship was naturally going to break up anyways. But not surprised that after 13 years, it maybe came to this head, right? She can't be that old. So that happened. Okay. 2, I've had the same conversation with much older friends or with men in their like almost 40s or even older, where, you know, it takes a while to realize, because you meet a friend, right? You meet a friend, you're having a good conversation with them. There's a vibe. You guys are having so much fun. You think they're progressive. And then you realize over time, like, wait a second. And by the way, this isn't that abnormal. Hold on. Let me see. Chat's saying, no, she must be older. I don't know. Is she? Maybe she's like older. I don't know how old she would be. 21, 28, 23. Either way, they were together as teens, right? Probably. I don't know. I don't know how old she is. I don't see an age here, but either way, she's not my age. I doubt it. Right. But you know, okay. So I've had this conversation with men. It takes a while to realize it because like people really tell you stories. There were people I knew that I used to be friends with who were like, quote, so progressive. And all these years later, I hear from like mutuals that are like, oh, they took like a weird turn. I was like, well, I broke up my friendship with them like 4 years ago over this thing here. And they're like, oh shit, like that makes so much sense because like now they're doing this shit here. And it's like, what it usually comes down to is a stubbornness, is like I don't want to work on this. It's like I'm not going to change. And it's like, hey, I'm coming to you with something. And by the way, this is not gender specific. Yes, it's happened with men more than it's happened with the girls. But like at the end of the day, like women also, I've had these conversations with women where it's like, hey, is this it? Like, is this the end of our friendship? You know what I mean? Like, you're not deconstructing. You're not introspecting. You're not. And again, it's always why. It's not, I'm not saying you have to come to the same conclusion I came to. I'm saying, do you know where you're coming from with this thing you're interested in or in this thing you're doing, right? She was willing to talk to him and say, do you know where you're coming from? And by the way, his willingness to just cut off the friendship is not that surprising. But the thing that stands out to me is the end when she says we're both stubborn. We're not going to reach out to each other. It's not about stubbornness. That's a personality trait, though it could play a role. It's about the reality that, like, is it good for us to do this? Like, as an example, I have a no chasing rule. If you expect me to chase you, I'm not going to do it. I never chase after anybody, okay? Friendships, anybody. You know the rules. I'm always available. I'm not going to chase you. And I definitely had like a person in my life at one point who was one of those people who really romanticized being chased as a friend. They'd be like, well, you should chase people you love. And I was like, no, I'm not a runner. I didn't sign up for this marathon. I'm not chasing nobody. And they said, well, if you really love somebody, you chase them. And I said, no. And then they one time threw like a similar tantrum at me where like I was calling them out for misogyny and in a loving way, like, hey bro, I think you're kind of fucked up, you know? And it became a, you know, I'm gonna block you without telling you, or I'm gonna block you and be like, oh, you're just in a bad place right now. I had a friend literally block me and I didn't know, like a close friend. And then I went to go message them and I was like, hey dude, I'm blocked. What the fuck? And they're like, I just needed a break from you. And I was like, what are you, 5? Are you 15 years old? You are too goddamn old to pre-block me. What are you, 10? Like, that's what I'm saying. Like, are you a child? You're pre-blocking? You're adult and they're like, I'm in my 30s. What are you pre-blocking me for? You know what I mean? So that's the thing. Like, what is this thing that we're living? Like, what is this like bubble we're living in where like you have the audacity to think you're more mature when you're pre-blocking your friends instead of having conversations with them? What? Okay, now this plays into the reality that those men are dating people. Like, that's what I'm trying to explain to you. Those people are dating people, okay? Those people are going around talking about how much they love women and respect women or how much they're happy to pay for women's meals. Those are men in the dating market. Those are men who are your friends or men who are your family, right? Okay, next thing I want to show you. Oh, hold on. Chet says, does that mean people have to chase you? Chase me? No. Do not chase. Nobody be chasing nobody. Right? I don't want anyone to chase anybody. We're adults. God, this isn't some emo novel or song. We're adults, no chasing. Chasing means that I'm doing this. I don't want to talk to you right now. I'm busy. Don't message me right now. And then they go, oh, come on, let me talk to you. Let me talk to you. Let me in, knocking on your door. Like, what am I, in my 20s? Pre-therapy? What am I, literally 23-year-old Brittany before therapy? No. Look, Brittany in her 20s, okay, would have definitely, like, you know, maybe engaged in some toxic chasing behavior. Like, I don't want to talk to anybody right now, but you secretly want attention, but you don't know how to ask for it. Go to therapy. We can't be doing this in our 30s and 40s, girls, okay? And that's the question. Like, we can't be doing it. We shouldn't even be doing it in our 20s, but I understand. I didn't have therapy till I was 28, right? So, like, I hear you. But when we don't have the tools, there's, like, the healthy ideal doesn't involve chasing, okay? Just say what you want. Say, like, hey, you know, I love you. I need more attention. Hey, I want to negotiate more attention. Are you available? And then you have to accept a no as well. Because, you know, relationships end, they should end naturally if it's time. But, you know, when you sit there and you try to figure out, like, why did the relationship end? Sometimes it's just because it was natural and it outgrew it and it made sense. Sometimes it is because of one particular person over another. And sometimes it's just like, we're not agreeing. You know what I mean? Like, we're not agreeing on how to move forward. So it is what it is. But it's when people want to blame, like, who's at fault for the friend breakup. To be honest, like, or the romantic breakup. To be fair, I think you could figure that out. But also, you can't, without blaming people, you can't avoid the breakup if the person who's unethical isn't going to change. So, like, even my brothers that I don't talk to right now, I told them, I am not going to talk to you and pretend everything's normal. But when you're ready, I'm never going to block you. Message me. But because I called them out on shitty behavior, they feel attacked and they're like, fuck you. Why do you think you get to lecture me? And who do you think you are? Like, you're not my mom. I'm not your mom. I'm your sister. And that's exactly my role in your life, is to remind you that I used to change your diapers. Oh, okay. Well, maybe not all their diapers. Some of them are a little too old for that to have happened. But you know what I mean? Like, hello? And same goes for my male friends or any of my friends, especially if you're inner circle. I love you. But out of all the people in your life who's going to hold you accountable, it's got to be me. If not me, who? Right? Like, who else is supposed to do this? A stranger? Someone more casually connected to you? If not your inner circle, who? And it's this idea that, like, oh, I'm going to bury a body for you. I'm not going to bury shit for you. Okay, now, that's the friendship and the friendship model, but it overlaps with the romantic model. Yes? Now, let's go back into the romantic model and listen to this woman here.
My marriage that ended up being a really crucial downfall. One of the biggest imbalances in my marriage that ended up being a really crucial downfall to our relationship was I came to our marriage with the relational skill of being able to meet a need that I didn't fully understand and meet a need that I didn't actually have. Contrary, my partner did not have that skill. In order to meet a need or even be open to meeting a need, he had to fully understand it or have the need himself to justify why that need should be met. As a result, when I was speaking up throughout our marriage, bringing things to him, needs for our family or needs for myself as an individual, to communicate about them, he would negate them or dismiss them if I couldn't subsequently make a full legal case as to why that need would be important, or even why I think it should be important to him. Like, if I couldn't get him to grasp why he might find it important. But it was a two-part labor. I had to find the exact right words to communicate the need, and then I had to find the exact right case. I had to make a case for it in order for him to listen. And if I couldn't make the case adequately, he would dismiss it. On the other hand, I came to our relationship willing and ready to meet the needs of people I loved. And the only ticket for admission for me to meet their needs was that I loved them. They didn't need to justify themselves. I didn't need to have that need personally. I didn't need someone to even fully explain it to me about why it was a need. If I could see for them that this is a need to this person, I would happily or joyfully meet that need if it was within my capacities to do so. This isn't to say I did that perfect all the time. Absolutely not. But once again, to the best of my ability, I would try.
Okay, pause right there. So as an autistic brain, when I first heard this, I got a little confused because I was like, uh-oh, wait. I do need you to explain it to me. But then I realized what she means. So if you're autistic like I am and you were like, wait, I don't think she's talking about you literally being like, oh, why do I need to do that? The same way like you would ask a teacher, but why am I doing this? Because you literally don't know. I think she's saying even she's saying to even have the ability to recognize they need something is important. Like, if my partner needs something specific to them that I do not understand, I will say something like, okay, I don't know exactly why you need me to do this, but I'll do it. But you're going to have to explain it to me until I get it. Because if I don't get it, then I'm going to struggle to be more empathetic. And I will say that. Like, I will say that I will physically struggle, emotionally struggle to embody a deep empathy for you if I don't understand why I'm doing it. But I will do it, but I don't get it. Right? And that's because the same way that I would ask teachers, but why am I doing this? And they would think I'm being combative. I just literally don't know why I'm doing this. And if I don't know why I'm doing this, I'm going to have a problem. Her partner sounds more like a man weaponizing, if I'm correct, if he's not autistic and is genuinely not like, because even if he was autistic, he'd be kind about it. He sounds like a man who's like, why? Why do I have to do that? Sounds gay, bro. Sounds stupid, right? He sounds like he's demeaning her, which is different than a guy's like, wait, why am I doing this? Wait, I don't get it. Like, he's not using kind language. There's not a communication. And by the way, my partner does the same thing where it's like, hey, I'm struggling to feel very empathetic right now. Can we talk about it? Because, you know, sometimes you ever have a friend who's really going through it, but you're not there right now. Like, do you ever have a friend who comes to you crying, but you cannot meet their emotional needs? You're just like, yeah, I'm not the friend for this right now. Sometimes that's truly my experience where I know you're really going through it right now and you need something, you got to go to a different friend. Same thing. My sibling I was just talking to my sibling about this the other day where they're like, remember when you called me and I couldn't be there for you? And I was like, yeah, that's okay. I went to a different friend. Because the truth is not everybody can be there when just because we're breaking down doesn't mean they can be there for us. And that's the other part of this, part that's so difficult is like, when do you know your friend is struggling to be there? Now, okay, bringing this back to the friend dynamic, I had a friend dynamic in which this friend wanted to always be there for me when things were wrong, to the point where after too long, they built an entitlement around being there for me, where I thought it was just an organic desire to be there for me, which I think part of it definitely was. It also made them feel like I had to do the same back for them, but I couldn't. And when I couldn't, they said I was a bad friend, which really, like, even though it would come at the expense of my mental health. So I was like, uh-oh. And I don't mean this literally. I mean, like, I had hoped that they had built a network of enough people that they could go to other people to help. Or at some point I said, maybe you should try therapy because I think you're coming to me for things I can't help you with. And they were like, I can't believe that's your suggestion. And I'm like, they're like, you know, and they're like, you know, I'm always there. I get that you're always there, but I thought you were always there for me because you could be. Not because it was coming at the expense. And they're like, no, it wasn't. I wanted to be there. And I'm like, okay, but I want to be there for you, but I can't. And they're like, but why can't you? And I was like, so here's what you need me to do. And here's what I'm capable of doing. And I feel like you're coming to the wrong person. Can't you talk to your partner about this? Or can't you talk to your friends your other friends about this? And they're like, no, I want to talk to you about it. And I was like, what's happening? What are you doing? You literally have a partner. Go to your partner. And they're just like, but it has, like, I want it to be you. And I'm like, and it felt overwhelming. Like, it felt genuinely like I am so deeply confused about what's happening right now. And again, it became this line in the sand of, I think in some ways they felt like I was replacing maybe our connection with my now partner in a sense, or maybe like they felt like you used to come to me and now you don't come to me anymore. But it's like, we're friends, you know? And then I've had friendships where there's like this, you know, when you're single with your girlfriends, you can go out with them every night. And then you get a baby or you get married and you can't do that. They're like, you changed. Bro, I literally had a baby. I pushed a human being out of my body. Or babe, I literally got married. What are you talking about? And it's like they expect you to be the same person. People who grow with you in a direction include your friends. They have to grow with you and see the changes in your life. And the way we were before cannot be the way we are now. So friendships and romantic relationships are the same. You have to grow together in a direction. And if you don't, you grow apart and the relationship naturally ends. And a big part of that comes from seeing the other person and also like being able to see the limitations of that person, right? Okay, now finishing up this TikTok.
Wildly unequal labor between us. I was constantly, if I had a need, having to know in advance that if I didn't want this need dismissed out of hand, which was painful to begin with. It's really painful to have someone tell you that they love you and then just dismiss you. But I started to work really hard on, okay, if I'm going to bring this need forward, I have to, like a lawyer prepares for a case. I knew I needed to bring evidence. I needed to have
that's too much work.
Perhaps even.
So that's too much work, you know?
Like sources to justify why this was important. And then even more painfully, after all of that, I knew it would still be just like a court case. He was going to be the defense, constantly putting me on the stand and interrogating me about why this was important. And if I couldn't lay out the evidence, he would still dismiss it. There was like nothing more demoralizing and painful to sit there and try to have to beg to have your own humanity seen in a place where
see, that's really fucked up.
There's a person claiming to love you more than they love anything else, which he would do. He's like, I love you more than anything else. And then within a day, we'd have one of these discussions where I'm sitting here laying out my court case and having him say like, denied. Big discussions we're having on our pages is so many men will come into our comment sections and be like, well, women just need to say what they need. They need to speak up for themselves. And what would often happen in our marriage was I would speak up for myself to the degree to which I was capable of it. And if I had the energy, I would try to make the court case for it. But when our kids were little in particular, I didn't have the time or energy to make a case. And so I would speak up, but if I hadn't justified myself just right, he would dismiss it and dismiss it as if I almost hadn't really brought it up. Because
see, this is abuse. Like to me, if this was my marriage, this would be abuse and I would have to get divorced. And I think she is. I think this is post-divorce, right? Like she's talking past tense. This is abuse in my marriage. This is not acceptable.
If I hadn't adequately made the case, then he would act as if it hadn't been brought up at all. Well, you didn't make the case, so yeah, I didn't meet your need, but that's on you. That's on you that I didn't meet your need, and you really didn't bring it up appropriately.
Yeah, it's
in
a
the
game.
exact way I needed to hear it.
He's playing a game with her.
So that's on you that your needs aren't getting met. If you want to be in a loving, healthy relationship of any kind, a friendship, if you want to be a good parent, a good child, a good husband, a good partner, you need to be able to have the relational skill of meeting a need that you don't have and you may not even understand.
I agree to an extent. I would just say that as an autistic person, I hear that very differently than I think a neurotypical hears that. Because for neurodivergent brains, you might think to yourself, like, how am I supposed to meet a need that I don't understand? I don't get it. Like that. So I just wanted to use this as an example of why, as an autistic brain, I hear that it sounds so confusing. But what I'm trying to say is put into practice. It's okay to then say, I don't understand why I'm doing this. Can you please help me understand? And then you have to be open to understanding it. The difference is her ex-husband or her ex-partner was not interested in understanding it. He did zero work trying to understand it, right? So, okay. Right? Good example of like how language can really change the way we think about things. And then we take advice from the internet and we think about having a conversation. Like, this is why right away, when I watch a video and I feel myself getting defensive, like, or you know what's worse? Okay, autistic confession here. How many times have you watched a video and identified with the bad guy in the story because you can relate it to something you experience, and then you start to internalize that you're either a bad guy or those people aren't as bad as they are, and then you make excuses for bad people in your life because you feel like, well, I've done something similar. Girl, story of my life. Story of my life. You know? I have to fight. This is how I know I'm autistic too, is like, this is my life where I have made so many excuses for bad people's behavior because I'm like, oh, I can see why you did that. Like, this is kind of like this. And so like, that's why I like using these TikToks to kind of explain it to you guys, because right away when I heard her, I was kind of like identifying with the husband. And then I was like, wait, I should keep listening. And then by the end of it, I was like, oh, wait, I do not identify with him. Never mind. But at the very beginning, I was like, oh no, like, is this me? And then I was like, oh, never mind. This isn't about me. So, okay, if you feel that way, just know. Okay, just know. So you got to use like 25% more brain power just to figure out if this is me. Like, that's the problem with being autistic too, is like, you got to use so much brain power just to make sure they're not talking about you. And then you're like, wait, is this about me? It's like, no, this is not about you, girls. Okay, next. Oh, wait, chat says I had a partner who I believe was on the spectrum, and I'm also neurodivergent. So like, willingness and communication was more important than in others. 100%. Yeah. 100%. Okay, now let's go to this story. Trigger warning, domestic violence. But what's interesting about this story is, again, communication, right? Is this a deal breaker in your relationship? Okay. Is this a deal breaker in your relationship? Here we go.
for not telling my wife about an incident? Am I the asshole for not telling my wife about an incident with her best friend?
Sketchy.
This one does need a trigger warning. It does contain talks of domestic violence. So if you feel that you can't listen to that today, please end here. We love you and have a good rest of your day. I want to be very sensitive when writing it here, but I have been dealing with unbearable guilt and wanted to know if what I am doing is wrong. I really do not want to trigger anyone, but I will be writing about a very sad situation. I, 33 male, have been married to my wife, 31 female, for 6 years, and we have a 3-year-old kid. We are very happy together, and I'm lucky to be married to a very kind and smart woman. My wife's best friend, Anna, fake name, has been living with us for the last 6 months. I wanted to talk about Anna to give a full context of why I'm making my decision. Anna is my wife's best friend since school days. Anna was living in the city with her boyfriend, and we live in the suburbs of that city. They seemed happy together, and were in a relationship for 2 years. However, my wife noticed bruises on Anna's hand last year and asked her about it. Initially, Anna dismissed it as work-related injuries, but my wife kept on probing, and we learned that Anna was in an extremely toxic and abusive relationship. Her boyfriend lost his job last year and became extremely controlling and abusive towards her. He constantly accused her of cheating, Anna denies it, and made her link her phone messenger to his computer and started micromanaging finances.
Holy shit.
There was an incident of domestic violence that was the final straw, and my wife and I had to rush to the hospital to look after Anna. So fucked. Since Anna's parents are mostly absent from her life, my wife asked me if Anna can stay with us for a few days. We are 3 people living in a 4-bedroom house, and we have 2 spare guest rooms. I, of course, agreed to it and told her that Anna can stay with us as long as she wants. I think the incident completely broke Anna, and she would just start crying randomly and completely shut down. It was sad to see Anna in that state. She had to leave her job due to mental health issues and stayed at home in the room all day. My wife is very kind and took care of Anna like she was family and made sure she felt loved. Anna is also thankful to my wife and I for helping her in her worst time and helps around the house and with our kid, though we never leave him alone with Anna. Anna now is coming back to normal, smiles sometimes, and has started looking for a job again. Now on to the incident. Last Friday, my wife and I went to work as normal and dropped our son off at daycare. I had a doctor's appointment at noon and came straight home from there as I did not have a lot of work in the office. I made some lunch and then went to my room to sit on my bed and reply to all of the emails. Anna was in her room and I didn't talk to her when I came home. Around 2 p.m., I heard Anna's room door open and her walking in the hallway. Suddenly, our bedroom door opened, and Anna walked in topless and just in her underwear. I was shocked and not sure how long I was staring at her, but after a few seconds, I blurted out, "I am so sorry," and she quickly covered herself with her hands. She was apologetic and started explaining herself. She said she just wanted to borrow my wife's clothes because her laundry was unwashed. It was super embarrassing to have a conversation with her in that state, and I looked away. She apologized again and then went out of the bedroom. The incident lasted less than 2 minutes. After a while, she came back into our bedroom, fully dressed, and apologized for the incident. She said it was really embarrassing and she did not know anyone would be home. I said it's okay, and I should have told her I am back early from the office when I did come home. She asked me not to mention the incident to my wife. She said she feels embarrassed she walked around the hallway without clothes and that I saw her in that state. I said it's okay, and let's forget about it. I have not told my wife about the incident, and it's been 5 days. It was just a benign incident, but I somehow feel guilty about the whole thing. I feel more guilty that I'm lying to my wife by omission of the truth. However, I feel that if my wife takes it the wrong way, it may strain her relationship with Anna. And I really feel bad for what Anna has gone through. I also do not want to make Anna uncomfortable in our house by telling my wife about her barging into our bedroom in that state.
What a good guy.
Am I the asshole in this case for not talking about this incident to my wife? I'm afraid that if Anna tells it to her first, it will make me look really bad and guilty. However, if I tell her, I do not want her to blame Anna for any of this and not help her in her time of need. Can someone please help me on how I can tell my wife about this? We have an update.
Oh God. Oh my God.
Am I the asshole for not telling?
And then I don't even have the update. Maybe I can go find it. But what do you guys think? Okay, just off the initial story. A deal breaker or not a deal breaker? Like if you found out your partner didn't tell you, right? What do you think? Let's see, Discord said, my question in situations like this is always, why not mention it? Walking around topless, almost naked when you think no one is home is not that big of a deal. Accidents happen. Do most people not do that? Deal breaker for not telling me. Let's see. Chet says, I would be too weirded out to be naked in someone else's home. Are they visiting, or was the naked lady in her house? She was staying with them. She was living with them because she was in a former abusive relationship and they were helping her out, right? Chet says, should have told her originally. Not telling her immediately turns it into a funny mishap, into hiding something. Yeah, I think it's interesting that we know what happened and the wife doesn't. Isn't that interesting that the internet now knows and your partner doesn't? Like, so, okay. This is a huge violation of my marriage. Not telling me something for 5 days or keeping a secret from me is a violation of our marriage. Okay? So keeping any secret, no matter how small, is a violation of our marriage, and I'm allowed to get divorced. Okay? That's just the rules. That's the rules of this marriage. No secret keeping. Because what kind of a secret could you have to keep it away from me? Like, there is no secret in the world you could have that I should not know about. And vice versa. Like, give me one. Think of it right now. Because I know some people, maybe not in my audience, but somewhere in the internet, is like, there are so many things you shouldn't tell your partner. Like what? Name one. You can't, bro. There is nothing you shouldn't be able to tell your partner. Nothing. I don't believe it. Now, there might be things you want to keep secret from a person who's not your lifelong partner, who's unhealthy, a person who's dangerous. Like, but that's different. I'm not talking about that. I'm thinking if you're in a healthy relationship where the person is a good person, like you're a good person, because remember, I married somebody who's a good person because I'm a good person, and we are having a good marriage because we're good people, then why are you keeping a secret from me? What in the world do you know that I shouldn't know? Okay? Kind of crazy. Okay? So the fact that he waited, and then, okay, the fact that it's her bestie. So then on top of that, why wouldn't you tell your bestie? Like, sure, our besties are not obligated to tell us things before they're ready. But if my bestie and my partner had a moment together, anything, why wouldn't they tell me? Because we have such a good relationship, why wouldn't it just be a funny story you tell? Or why wouldn't it be like, new rule in the house, no walking around naked, so we don't ever have to have this happen? You know what I mean? It just doesn't make sense. Why would you keep this a secret? It doesn't make sense. Let's see, chat says, I mean, if it was an accident, why not tell the wife and laugh about it? Exactly. If it's a, why not just be like, oh my God, the stupidest thing happened today. We have to enact a new rule. No walking around naked. Like, I lived at one point, my sister was married at one point, and I lived with her and her husband, who we love. We love her husband, her ex-husband. We love him. And I lived with them, and we all grew up together. So we love each other. And we had rules in the house about like how we walked around and stuff. Also, my sister and I are very, very close. I mean, we have a very close relationship, and we were all friends. But we always had rules in the house about like, not making these mistakes. But also, I had a very close relationship with my brother-in-law. Like, he would literally be like, Brittany. And I'd be like, what? And he's like, frozen yogurt. And I was like, frozen yogurt. And then we'd like jump in the car and blast music and go like to get frozen yogurt together. Like, we had a very healthy relationship. Like, we still do. And so it's one of those things where we were like buddies. And so we never even, it wouldn't have ever crossed our minds. Like, I've known this kid since he was like 15, right? I never would have crossed my mind to like think about him in that way. But same with my best friends, like boyfriends or whatever. Like, I never would have thought about looking at them as sexual. One, because we don't have the same taste. And two, like, you know what I mean? Like, I don't know why. I don't know how y'all fall for your besties, boys. Like, ooh, your besties, man, is so off. My brain doesn't even compute it as an option. Do you know what I mean? I don't even know how anyone has this situation happen, but okay, you do you. So then, same thing. If my bestie was living at home, my sister was living with me, and there was a moment, first of all, I would fully expect to be told. And then I would fully pursue to also make fun of people. But also there's a lot of like, maybe, what's the word? Like, maybe it's like, there's a lot of compounding factors. Like, the fact that they were both like, let's keep it a secret, or the fact that he was even able to say it, like, okay, did you guys grow up with adults in your life who said, if you tell me, my wife's going to know? That's the rule in our marriage. Like, don't tell me, my partner is going to know. If you tell me anything, I'm going to tell my partner. The only chance that, now, caveat, my trusted married partner, not just a guy I'm dating. If it's just a guy I'm dating, if it's just a girl I'm dating, I'm not telling them shit. Because that's not my partner. Even if I say they're my partner for ease of language, they're not my life partner. Again, life partner, if you tell me, they're going to know. If it's not a life partner, I'll keep your secret. They don't need to know nothing. I'm dating them. They don't even have to know everything about me yet because we're dating. You know what I'm saying? Now, obviously, with their consent and their knowledge. So I think that's the other part that plays into this. Like, are you my life partner? Or are you just a person I'm dating? Because these are different things. And that's why we say don't treat a boyfriend like a husband. Don't treat a girlfriend like a wife. Stop treating the people you're dating as your partners, because there should be different rules for these people. It includes people's private information. I can't just go around telling everybody I know about my friend's private information. You can't just be telling boys you meet on Tinder about your bestie's information, girls. Do you know what I mean? These are people's personal information. You gotta be, a little, have discernment about who you tell people stuff to. You know what I mean? So there's that part of it as well. But I think there's this dynamic that people don't understand that I think is really interesting, which is there's more here than we're even seeing. Now, they said there is an update.
Am I the asshole?
Hold on. They said there is an update, but I don't know if I even have it. Let me see if they posted it. Yeah, let's see. It looks like an update. I was not planning to show this, but I will now.
About an embarrassing situation that happened between my wife's best friend, who is currently staying in her house, and I.
It's okay.
Okay, let's go.
We got it.
Let's see.
I was not sure how to bring it up to my wife, and you guys really helped me in a lot of understanding the urgency of telling my wife. I also got some cool ideas on how to bring up this subject without making it awkward for anyone. For everyone saying Anna was doing it on purpose, I did not agree with it, as I am an extremely average-looking person and women don't chase me. However, things since last night have been just crazy, and I think I am spiraling a bit. Sorry for the long post. I'm so scared now.
Oh my God.
Please don't be bad. Please don't be bad.
Oh yeah, and the girl in the last post said oh my God, he's such a good guy. I don't know, girl. He deliberately kept a pretty serious secret from his wife. I don't know if I think that's not a good person. Well, not a good person. Let me rephrase. That is not a person I could marry. That you would even tell Reddit before you told me, I'm so annoyed with you right now. You told Reddit before you told me? That's not a marriage, girls.
So I decided.
And again, healthy marriage, healthy marriage, healthy marriage. Marriage to me is not just simply a contract. It's to say, and I understand people can change. I understand I'm open to divorcing my partner if they're ever abusive. But if we're looking at an ideal situation in which we are good people intending to be good to each other, there's a standard.
I told my wife last night as soon as she came home about the incident. I liked the idea of jokingly bringing it up casually so that we both can laugh about it and then forget about it.
No, you can't do that because now it's a lie. You can't make it a funny joke now because you've been hiding it. If you didn't hide it, you could have made it a joke. But now you can't make it a joke because that's the lie.
Last night when my wife came home, I made sure I stayed in our bedroom. I asked Anna if she could stay with the kids downstairs. As my wife was changing, I asked her if Anna still borrowed her clothes. Anna had to borrow them regularly when she first moved. Long story. My wife told me yes, and she told me that Anna can take anything from her closet if she needs it. I asked my wife if Anna told her about the funny incident from Friday. My wife said no. And I told her the whole story about how I came home early and Anna came into the room almost naked to get her clothes.
Discord said he's overthinking it, letting the anxiety build up in his head. That doesn't make him an asshole, but he should have said something. He turned a small incident into a big thing by his lack of action. Exactly. He turned something that could have been so small and not that big of a deal into something so big, and for what? But the problem started the moment someone asked, can you keep this a secret from your wife? And he said, yes. Never in my goddamn life you asked me to do this unless it is something so unique. There is nothing you're about to tell me that I should tell my partner. And if it's that secret, don't tell me. Seriously, if it's that secret, don't even tell me. Because why are you telling me this? Why are you telling me something that I can't tell my partner who's an extension of me? Make it make sense.
And how embarrassing it was for both of us. As my wife was...
Unless caveat, my friend says to me, I want to tell you something that happened to me that was really bad in details in which I don't want your partner to know the exact details because I would feel too embarrassed to be around them or I feel vulnerable, but you can tell them generally what happened. I'd be like, okay, yeah, for sure. Like if you feel more comfortable telling me specifically details of something that happened to you and you don't want me to then go relay every detail to my partner, I'm okay with that. That's not a secret. That's privacy and I'm okay with that. So that's different, right? Because that makes a lot of sense. But it's something like this. What are we talking about?
Listening to this, she completely froze and turned pale.
Uh-oh.
She started murmuring in Spanish.
Oh my God.
Which is her and Anna's native language. I don't understand Spanish really well, but I understand the words hombre casado and otra vez. I asked her if she was okay, and she sat next to me and asked me to explain everything in detail. I just told her it was nothing, and she must not have heard me coming in. I was trying to laugh it off, but my wife had water in her eyes.
Oh,
No. Oh my God. What the fuck?
Oh God, we're missing something big, huh?
I kept on telling her it was not a big deal, but she kept on asking me for more details. She asked me how Anna talks to me. I told her that Anna barely talks to me since she moved in, except for a few words here and there. My wife then asked me about 3 weeks ago when my wife had gone to visit her parents for 4 days. Anna did not want to go with her and stayed back. I told her that Anna was just acting normal. She and I would cook dinner after I got home from work while the other took care of the kid. Oh, that scares me. The only thing different was Anna generally spending her evening in her room. However, when I was sitting in the living room watching TV after the kids slept, Anna came and sat on the sofa next.
No, sorry, pause. You're not allowed to have a whole ass kid, family, everything, and not to keep a secret from your wife. You're stupid. And if you're this stupid, I can't trust you with my kid, let alone my marriage. I'm sorry, with peace and love, you're not allowed to be this stupid in my marriage with you. I'm sorry, that might sound really harsh. Ain't no excuse, bro. You're raising an actual child. Get your shit together. What are we talking about, though? Hello?
Me, but didn't talk to me. I asked her if she wants me to change the channel or stream something she likes, and she just said she wanted to get out of her room. However, she did not flirt with me or do anything unusual. I kept on telling my wife that it was just an accident, and I really did not understand why she reacted so emotionally to it. My wife refused to answer and just said okay and agreed with me. However, she told me I should have told her about the incident sooner and should not have kept any secrets from her, and gave me a big lecture on it. I told her I did not think it was a big deal and thought Anna would tell her, but glad I brought it up.
Oh, brother, this guy stinks.
After dinner, my wife messaged Anna to join us, and she came out. While talking, my wife brought up the incident and told Anna that I mentioned about the incident and that she does not need to feel embarrassed. Such things happen when we are all in the same house, and it's not a big deal. Anna was first taken by surprise, but then told my wife she was just scared to tell me because she thought my wife would judge her because of her past. My wife gave her a stare, and she quickly changed the topic.
Uh-oh.
We are definitely fucking missing something.
Mm-hmm.
I wrote a post yesterday about an...
It's like these girls don't think about the scenario where the woman might have been with a married man before, or cheated with somebody, or might have been in a situation where this girl comes from a past where like funny business happened, or you might come from a conservative background where technically, men and women shouldn't be in the same house together. Like showing up topless in a bedroom in a house that's not yours, it's quite controversial, y'all. Like, imagine they're conservative. Imagine they're from the fucking Midwest. Like, this isn't fucking Seattle, polyamory over here. This is probably some fucking normie-ass couple in which, like, what do you mean you walked in on me? It's like walking topless in front of your friend's dad. It's like, yo, like, this is a big deal. You know what I mean? Like, this is kind of a big deal, right? Something here like feels very, that's what I'm saying. Like when shit like that happens, you gotta say something. Do you remember that episode of Sex and the City where Carrie goes to the vacation place in the Hamptons and the friend walks out with no pants on and Carrie goes, oh, and she like sees his Johnson and then she goes, hey, to the friend, your guy, Peter came out with his whole Peter showing. And the friend was like, Carrie, I think you should go home. And it was like a whole thing. Now, I never remembered a conclusion from that episode about whether or not Peter just had to think about showing off, but that's the thing. You can't just go around flashing people. Okay, so even if it was an accident, this is a note to self that like you're in somebody else's house. You gotta wear clothes. It doesn't matter if you think you're home alone. Do you know what I'm saying? But if it was simply just an accident, then she should never have asked her not to tell her friend. Because now it feels like you're taking advantage of this woman's hospitality. So this woman's letting you stay with her, your bestie. She's letting you stay with her family. She's helping you out in a crisis. She's letting you be jobless and all these things. She's really caring about you. And then your gift to her back is to lie to her. And not only lie to her singularly, ask her partner, who's the father of her child, to also lie to her. Nah. Okay, so pretty awful, right? Pretty awful. But why did it end up being this way? Well, for a lot of reasons. But this is why I say to you, like, I do think most people are settling and most people aren't having real conversations. And there is a confusion about, what to do in situations because we don't have the discernment. We don't have the wisdom. And I'm saying, let's get it, girls. Let's get that wisdom, okay? Now, here is one more Reddit story. And then I want to give you examples of, like, bad relationship posts that I think are interesting. Okay, one more story once again. So when you talk about like having relationships, people's obsession with like, why is everyone single? Why are we in a loneliness epidemic? You guys are in bad relationships. Okay, we're in bad relationships, right? Chet said, wait, we're not going to finish it? Okay, well, the whole stream was not supposed to be about the story, but hold on. If you insist, I give the people what they want. I'm like Caesar. I'll crucify Jesus. If that's what you want, girl, Pontius Pilate, I'll make it happen. Okay? If this is what you guys want, I'll make it happen, girl. Okay, where's that crucifix? Here we go, girls. You asked for it. I give.
Asked my wife what the hell was going on. I told her to please not keep any secrets from me, and if she does not tell me, I will directly ask Anna about what her past has got to do with anything.
Okay, hold up. So this man is like, don't lie to me. You have to tell me. You can't keep a secret from me after he kept the secret from her?
My first guess was Anna might have had a thing for me before we got married or something, but my wife was very reluctant to answer and kept on trying to change the subject and cuddle. However, I kept being persistent, and she finally spilled the beans. Apparently, when Anna was in her early 20s, she was in a relationship with a married coworker who was twice her age. It was kind of a sugar daddy relationship, and he told her that he was in an open relationship, or that's what Anna told my wife, and he would leave his wife in a few years once the kids went to college. This makes sense now.
Well, how would he be in an open relationship if he's also planning to leave his wife? But I get it. This is why when your friends cheat, y'all think it's so casual, but now your friend has a reputation. If you're willing to sleep with somebody else's married man, why would you be willing to sleep with mine? I don't know why we don't understand this. Now, I assume that's not true for everyone. I understand why certain people, like, I have friends that definitely have slept with married men, but like they would not sleep with my married man. First of all, we like different men. And second of all, I understand why they did those things. Like the reasoning behind it is different. But the assumption is if you're willing to do it once, you could do it twice, which might be true, especially if you come from a belief system that says like, if it's true love, who cares? Or if we're meant to be, who cares? Or whatever else. So, but to be fair, I think it is fair to bring into question the possibility that in a vulnerable state, my friend who's going through an abusive relationship, who's in recovery, might feel like this male person who's been so nice to her might get confusing because maybe my friend isn't stable. I don't know. That's a possibility. And at the same time, like maybe it was just a genuine mistake. It was, but you know how he said in the original post, like it was 2 minutes tops? What took 2 minutes? Guys, if I set a timer right now on stream for 2 minutes, we would have the longest silence on stream ever. People would have to leave, right? Like 2 minutes is a very long time. It should have been 2 seconds. It should have been like, oh my God, I'm so sorry, bro. I'm so fucking sorry. I'm so fucking sorry. And turn around and you leave. What do you mean it took 2 whole minutes? That part seemed confusing to me. And he wrote this post. So he wasn't even talking and misspoke. He wrote it down and sent it, right?
Because Anna is very pretty, like Miss USA level pretty. And I never understood why she was single for most of the time I knew her. She eventually ended that relationship and started dating her boyfriend, Jim, who turned out to be the asshole. My wife said she suspects Anna was still involved with the older guy while in the relationship with Jim, which explains why he kept on accusing her of cheating. That is why my wife became emotional when I told her what Anna did, because she was worried Anna has no boundaries regarding married men. My wife said that Anna always looks up to us and praises me for being such a loyal partner and how lucky my wife is. My wife was worried initially when she brought Anna home, but her actions from time when my wife was away clearly showed that she respects the boundaries, and it must have been an accident. My wife told me she is grateful I let Anna live in our house and observe what a healthy and happy marriage looks like. Today,
is the friend kind of doing this thing though, where she's like, you could have a marriage like mine, and like maybe if I show my friend what a healthy marriage is, she'll have one. But her friend is toxic, so like it's not going to matter maybe. Like her friend sounds like she has problems generally. This is the warning. I can hear my mother's voice in my head. Never let a person live with you and your husband. I can hear her voice in my head right now. It's you got to be very careful about who lives with you. Okay? It can be safe, it can be good, but you got to be very careful about which one of your friends you let sleep on the couch.
Morning was even more weird. I got up early as I could not sleep well and went downstairs for a cup of coffee.
And that includes your siblings.
5 minutes, Anna walked into the kitchen and told me she was relieved my wife did not overreact to Friday. She said, I am a good husband and gave me a hug and peck on the cheeks. She has never hugged me in the last 6 months. She seemed to be in a happy mood and was making small talk with me while having coffee. I cannot believe my wife did not tell me such a huge detail about Anna all these years. It's completely possible she cheated all through the relationship with Jim.
Jesus Christ, bro. So toxic. Everything's just weird. Like, that obviously feels like, yeah, Chad says pushing boundaries. Yeah, that feels like pushing boundaries. What do you mean she hasn't hugged you in 6 months and all of a sudden she's kissing you on the cheek? What are we talking about? It'd be different if they already had that relationship. It'd be different if they already were close. But the fact that they didn't have that relationship set up and then all of a sudden, she trying to be a third right now? What's happening?
And my wife is just covering for her.
And by the way, he's still at fault, bro. Don't even get it twisted. He's still at fault because he's the one who kept the secret from his wife. He's the one who's married. So they're both at fault for different reasons, but he is the most at fault for the way he betrayed his wife. Because he betrayed her in the worst way possible. He lied to her and kept something from her. He trusted her friend over her.
She even kept it a secret from me after giving me a lecture on how we should not have secrets. And I don't know what else she's hiding. Everything just seems very confusing at this point. I feel angry at my wife for lying all these years for Anna.
What just happened? How did this story get turned around? How is he now mad at the wife? Look, you have to decide in your marriage, how much does your partner need to know the details? Now, look, I'll say this. I'll say the fact that she moved a friend into their house without him having full consent is a violation of consent, right? You can't just move someone into my house and not tell me something about them. I do think she severely abused his ability to consent to the situation. So I agree with that premise, but I don't like the way he's twisting it right now. I think this just sounds like a very unhealthy couple in general.
I also now see Anna differently. I'm also worried that me trivializing the incident to my wife might have sent the wrong signals to Anna.
To Anna? You mean your wife?
That's the Anna post.
Okay, I
feel fucked up.
I don't feel like that's lying to him by not telling him somebody else's information.
It's not really his business.
It's not his business.
That's well, it is if they're in his house, though. You cannot bring somebody into your home around your children and your spouse and not tell them what's up. So you have to be very careful. This is not just somebody that they knew, right?
That actually bothers me because when I confide in one of my friends and I talk about something that I want to keep very I don't want to talk about anyone else with it. I never want them to go and talk about it with their partners.
Well, you better tell them that though. You better explain that to your friends and say, can I tell you something without you telling anyone else? Because you have to let your friend consent. Because again, sometimes I wish my friends didn't tell me shit. Because I'm great, now I have to live with the burden of the shitty thing you did. Don't tell me the shit things you do unless you want me to judge you. Because I also don't like that either, where they're you're my best friend, or you're my friend, or you're my sibling. I should be able to tell you, you did a bad thing, and now we can't even talk about it. I hate when people do that to me. Don't fucking give me this bad news and then not talk to me about it. We have to talk about it. You told me this thing. We have to talk about it. We would never have had to talk about it if you didn't tell me this thing. So you know what I'm saying? What are we talking about here?
Unless it's involving you directly, you know what I mean? If it's just
there's a line.
Yeah. If it's just my own, if I'm talking about something like a family member or something, and I only want it to go to you, only you and you only, then I don't want you to go to Justin and discuss it too.
And it also,
you got to get permission.
Depends on the gravity of it, where it's oh my God, I don't know if it's lighthearted and it was I'm
saying if I'm literally this is a secret that I want to share with only you kind of thing.
If it's prefaced like that, absolutely not. It doesn't get shared. At night, I asked
yeah, it just depends on the relationship you have. Have you set it up? Again, you know what I mean? Yes, chat. I'm not your priest, bro. Exactly, bro. I'm not your priest, bro. And it's so frustrating to me because people have the audacity to tell you they did something they know you think is morally apprehensible. And then they're hey, you're making me feel really bad about this thing I did. Why did you tell me out of all people this thing you did when you know it's strongly against my values? And then expect me to just be oh, teehee. With peace and love. Obviously, when we have the conversation, I'm much more compassionate and down to earth and grounded when I have the convos. But emotionally, I'm pretty fucking annoyed with you right now, bro. I can't believe you just gave me this burden that shouldn't have been mine to carry. But also, now that you told me, if people say oh, is that friend dateable or is that person dateable? I'll be nah, bro. You can't date them. And that's the other thing. They want to be able to do shitty things and they get mad that you don't recommend people date them. Do you know what I'm saying? That's the other part of it I don't like. I don't like it, Sam I Am. I don't. Okay, one more Reddit story. Let's go to this one. This one's really interesting. Can't wait to hear your thoughts on this.
Overreacting for getting upset. Am I overreacting for getting upset when my wife had another man in the delivery room? Was the other man the doctor? Last month, my 28 male wife, 25 female, called me in a frenzy telling me that her water broke and that she was going into labor. This was incredibly shocking to both of us because she was still early on in the pregnancy. The problem with this is that I was already on the road about 30 minutes away from tending to my mom, who had just called me to tell me that she was in an accident. I later learned it's not a significant one, but it still shook her up. I told my wife to call an ambulance because I would not be turning around to drive her to the hospital and witness the birth. What? She yelled, cursed, cried, and screamed at me through the phone while I tried to calm her down.
I literally, as I was listening to this over my coffee this morning, kept saying, this cannot be real. But you just know it's real for somebody. But I kept thinking, this cannot be real, bro. Can I just say something to you? If your husband chooses their mother over you, you've got to divorce this man. If your wife chooses their father over you, you've got to divorce her. Like, you cannot choose your parents over your partner, guys. I don't, again, assuming you're in a healthy relationship, assuming this is the love of your life, assuming. If you're in a bad relationship, fine. But like, realistically, you are now the family. Your parents are their own family. And yes, you can be there for your parents, but you know what I'm saying? Hello?
By telling her to call my sister if she didn't want to call an ambulance, since my sister only lives 20 to 25 minutes away.
Bro, I imagine your mom is getting picked up by an ambulance anyway.
Or why don't you call your sister to fucking pick up
Go get your mom.
After this, she went silent and hung up.
See how their brains are like my brains? Well, if you can go pick up your mom, why can't your sister go pick up your mom? And then you go pick up your wife. And if your mom is fine and it's not like, you know what I mean? Like, hello?
I didn't hear from her for about an hour and a half. I checked my phone for the first time since getting to my mother.
Okay, see, note the language. I checked my phone for the first time since getting to my mother, which means he wasn't on call. He wasn't worried about his wife. He was prioritizing his mother for whatever fucking reason.
And my sister sent me a video of my wife actively giving birth while holding her male friend's hand, the way that women squeeze their husband's hands for comfort during labor.
Well, where were you, motherfucker?
My sister immediately followed up the video with a text that said, "When are you going to get here?" I ignored this text and asked her if she's the one who drove my wife to the hospital, and she responded no. I then asked her, well, who did? And she informed me that it was my wife's male friend who lives 10 minutes away. He's the one that drove her, and he's the one who's getting his hand squeezed by my wife. I ended up asking my sister for the full story while I drove my mother back to her home since everything was kind of sorted out. Long story short, instead of calling my sister or an ambulance, my wife called her male friend, who I've always unliked, but I've never told her, to pick her up. I told my sister to get on FaceTime with me, but not make it obvious to anyone in the delivery room, and I would stay silent on the other end. During the call, I saw my wife's friend rubbing her back, wiping her tears, comforting her while she screamed and cried. I could not bear the sight, and
Wait, chat with the deets. Says this wife has posted her perspective on this one. He isn't telling the whole story. He has been consistently blowing her off throughout their marriage. Ooh, details in the chat.
Ended the FaceTime. I told my sister to inform my wife that I would be at the hospital tomorrow after work and whenever she was out of labor. My sister called almost 2 hours later to tell me that she was leaving the hospital and that my wife would be staying the night. The next day around 3 to 4 p.m. when I started to head over to the hospital to see my wife and my newborn son, she was trying not to hide her saltiness from anyone in the room. That included mostly my...
So he punished her by saying, well, I'll see you after work then. He didn't even call out of work and say, I had a baby.
Family and some of hers. When I asked her why she was acting this way, she rolled her eyes and told me to leave her the fuck alone in front of everyone. Later, when I tried to hold my son, she snatched him from my hands.
Mind you, she just faced death in order to bring a baby into the universe. And she's hormonal. And she probably pooped herself. And her hoo-ha probably split in half. So just mind you, this woman just faced literal death. Okay? Literally looked death in the eye and said, bring both of us to life again. Okay? And this man is like, why are you so salty?
When we were alone, I finally got the chance to have a conversation with her about why she's being so salty on a memorable day that should have been filled with joy and love.
Hey, dipshit, the memorable day was yesterday.
She responded by getting angry and mumbling something about my audacity to miss the birth of our child and the audacity that I'm surprised that she's angry. In response, I called her a cheater for inviting another man into the delivery room in place of me. This spiraled into a short, full-blown argument between us that eventually ended when a NICU nurse came back with the baby. It has now been a month since then, and my wife only refers to our son as her son. I've tried to get closer to her by sitting down and trying to have a deep conversation about our family's future, and she flat out told me that she was never having another child with me after what happened, which deeply hurt me. Last week, I heard my wife on the phone talking about who would be godfathers and godmothers to our son, and she told whoever was on the other end that she would be choosing her male friend as godfather because he was, quote, there for me when my husband couldn't care less. Let me know if I overreacted in the argument when I saw her in the delivery room after she gave birth, or if anyone knows how to fix my marriage or family.
You are a grade A dumbass.
Yeah, you underreacted to the birth and overreacted to your wife having someone there to support her while you weren't there.
Am I overreacting?
Like, literally, what? Like, this was pissing me off so bad. I agree with chat. I was like, this better be fake. It almost makes me so mad it's got to be fake. But then you just know these toxic relationships exist. You just know this is someone's life. It's got to be 8 billion people on the planet. This has got to be at least 1 million people's life. You know what I mean? I hear birthing stories. Guys, birth is so fucking serious. Okay? Whether your mother was in an accident or you were giving birth, someone might have died today, and it might have been both of them. The question is, if both of them died that day, which one would you rather have been next to? And peace and love, I'm choosing my partner. With peace and love, respect to my mother, I'm choosing my partner. And that's the risk I think of when I think of pregnancy. You might as well be in a car accident, girl. Which is why I don't know why we're so casual about putting people through birthing. And I say this as somebody who witnessed her younger brother being born. I was there in the delivery room, girls. I saw what my mom went through. And I said, that's kind of crazy. Okay. So again, when we have conversations like this, I just think it's so interesting the way people automatically go about like, oh, but what about this? And like, what about this? Listen, okay. I get that his mom was in an accident, but wait, I want to hear this really fast.
Acting for getting upset when my wife had another man in the delivery room.
Was the other man the doctor?
Last month, my 28 male, wife 25 female.
28 male, wife 25 female. Okay, so they're young.
Called me in a frenzy telling me that her water broke and that she was going into labor. This was incredibly shocking to both of us because she was still early on in the pregnancy. The problem with this is that I was already on the road about 30 minutes away from tending to my mom.
So 30 minutes away from tending to his mom.
Who had just called me to tell me that she was in an accident.
What kind of an accident?
Later learned it's not a significant one, but it still shook her up.
Okay, so he later on learned it wasn't a bad accident. So in that moment he was heading to his mom, he might have thought, oh, she's in a bad accident and my wife's going to be okay. But the thing is like he didn't know. So it's interesting in that moment that he didn't call in his sister to go get the mom and like go to the hospital, right? And I guess what kind of an accident? I assume a car accident, right? I kind of have to assume a car accident. So it's like one of those things where, again, like, I get that in the moment he didn't know if his mom was going to live or die, but you also didn't know if your partner was either, or your child. You know what I mean? So I get it. It's a bad situation. Nobody wants to be in it. But can we not agree that you made the wrong decision? Like, you made the wrong decision? So I get in the moment he might not have had the wisdom, but the fact that he punished his wife for it later, the fact he didn't understand why she was upset, bro, she just went through one of the hardest situations of her life and you were literally deliberately not going to be there for her. Do you know what I mean? And you didn't even bother to stay on the phone while it was happening. You know, it feels like this is the problem with life is I need you to be the person who in a moment of an emergency, we make good decisions. Can you do that? Can we make good decisions? And that's the hard part of life. Do you have the discernment to make the right decision? Right? That's what I think I talk to my partner about a lot. We always have this conversation, like, in what way can we prepare ourselves to make good decisions when we don't have a long time to make it? Because it's easy to make the right decision when you have time to think about it. We try to give ourselves opportunities to think about and make sort of plans for like quick thinking. You never know. You never know. My mom was in a car accident once. She flipped like this, her van. She was pregnant with my brother. She was like 8 months pregnant. He went, her van T-boned. And I remember being in the home. I was really young. And I remember being in the house, and I remember the family, my uncle came. No, my uncle was babysitting and over for a barbecue with my dad. Everybody was over. Everyone was hanging out, uncles, aunties. It was a big barbecue. And a family friend who was supposed to come to our house after church. My mom was going to church to pick up my brothers, and she was going to come back home. So we were having a get together. I remember our family friend, he was, my dad opens the door, or my uncle opens the door. My uncle opens the door, and he goes, what? And he goes, blah, blah, blah. She's been in an accident. And I remember my dad running down the hallway and hitting every wall on the way down. I just remember as a little kid watching my dad if we hits every wall on the way down, just like rushing. He's like, watch the kids. Anyways, she was fine. Her pinky came off though. It was hanging by a little bit of skin. And she tells me my godfather, who's now deceased, God rest his soul, was making her laugh so hard. Her little brother was making her laugh so hard that it was almost painful, but her whole pinky came off. Anyways, she's okay. She's here. Anyways, the point is, in that moment, I remember, guys, I remember so clearly that day, or at least that moment of watching my dad hit every single wall on the way to grab his keys. I rushed to my mother's side. Yeah. You know, they reattached it, chat. She can't really move it, but they reattached it. Yeah, she has like a stiff little pinky finger, but yeah, they reattached it, you know? So she got to keep her little finger. But yeah, I don't know. It's just it's just nice to see people move into action, to see that they care, to see there's an emergency. I mean, if this story had been, I rushed to my mother's side and then I pulled it together. But the story was, I was rushing to my mother's side at the expense of my wife and our baby, which is why the story isn't cute. You know? Chet said, was she laughing so hard she got in the accident? No. She was laughing at the hospital. Her brother was making her laugh. My mom got in the accident. So my mom was driving. She had a green light and she was going. And the driver who was going to make a left turn, he went to reach behind him to grab a toy from his kid. This is the story, at least from the police report that my parents told us. As the father he looked behind him to grab the toy. And when he did that, his foot slipped and hit the accelerator. And so he hit his car moved, T-boned my mom, and then it flipped my mom's car. So he didn't even mean to go. He was at a red light. He just slipped. His foot slipped and it hit the gas, and he ended up hitting my mother. I don't remember what happened after the fact, but I think their insurance has just covered it and everything was fine. I mean, I think my parents understood he was a dad. He was doing something that parents do all the time. It was an accident. I don't remember them ever feeling resentful towards him, or I don't remember them ever saying bad things about him. I don't think they knew him. I think he was just a stranger at the intersection. But, you know, it happens. What are you going to do? Right? Okay, now we move into a different transition. Okay? Of people who post their relationships online and they wonder why people hate their relationships. And or them. This is a phenomenon I think is so interesting. Why are you telling us about your shitty relationships? And why are you sharing your relationship mistakes with us? Thank you. At least in this context. First story. Okay, here we go.
My fiance and I are getting married next September, and I bought him what I thought was the most perfect holiday gift. And he hated it. And this has happened before. I think I have about a week to try to convince him to love it. But anyway, I want to show it to you guys because if we do have to exchange it, somebody else should get these.
A peace and love girl. What is this recording? Damn, she's ASMRing over here. Like boom, chicka boom, chicka boom, chicka boom. Like what?
He is somebody who does not adorn himself. He doesn't wear a watch. He doesn't like any logos. He wants to just be very, very muted in terms of his sense of style. And so I've been so excited for him for our wedding.
So do you hear that? He doesn't wear jewelry. He doesn't adorn himself. He likes it simple, pimple. Okay. He doesn't like to be flashy.
to give him some cufflinks because this is like the first and only jewelry type thing ever that I'm going to be able to get him to wear because you need to wear cufflinks with your tux. I wanted to get him something special. I wanted to get him something.
I don't know how she watched this video back and went, the audio is perfect. I'm posting this.
That seemed like him and fitting to our venue, and I wanted to get him something that wasn't crazy, that he could like wear whenever he wears tux. And I found this store, The Missing Link, in New York City, that has all sorts of vintage cufflinks. I think it's like, I can't remember the stat, but like the only place that you can get vintage cufflinks in the city. And his primary business, the owner, is actually to sell them to movie sets, like TV shows like Mad Men, like vintage cufflink type places. And I found these gorgeous 14 karat gold with, it's like, I forget what the stone is called, but this like very, very light blue, almost whitish gray cufflink. We are getting married in the Hamptons next September. It's going to be on the water. It's going to be gorgeous with the venue. And I could not wait to show. They're from the 1940s. Very, very special. They have the matching shirt buttons to go with. I did so much research. I went to so many places. Vintage versus new. I conversed with his brother who loved these, I thought. Anyway, Sam opened these and said, "What about me makes you think that I would like these?" Anyway, I'm hoping he just needs a little bit of time. We're going to go back to The Missing Link on Saturday and shop around. If you want to throw in the comments that these are, in fact, a neutral and they're not super loud, or you can just be honest, he thinks they're girly, let me know. Thanks.
Okay, so obviously, first of all, the audio in my ears was crazy, guys. Like, it was like, it was crazy. Nothing is worse than getting a gift that you have to fake interest in. You know what I mean? So that. Second, I always want to be grateful for anything people are willing to give me, but also, is this the gift you're giving me or giving yourself? Also, sounds like, she said Hamptons, they said vintage. She feels like she probably comes from a wealthy background. It kind of feels like not even a love marriage. It feels like a convenience marriage almost. Like, do you love your man? Is this love? You know what I mean? I don't get it. Also, maybe because I am autistic, I don't care like that he said what he said. Maybe he means it different. But I think it'd be like, what about me makes you think like this is what I would like? Like, getting somebody a gift that they didn't expect is a very hurtful feeling. Like a gift that doesn't make them feel seen. It can really hurt people. Yes, there are good ways to respond and otherwise. But also they're posting this video on TikTok, so now I know about it. It's one thing if he said that in private and they talked about it, right? But the fact that she posted the video is kind of crazy. And if this is is this his Christmas gift? Like, yes, it's a wedding gift, but is it also his Christmas gift? That's why it feels weird to me. Like, I mean, you know what I mean? I'm glad that she got him a wedding gift. I think he wouldn't have minded, but a Christmas gift? And so it just feels like weird. Like, you know what I mean? I don't get it. It just feels like what I couldn't, maybe if we won't know, but maybe if they got two gifts, you know what I mean? Like, get him a gift for his wedding. And also, but then, okay, what if she's the kind of wife that won't let him dress the way he wants for the wedding? Like, for our wedding, though it was quite tiny and everything, we went suit shopping for a while, tried on a bunch of suits for my partner, got a bunch of different styles. We tried on so many cool styles. I looked great in all of them, honestly. I was like, bro, honestly, I want to get you all these suits because they're beautiful. We should get all of these. But we settled on one that they really liked and they thought was going to work for the wedding and be kind of, an aesthetic that was pleasing to them. And I wanted them just to feel comfortable. I was like, whatever is going to make you feel good and make you feel like you showed up today, because I'm wearing my ideal dress. I want you to wear your ideal suit that works for you and that makes you feel comfortable. And we looked great. I thought we got ready together. It was so romantic. And then his parents picked us up and we drove to the place and it was so cute and his friends were there and it was so nice. And I just felt like we both felt really good that day because we got to pick out our clothes. We got to really do, pick out our, and so the question is if he feels they're too feminine, then he feels they're too feminine. They're not for him. Maybe he should deconstruct that. Maybe he should ask himself why that is. Is it because they're just genuinely too feminine for him? Or is it because he's, homophobic? I don't know. He's a misogynist, but like if they're not his style, they're not. So she got him a gift he doesn't even like, and they're not even the style he likes them in. Like, why are you posting this on the internet? Why do I know about this? I don't know. I think, again, I don't know if this is my autistic brain identifying with this idea of like, why'd you give me this gift? This isn't what I wanted. You know what I mean? I don't get it. Like, why did you get it? If it was just a mistake and you genuinely thought I would like it, I would like to know why you thought that so we don't do this again. But, maybe because my partner and I do talk to each other and we tell each other those things, like, it's like if you're, like, I've done this to my partner before. Oh, I did this to my partner recently. My partner had told me that if I went to the store to get this specific snack, but I didn't actually process that, like, he had asked for a specific flavor. So I went to I happened to be at the store. It was a bakery. And I was like, oh, what do you think he'll like? And I didn't have a way to contact him at the time. So I was like, I'll just get this because maybe he'll like it. And he was really excited because in his head, he remembered that he had told me days before. And in my head, I had forgotten. Oopsies. I had forgotten that he had told me. So in his head, he's like, oh my God, she remembered what I told her. And then he opened up the pastry bag and he's like, and I was like, oh no, I fucked up. I felt so bad. I was like, what did I do? He's like, oh, I thought you might have remembered. I was like, oh, I did not remember. I am so sorry. I did not remember. So here I was thinking like, oh, it's a surprise. He didn't expect the thing, but also he was thinking I remembered. And it was like, so anyways, like, of course it's going to feel like, oh, and then, we talked about it and it was fine, but it was like, I felt like that Mickey Mouse story, I always feel like that was like, oh, yes, a negative 10,000 billion trillion partner points. Oh, I felt, guys, the way I noted to myself forever. You know what I mean? Forever. That I will try to remember as much as possible all of his favorite flavors and snacks. So even if I forget, I won't forget the point, And that's the point. That's the effort we go to say, okay, I'm going to remember exactly in detail the exact flavor you like. And this goes back to that. You remember that Reddit post we read about the chocolate cake story? How he wanted a chocolate devil's food cake? And then his girlfriend at the time made him devil food cake but put vanilla in it. And he was like, again, he might have thrown a tantrum about it in the Reddit story, but like, if your partner asks you for something and doesn't get it exactly, it, yes, can feel bad. It can feel bad. Yes, Chad said I ordered his meal so confidently, but it was wrong. Oh my God. One time I was so autistically, it was like, this is genuinely when people are like, do you guys fight? I was like, no, but when it comes to food, it's very personal. One time, we were so tired. We'd had a really long day, like the longest day you've ever had of just like adulting. And it was, my fibro was angry and everything was a mess. And we had accomplished all the adulting we had to do. So we wanted to reward ourselves with dinner. And I wanted French fries. I wanted fries so desperately. That's all I wanted. So we went to a local burger place. I said, please order me some fries. I really want a fry and I want this burger. Okay, this is before I was plant-based. I really want these fries. I can't wait to have these fries. And he said, I got you. And I said, cool. And I went to go pee. And I sat down at the table and we're happy and we're like this. And all of a sudden the fries come and I'm like, and I'm looking at it and it was a kind of dish where it was fries, but it had like sauce on it and like meat on it. And I was like, oh. And he's like, wait, what? And I was like, and the waitress was like, what? And I was like, nothing, never mind. Cause like the food's already ordered. But I looked at him and I was like, not to be autistic, but I think my whole life is I think I'm gonna shut down. And he was like, and I looked at him, I was like, I just wanted fries. He's like, they are fries. I was like, this is not fries. These are not fries. He said, but they are fries. I was like, they're not fries. And I was like, I'm so sorry. I'm about to have the worst mood. My mood's about to switch. It's about to be like, I'm about to feel like my dog just died. And that's sometimes what it can feel like. Okay? Like when you, yes, chat, I'm bad at the expectation versus reality thing. I try really hard not to psych myself up, right? Like that I have an expectation, but like, so I have that brain that when my brain is like, this is what we're getting, and then it's something else, my brain's like, and by the way, this is like a biological experience. I mean, it is felt in all of my body. It feels like I just got the worst betrayal ever. I mean, call me guts because Griffith just betrayed me. You know what I mean? Like, it is so deeply an embodied experience of betrayal. And I know I know it doesn't make sense. And I know, and we can communicate, and that's why we're married, that I can say, I love you. It's okay. I'm going to feel very upset for a while. But I know it's not real. Like, I know it's a real experience I'm having, but I know you didn't mean to do this. I know you weren't maliciously doing this to me. And then they go, okay. And we we make it through. We get through it. But it's real. Like, it's physically happening to my body. It is physically happening to me. And so I have to just sit there and wait for it to end. So we have like rituals or tools around coping with the feelings. And we'll just say like, oh, I'm going to need like a few minutes. Hold on. Let me process this information. And we try to come up with ways because we know, and that's what I mean when I say like, I'm in a loving, communicative relationship. I'm in a non-blaming relationship. If I was in my past relationship, that would have happened to me and my partner would have said like, you're crazy. Like you're literally a mentally ill person. And then that would have cycled even more. And then I would have self-harmed. And then he would have been like, see how you're the problem, Brittany? You see how you're the problem? And now in my marriage now, that doesn't happen. It's more like, I love you. I'm so sorry. This was not my intention. Do you want me to get you regular fries? And I said, no, you already bought these fries. We should eat these fries. He's like, are you sure? Because I can just get you regular fries. And I was like, no, it's okay. We're going to eat these fries because I don't want to waste money. I don't want to waste food. It's okay. And he's like, okay, but next time I will make sure to get you the right fries. And I said, thank you. I love you. And like, that's what it is, right? It's a genuine attempt to notice the problem and to fix the problem, right? Versus the blaming, you know? Yeah, Chad said, this is why knowing diagnosis is so important. I agree. Like, I really think for me, having a diagnosis also frees my partner up from the burden that like, this isn't we know what it is. We know what to call it. We know what's happening. And we know like, this is the disability of it all. This is the hard part of it all. This is the part that, you don't always get to introspect through. The good part about introspection is it allows me to identify it, know what I'm feeling, express it. It allows my partner to extrospect, to observe, to relate it back to themselves, to not take it personal, to also say like, okay, not a big deal. Let's get through this, right? And I think like this is why it's so important for you just to know what's up with your partner, to really genuinely value their thoughts and their preferences and their whys, And it's been such a journey and I'm so grateful to be in this relationship, which is why, once again, if I could get you all into high compatibility relationships with people that really value you and see you. So when these situations come up, they don't sit there and also self-harm with verbal abuse and make you spiral more. I mean, girls, I was in my 20s when this shit happened a lot. And now I have an explanation for it. Now, of course, everyone thought it was BPD, and maybe it is, but I'm pretty sure that's just autism. Like, I'm pretty sure that is the autism, right? That doesn't feel like BPD to me. I'm not abandoned because I didn't get fries. This feels like I had an idea of what I wanted. This isn't what I wanted. This is what I wanted. It's not what I wanted. I feel like an autistic kid that like their parent tried to teach, feed them broccoli, and I wanted my chicken nuggets. And I was like, this isn't my chicken nuggets. This is not my chicken nuggets. This is broccoli. I want chicken nuggets. That's what it feels like. I feel like those kids, I see those videos and I'm like, I get it, kid. Me too. Me too, kiddo. And I know someone somewhere is like, you're an adult, eat the fries. And I did eat the fries. But I still felt how I felt. I still felt how I felt. You know what's crazy? Looking back, what's insane? I had a brother who went through this phase where he refused to eat anything but calamari because he's like, no, nothing tastes good. I don't like anything else. And he would just eat calamari or whatever. My parents would just let him. So like, hey, at least he's eating. And I look at my parents now and I just think of how adaptive they were, even though they would never admit that I have autism, probably. I haven't told them. They were just pretty, like, my dad makes this really famous tomato soup in the family. And he makes it with pasta. And he knows always to pour my bowl first because he knows I like my pasta al dente and like not as cooked as everybody else. So he always pours my bowl first. He knows I don't like sauce on ribs. I like sauce on ribs sometimes, but most of the time I like them without sauce. When he makes ribs in his famous barbecue sauce, he always makes my plate before anybody else's and gives me the non-barbecue sauce plate. And without even knowing it, those are the ways my parents validated my sensory and like preferences for food in ways they won't even know and understand. You know what I mean? And it's stuff like that that goes such a long way in relationships and friendships, is to say, oh, one of my besties does not like tomatoes. So when I order her food, I always go, no tomatoes. Make sure there's no tomatoes in this. And like, that's us going, that's us making an effort. You know what I mean? It's us just saying like, no, she doesn't like tomatoes, no tomatoes. Or I have a brother, same thing. He doesn't eat tomatoes. I'm like, don't put tomatoes on there. Like, to know a person's preference, to know a person's, and it's not just a preference. It's not like, oh, they'll eat tomatoes if it's there. No, it's not a preference. It's like they will not eat this burger if there's tomatoes, or they'll have to take it off. So it's like, just to make the effort goes such a long way, right? And that's love. Like, love is not doing it for the social points either. I do not remember my friends' preferences or my friends' sensory issues because I want brownie points. I do it because it's the right thing to do, right? So I don't want them to be like, I always remember your order. It's like, okay, I want you to do it because it's just good, right? It's just a good thing to do. Okay, now, next TikTok. Here we go. Once again, why are you putting this video on the internet? Okay.
I had plans to make black beans, and then I decided to ask my man, hey, can you please take out a pack of black beans and put them to soak in water? This was super early. And I just get home hours later. Has this happened to anybody else? Like, please let me know.
Okay, look, I'm sure she has sweet intentions, but why would you post this on the internet? Why do we need to know this? You know what I mean? First, why do we need to know your partner's incompetent? And also, why did you think this would be relatable in a good way? Because she's in these comments fighting for her man. So I'm on the side of TikTok that's like women complain about their husbands and then fight for them in the comments. The way I would never fight for my partner in the comments, which is why I don't post my partner. Because if I have to fight for them in the comments, I'm doing something wrong. Something has gone terribly wrong. Okay? Why are you sharing this? Okay? Again, why are you telling this to me? I really feel like people really are in relationships where they think like, oh my God, that's so cute. And I'm just sitting here like, you're living my nightmare. Thank you. You're literally living my nightmare. Don't share these things with me. Gross. Okay, next. Without it being that big of a deal, look, the man didn't kill somebody, okay? He put some beans in he defrosted some beans wrong. Or he got some beans wrong. Well, he was supposed to soak the beans because they need to be soaked for a long time. And they're not going to soak through the bag. Okay, no, actually, I'm getting angry thinking about it. In order for the beans to soak, they have to touch water. And you left them. No, now I'm mad. No, now I'm mad. I was trying to be like, okay, no. It's inexcusable. It's worse than when your mom calls you and says, take the chicken out of the freezer and you didn't do it. I can't tell which one's worse because the chicken can be defrosted. You can't defrost beans. You have to soak beans. So no, actually, I take it back. The beans are worse. You know what I mean? Yeah. The beans are worse. I said defrosting the beans. Obviously, you don't defrost the beans. You know what I mean? Yeah, that's crazy. Yeah, absolutely not. And just, I'm mad now thinking about it. Okay, now. Third video to show you. Ready?
Tell me if I'm being petty or not and how I should respond to this. My husband and I were getting ready for a party and I asked him if there was anything that he thought that I looked good in. And he said no, because recently you haven't been trying. So there really hasn't been anything that you've looked good in. Is that something that I should be upset about? Because I feel like it's been in my head for several days now. And honestly, I can't stop thinking about it. Okay, you tell me.
Wait, Discord said actually you can frost the beans for prep after soaking them. I guess I learned something new. What is you can frost them, like freeze them over or defrost them? Are you making a joke? I'm too autistic now. You can defrost the beans. You can defrost them, like, but you mean after you freeze them, like because they're hard beans and you have to soak them in water, right, to get them. So you mean by freezing them and unfreezing them? Is that what we mean? What do you guys think about this also as well? I want you to hear it after freezing them. Oh yeah, that makes sense. That makes sense. Okay, listen to this. Listen to this.
If I'm being petty or not and how I should respond to this. My husband and I were getting ready for
listen to it one more time.
A party, and I asked him if there was anything that he thought that I looked good in, and he said no, because recently you haven't been trying. So
recently you haven't been trying, and there hasn't been anything you've looked good in. So there's an event, and she's going to the event. She says, "What is the best thing I can wear to look good?" And he said, basically nothing. Okay. Look, guys, I assumed the beans were hard beans, not canned beans, right? Not beans from a can pre-cooked, but beans that are raw that need to be soaked in water, then cooked. Just for people who are asking. I don't even know how this is acceptable. Like, my brain broke listening to this. Like, how is this acceptable? How is this acceptable? One more time.
And I were getting ready for a party, and I asked him if there was anything that he thought that I looked good in, and he said no, because recently you haven't been trying. So there really hasn't been anything that you've looked good in. Is that something that I should be upset about?
And then I feel like, if I remember correctly, she's also fighting for herself in these comments. Let me see. Yeah, people are telling you to get divorced, find a good therapist. You can try to work on it. You should be upset. Let's see. I think this kind of stuff breaks my brain genuinely. Like, it really does break my brain where I'm like, what are we talking about here? Like, what are we genuinely talking about here? Like, I don't even know in what bubble this is appropriate to talk to your partner like this. I'm trying to think of the scenario, right? Like, what is the scenario? Yeah, he was resentful. I think he resented her, which actually is pretty common. Fun fact, it's actually pretty, I don't want to say like, I don't know how common, but I've heard from women that it's pretty common for people to expect their wives to bounce back within like a year of pregnancy and to like go back to the original weight they were. And when they don't, there's like resentment that builds up, right? So it's kind of like strange to me how you could marry someone who believes that. So that's the question. I knew a girl, this was in high school though. I knew a girl who dated a boy in high school. So they're kids. Okay. They're minors. Who was like, I expect my wife to bounce back within 6 months. And I was like, and this is the man you have a crush on? I mean, he's a boy, so he's not really a man. But I always wonder about that. Like, when you're dating, do you make it clear to that person your expectation for, quote, bouncing back after pregnancy? Yeah. And Chad said, you are praised for getting your body back. Oh, it's like so societally ingrained. Oh my God, I can't believe you had a baby. You look amazing. You don't even look like you had a baby. And you know what's so crazy about that? Is that if we really deconstruct what that means and pull it apart, it's obvious the implication is because pregnancy is so hard on your body, I can't believe you bounce back. And that should make you pause and say, wait, why is it such a big deal that I bounce back after pregnancy? Oh, maybe because you risk death every time you do it? Maybe because it literally destroys your fucking body? Like, that's why the implication of, oh, you bounce back is to say that, oh, you're the exception because pregnancy is so hard on your body. And then people are out here glorifying pregnancy, not telling anybody any of the true details of pregnancy. You know how many horror pregnancy videos I've seen on TikTok where girls are like, I did not know my teeth were going to fall out. I did not know I was going to lose my hair. I did not know. I found a new girl. God bless her. She's sharing. She's so wonderful. She shared that like she has a prolapse. intestine prolapse, like her intestines are coming out of her. So her kids like will be like, "Mommy, why do you have like poop coming out of you?" But it's a prolapse. You know what I mean? Like it's from pregnancy, and the doctors are trying to figure out how to fix it. And I'm just like, Jesus fucking Christ. Like all these things we don't talk about, you know, and that's a real medical problem, right? That's a big problem, right? And it's stuff like that. We're like, yeah, we got to learn about these things, right? We have to learn about these things. We have to be honest with people about these conversations. We have to tell people like, this is a very big deal to bring a baby into the universe. It's a very big deal. You know, it's just, we're so casual about things that are so serious. So, okay, the reason I wanted to do this segment with you is because we've done this time and time again, especially on this channel. We'll continue to do it, right? Why are people in a loneliness epidemic? Why are people struggling with relationships? We're struggling with relationships because these are the bubbles we exist in. These are the constructs we grew up in. This is the way we're coming to the internet and confessing like, hey, is it weird? Does anyone else have this problem? Not only are you not alone, we should reassure you, but it's also horrifying that you're not alone in this, in a sense. Because at some point, when are we going to set the standard being, you know how to defrost, you know how to vacuum, you know how to clean, you know how to do XYZ. But that also comes with teaching your children step by step how to do these things. And children aren't born with this knowledge. We have to run away from this idea. We have to just run as fast as possible from this idea that kids will just simply observe us and learn. Kids will not simply observe us and learn. Kids will simply observe us and come to their own kid conclusions about what they're observing. We have to teach them. Now, here's the problem. How do you know what you're teaching young people is the right way? Great question. We will continue to debate this forever. But at least let's start with the basic, or the basis of teaching our kids literally, explaining it to them and not taking it for granted that you know what it is. So you don't have to run into a guy you date in your 20s who doesn't know what paper towel is. Do you know what I mean? Because why do you think grown men grow up and never learn how to wipe their ass? Nobody taught them to do it as a child. Okay? Why do you think you grow up and meet people who don't know how to defrost a chicken? Nobody taught them. Nobody taught them, right? Chad said he could at least Google it though. Yeah, but why would you Google something you didn't know was wrong? That's the thing. We should teach people to Google. Actually, now that I've dated, I'm married to a Googler. We're both Googlers. That's the other thing. Why didn't you Google? Why don't you Google? You have to teach people to Google. Use your phone. That's what it's for. Go to TikTok. Actually, you guys ask me this all the time. Brittany, can you help me with food recipes? Brittany, can you help me with this? Guys, go to TikTok. Google. Where do you think I'm learning it from? Google. Go to TikTok. Look up recipes, vegan recipes. I did it last night. I wanted vegan tuna sandwich. My partner was having a tuna sandwich. I was like, I want a tuna sandwich. So I looked up vegan tuna sandwiches, and then I gave them a food list, and I'm very excited to try it this weekend. I wanted a tuna fish sandwich, but vegan. And I was really excited. I'm going to try it this weekend for the first time. I'm sure it's going to be great, right? You got to Google. You got to research. You got to make a list. You got to find other people that are doing it. You're not alone in the world. Yes, chickpea tuna. Yes, Discord. I'm doing chickpeas. I have seaweed. I have all the spices. I'm excited. I'm stoked, bro. I'm excited. So the reason I wanted to cover this is one, I knew it was going to be interesting for us. But two, it's just using real people's lives to learn more about our own. Okay? Using other people's lives to really learn about our own. In which way do these relationships apply to your own? In which ways do you have to ask yourself some questions? And this goes with relationships with friends as well. Again, friend relationships are just as important. They're a different kind of important, but they're just as important in many ways. Not all friendships, but the close ones. And you have to make sure that you are seeing each other and understanding each other and on the same page as each other, or naturally you will grow apart. And so the loneliness epidemic will continue and everyone will continue to be confused on how it's happening. But hello. And then remember, it always starts with you, your relationship with self, and then your relationship with others. Okay, in order to have the best relationship with others, we must also have a good relationship with self. All right, that's the end of that segment, girls. We did it. Woo! Okay, now I'm going to take my little bit of a break. How long have we been here? 3 hours and no pee break? Look at me go, girls. I'm going to take one now. I'll come back. We'll cover the 50-50 conversation about Gabrielle Union, and then we'll go into white underbelly. We love to see white underbelly get flack because they deserve it from foreign man in a foreign land. It'll be great. Okay, I'll be right back. All right, hello. Oh, bro. Dun, da, da, da. Okay, pausing music. You know, Indiana, you know how Indiana just like, you know how animals and babies just like slump wherever they are? I remember doing that. I was such a floor cat growing up. And I miss being able to do that. I miss being tiny enough to just like fall on the floor wherever I was, you know? If you guys like today's music, I see that you do in chat. Thank you so much. Elvin is linked in the description. Elvin, she is a musician, a harpist, a singer, very talented, and she has a YouTube channel and a Spotify presence, so you guys can check her out. I just wish I was I wish I was tiny enough to be on the floor all the time again. I love when Indiana just flops like a pancake. I'm gonna be here now in the middle of the hallway. Oh, cutie patootie. And cutie patootie, the kind of cutie I like. Okay, now I want to talk about this and then we'll go into our last video of the night, which will be so fun. So, let me find you here. Okay. You know Gabrielle Union, yes? You guys all know who she was. We all had a crush on her from Double HE Hockey Sticks, right? She was... Actually, I just told my partner about Double HE Hockey Sticks. I was like, bro, the 3 main protagonists, any day, anytime, anywhere. Okay? Period. They were my absolute crushes when I was a kid. Abso-fucking-lutely, okay? Now, she is in an age gap relationship with Dwayne Wade, who is a basketball player former, and they have a family together. I believe that they were bio his kids, and she married. They also have a 10-year age gap. So he was in his 30s, she was in her 40s when they got together. Now she's in her 50s and he's in his 40s. They also have a trans child that they're very supportive of. And they tend to get a lot of criticism about their relationship, but also a lot of love, right? So let's watch this video from 2 years ago, which is just a short video about their relationship, about 50-50 relationship. And then I'll show you her updated thoughts on the whole situation. And I think that'll be fun. And we'll talk about it. You know, which style of relationship works for you? 50-50? His money's my money, or our money is our money? Or maybe we both make money, but we have separate accounts. Every relationship is different, but I have criticisms of some of those structures and raised eyebrows for others. Okay, here we go.
Split everything 50-50. It's weird to say I'm head of household because in this household, we split everything 50-50.
Gabrielle Union's comment about her finances with hubby Dwayne Wade getting mixed reactions on social media.
And yes, Chad, I see you. She is also from Bring It On. She's also from Being Mary Jane, which I really liked.
I work my butt off, but he's, you know, every day he gets up and delivers again and again and again.
The actress makes the confession on Idea Generation with Noah Callahan Bever.
At what point did you develop that first sense of security and that the work is coming and there isn't this sort of sense of the rug is could still be pulled out?
I struggle with that. Still, just because I think I just have more responsibilities, you know, for my money. So I get nervous, like, oh God, that movie didn't open, you know, well, what does that mean? Am I gonna have enough to hold everybody up?
And that's when Gabrielle explains why bills are split.
P.S. Oh my God. That her net worth, according to Google, might be 40 million. But his might be over 210 million net worth. Just to understand what we're dealing with here, okay?
Evenly in their home.
Say I'm head of household because in this household, we split everything 50-50. But in the other households that each of us have to support, it puts there's always this like gorilla on your back that it is like, you better work, you better work. You know, you gonna sleep in? You know, somebody might not eat.
Yeah, and the internet has...
So this is them. He's a retired basketball player, and she's an actress. So that makes sense. I mean, basketball players are very successful generally. He was a very successful basketball player. So makes sense he's worth $200 million. She's worth $40 million, and nothing to scoff at, okay?
Some thoughts. One Twitter user writes, oh, how cute, they split their bills 50-50 like regular folks. I'm sure that really helps ease the anxiety of being a multi-millionaire workaholic.
Ooh.
Another tweets, this is so unnecessary. As an independent career woman, I don't have a problem with any woman who wants to support herself and contribute to paying bills. However, stop this portrayal as if you're living paycheck to paycheck. It's not a good look when hubby's got mega bank. Well, Gabrielle seemingly responding to the backlash with this video.
I am on to see my husband. I'm happy to see my...
I hate this song for the heterosexuality alone, but it makes you want to dance. One of my girlfriends sent me a video with this song, and she was like, this is my mood right now. And I was like, get your heterosexuality away from me, gross.
Writing in the caption, I love when he matches my energy. 50-50 over here.
He motivates me. He has like every day I feel like I wake up and he's got a new deal on the table. So it makes me go, okay, let's keep working. Let's keep striving.
The two have each found multi-millionaire success on their own. Dwayne, who retired from the NBA in 2019, earned close to $200 million over his career. Meanwhile, Gabrielle's been acting since 1993, starring in big films over the years.
I got the job in Neversoft, Chris.
Really?
Yeah.
I mean, that's cool.
And on top of that, she's a businesswoman, real estate investor, and author.
It's all about perseverance and putting your family first and loving every member of your family equally and out loud.
And their family's why the couple strive for the best when it comes to their work and businesses.
We have opportunities in life, and you try to pick the ones that's best for you and, hopefully for your family as we try to grow this thing called generational wealth, right? And so, I'm just trying to do my part in doing that, and this one right here does her part, and there we go.
Okay, now, that was 2 years ago. And again, depending on your relationship structure, my marriage does not do 50-50. We don't believe in it. We believe in 100-100, and that doesn't always mean money. Because I assume they're talking about money. Right? My relationship is 100-100. Our money is our money. All of us share money. It gets pooled into a pot and gets divvied out. That's how we do it. Okay. Some people do his money, my money, my money, my money. Some people do all types of things. We don't also have a gendered relationship, so it doesn't matter what anyone's gender is. You still contribute to the household through labor. The labor can bring in money or not bring in money. It's not a requirement of the relationship. The only requirement of the relationship is that we do our best and we put 100% in. So that can look all kinds of ways, right? Which means our relationship isn't meant to be defined like this, like, you know what I mean? Where it's like man makes this and a woman does this. It's more like this is what we're doing. Now, I know because they're wealthy, people are thinking this doesn't apply to them, but it actually applies to them even more. Because unlike me, who can just start from zero again, because I'm much closer to zero than they are, they're at a loss of a lot more than just $50,000 or $100,000. We're talking about generational wealth, which is the point, right? So I think when I look at their dynamic, it's another example of, do you want to marry a rich person? Because again, marrying a rich person, thinking about generational wealth. Okay, example. How many of you have generational wealth as a top 5 priority for your lifestyle and family goals? That is not one of our family goals. My partner and I do not think about generational wealth. We do not think about it at all. It is not a part of our dynamic or priority as a family. It wasn't also a part of our families, our parents, right? So we're not doing anything different than the way we were raised. But for some people, their whole goal in life is to build generational wealth for their family, is to be the person in the family who like gives the kids like not just one generation, but like multi-generational, right? And they did it, right? Like they're doing it. They're worth a lot of money. They are building that for their kids. Their great grandkids will probably be okay as long as nobody overspends that money. And as long as people put it in the right kind of like, put it in the right kind of hands, right? So, okay, no problem, right? And when we think about that idea, right? And generational wealth, Chat says no generational wealth here. We're dinks. It doesn't matter if you're a dink, because I would argue generational wealth also counts for aunties and uncles. Like, If we ever came into money, we're thinking about our nieces and nephews. So it doesn't even matter if you don't have kids. What about your nieces and nephews? What about people in the neighborhood? What about young people who need, I don't know, again, no judgment to you. I'm saying in general, are you the kind of double income, no kids that says my money is our money, we're going to spend it all until we die? Or is it my money is for the next generation? Are you going to put it towards charity? Like, what's the goal here? Not you specifically, just in general. Things to think about. Okay, now, if you go to Financial Diet, somebody recommended this is from Chelsea Vegan. She recently put this out on YouTube. It says, instances where 50-50 is not actually a fair split. Sharing living expenses with a partner who makes drastically more or less than you do. Dinner with a friend where one person had 3 cocktails and an appetizer and the other person just stuck to water. Splitting household tasks evenly when one partner is pregnant, dealing with health issues, and otherwise energetically overburdened. Expecting a first date to pick up half the check when you were the one to propose the date in the first place. Being so committed to being your turn for something that you resent. Being so committed to it being your turn for something that you resent, any inconvenience that throws off your plans. What does that mean? What is this, guys? Being committed to it being your turn? What does that mean? What's that? I don't even know what bubble that is. I know what the rest are. I've never heard this before. Being so committed to it being your turn for something that you resent, any inconvenience? You mean like buying something? What does that even mean? Okay, first, I would say one of the things I don't like, like your turn to pay? Oh, but then why does it say that you resent any inconvenience that throws off your plans? Maybe it's like their turn to buy something for themselves or something. I don't know. I don't get that. But I would just say this, like, why are we even making content like this? Why is nobody making content that aims for a healthy goal? Why is everyone always making survival content? And it's because that's what I think does better generally, but it's what people think they need. And I think like what I'm trying to say to you is I want to give you healthy goals instead of like what to do when you're in a bad place. Like what to do in a bad place is supposed to be temporary. What is our goal? Our goal is to get into a relationship where we're valued and we're not keeping track of like who did what, right? Like, yes, there might be times even in a 100 relationship where somebody falls short. You don't sit there and like, well, I did this and I did this. You just say like, hey, I've been doing a lot lately and I've noticed you've been going through it. Can we talk about it? Can we change some things up? Can we communicate? You talk to your person, you talk to your friend, you talk to your roommate, okay. So it's interesting when we talk about 50-50, what is it? I feel like it's 100-100. So this example she gives, like dinner with a friend where one person had 3 cocktails and an appetizer and the other person just stuck to water. Obviously, if your friend loves you and cares for you, they're not going to let you go 50-50 on that. We need to start paying attention to the fact that like you need to hang around people that go, hey girl, I got 3 drinks and you got a water. Don't go 50-50 with me, right? We need to be around people and not like, again, think of it outside of your actual relationships and just think type of person. I remember when I was trying to get healthier and I had gone to therapy and I went to my on again, off again partner and I said, okay, I'm not going to talk about you, right? And he was like, okay. I was like, Brittany, want a partner like this. Is that you? And he goes, well, I could be that. And I said, no. I, Brittany, want a partner like this. Is that you? And he was like, well, if you want me to be that way, I could try to be that way. And I said, no, I want a partner like this. Is that you? And he was like confused. I am not asking you to change. I'm asking you if you already are. And he kept overpromising, well, I could be that way if you wanted. I don't want you to be that way. I want you to have been that way. I want you as a grown-up to have already come to a place where you already are this person and someone didn't have to force you, change you, or influence you. You simply decided because of your values and where you were going to seek it out and be this person. Are you this person? Right? And he was just like, well, I mean, anyways, so that conversation happened a lot in the relationship. And then finally, it was me realizing like, oh, he's never going to actually on his own want to be this person. Right? And that was it. Once I realized he wasn't actually ever going to be this person, it was done. And then when I went into this dating marriage now, I had to ask myself, if this person never changes and this is our life forever, am I okay with that? And the answer was yes. Obviously, we're going to get better in many ways, but if this person doesn't make any drastic changes, generally speaking, to whatever they're doing in their personality and their whatever, is this a deal breaker? And it wasn't. Like, we were good. Like, we both have things that we maybe I could be quieter when I slam the cabinets. You know, maybe they could be less ADHD. Just kidding. But like, you know, the truth is like, we're really happy with each other. You know what I mean? Like, and that's kind of the point, is like, no, there's nothing significant about you that I'm like, oh, I hope this changes. It's more like, versus my other partners, it was like, let's definitely change this. Like, I need you to change basically who you are altogether. And that's not, you can't build off of that. So recently, Gabrielle did a podcast called She's So Lucky. I don't know this podcast. And which she revisited, this was in March, so 9 months ago. She revisited the conversation around 50-50 and basically shared that it might have been a trauma response, like an inability to trust that her partner was going to pull it out from underneath her, or to trust that her partner had her. Listen to me when I say this, that my partner is putting a crazy amount of trust in me to pay our bills, because I am the only one making money in this family, right? And I am so grateful for that trust, but I think he doesn't have to worry about it because I was already doing it anyways when I was single. I was already making this money single because it's who I am. It's a part of my lifestyle. So him being in the picture doesn't matter. You know what I'm saying? Like, I was already making the money. So him coming into my life and choosing not to work, like, that was just beneficial for both of us. But it wasn't like I make money for him. I make money for our family, but I was also already in a position to make money. I'm like my dad in that way. We're like, I was already going to make this money anyways. You know what I mean? And then, of course, he does his side of the 100% expectation of his own responsibilities, right? So again, when we have these conversations, you have to understand, and I do agree with Gabrielle, that you have to think about what is your trauma response and what isn't. Example, when I was traumatized in my 20s, the way I dated was like, it was just unhealthy, bro. You know what I mean? It was just bad. It was just unhealthy. Like, there was a lot of like hyper independence. There was a lot of like, you know, we don't have to agree on everything, but as long as my money is my money and your money is your money and we have a shared pot, we're good. But that was a trauma response. Like, even wanting us not to share money, you know, the goal was always to share money, but I never felt like I found a partner who could do that. So everybody I dated, even though we weren't married, and even though I knew that it was wrong, and even though I knew we were still waiting to get to that point of marriage, of course, I never shared money before. And I think that's kind of the point. Versus within 6 months of knowing this person, we shared money. Within 6 months, we got engaged, and within 6 months, we were sharing money. That's a big deal. And I'm not saying you should do that. I'm saying I found the person that made sense to do with. I'm not saying you should do that with anybody else within 6 months. That was just our case, right? Versus I was with someone for almost 5 years on again, off again, and I never shared money with them. Never wanted to, you know what I mean? Chat says, do you have to consciously degender the pronouns you use when referring to people, or is it second nature now? What? Hold on, chat. Do you consciously degender the pronouns you use when referring to people, or is it second nature now? I don't know what that means. I'm so sorry. You're asking a question about, I don't know what that means, actually. Let's see. Chat said, I'm a big fan of our money, my money, their money, 3 brackets, so you can buy things for yourself without consulting your partner. Yeah, that's fine too. We don't want to do that. We don't do that in our relationship. Like, because again, like, consulting it's just like, it's a team effort. And this is team money. In the future, like, or when we have like money that's like, you know, maybe we have like a monthly allowance or something that gets to like $1,000. I'm not going to tell my partner how to spend it. It's their $1,000, but they would still tell me about it and consult me with it. You know what I mean? Like, they would still talk to me about it. Does that make sense? Like, they're not getting my permission, but they're like, hey, what do you think about this purchase? I really want to make it. They're just asking me my advice, right? Like, so sometimes I feel like when we have the conversations, sometimes people can sometimes sound to me, not that I'm saying you sound like this, but sometimes it sounds to me like people don't want to be told what to do. But I'm not telling you what to do. But also, are you not telling me what you're doing because you don't want to feel like you're telling me, or like I'm telling you what to do? Do you know what I mean? Does that kind of make sense? I don't know if that makes sense, but I think sometimes it can feel to me like, why don't, maybe because I'm a sharer, I just tell my partner everything. You know what I mean? So it feels like I just want to tell you what I'm doing. You know, hey, do you want to go to the store with me? I want to buy this thing. I don't know, but I agree, and I think we agree, because I agree, like, I want us to both have, when we reach different financial goals, like the ability to save for things we want to get that have nothing to do with each other, but still share what we buy. Does that make sense? Chat says use different pronouns for your partner very freely. Oh, they're just talking about that. How do you and your partner's parents feel about you guys, your financial dynamic? They're very happy with our financial dynamic. And I guess like Discord is saying it's because you call your partner them. Oh, yeah, I've just like started interchangeably using all these pronouns. I don't think about it too much. Like I just do it. Is that what you're asking me? I just kind of do it. I do whatever feels comfortable in the moment. Like I feel like the gender I use is for the context of the conversation I use it for some reason. But I don't think about it too much. But yeah, my partner's parents feel good about our financial dynamic. We talk about it openly with them. I always tell them like, oh my God, did this goal and did this. We're very transparent about our money with people, with our families. Our families are both like that though. His family is very transparent with their money. My parents are very transparent with their money. Like I come from a very financially transparent family. All of us talk about how much we make. All of us talk about our debt. All of us talk about goals. All of us are my siblings, like we're all very open with who's making what. We're just very comfortable like that. Okay, so now with this sense, right? Or with this conversation, let's move into the updated conversation from Gabrielle.
Not like I had to ask for help from a therapist, but you know, I famously said 50-50 or bust, right? And you know, and I meant that in every financially, spiritually, emotionally. And there's just a lot of days that I have 10% and I need him to be 90. There's days I don't have shit.
Okay, so now we're talking about emotionally being present. We're not talking just dollar bills. We are talking about like same real life is some days I got 10%, some days I got 90%. That's a very good conversation to have as well.
I need him to be 100. And I realized that so much of, my anxiety, I was diagnosed with PTSD after being sexually assaulted at 19.
I didn't know that. I didn't know that about her. That's really good to know. Chet said, Bubble Pop, my parents were so secretive about money, like it's rude to talk about. I have friends who come from those kinds of families, and I genuinely, let me just tell you this, it's not just money they don't talk about, guys. That's the problem. It's not just money. Those same friends that struggle to talk about money also struggle to talk about everything else. And I will say this, my family might struggle to talk about a lot of things, but we talk about a lot of things. We talk more. I've never seen a family talk about shit more than my family compared to all these other families that never talk about shit. At least I can talk to my parents about it. They might not like the conversation, but at least we can have it. A lot of my friends who grew up with parents who like things are private, they wonder why their kids can't come to them. It's like, bro, you can't even talk about money with your kids. You think they're going to come to you about rape or dating or pregnancy or STIs or fucking debt? You won't even tell your kids how much you make. Why would they come to you for anything? What are you talking about? You know, bro.
Anxiety, the anxiety attacks, the being hyper focused on efficiency and time and being fiercely independent are trauma responses. And when I started to really unpack that, a couple years ago, I was a part of my girlfriend Octavia Spencer's show, Truth Be Told, and it was about girls in the Bay Area where I was sexually assaulted, Black girls, brown girls in the Bay going through this. And there was the culmination was on the courthouse steps of the Alameda County Courthouse, the same courthouse I testified in front of the grand jury.
Wow.
And something in me broke, completely just broke. And I'm not even one of those people who can cry on cue, child. I'm like, bring in the menthol. But something in me broke. And it felt wild. I am a very controlled person. And I was going home every day crying with my husband. And he's like, who is this person? And I was remembering smells, sounds, feelings that my brain, thank God, had blocked out for, it was 92. So how many years is that? It's going to be 33 years. Had blocked out. And it came back in a whoosh. And I realized so much more about myself and what I survived and the power of your brain and the power of your body. But I was ready to finally deal with all of it and start the work on releasing the new things that came up.
I just want to say I did not know this about her, and I'm so proud of her for sharing this. And this is so important. And I just want to say, because I think it's important, and I'm not just meaning to make this shallow. How old do you think she is? Don't Google it. How old do you think she is? This is important for her relationship with therapy, the way she looks, but the fact that she grew up at a certain time. Like, how old do you think she is? This podcast was posted 9 months ago. I know I already told some people, but some people didn't hear it. I know. How old? 40, 36, 47, 42. Yeah. She is 53. She's 53. So imagine the way she was raised. Imagine how she grew up. Imagine what she had to deal with, right? I said she was in her 40s when she got married, but she's been married for 10, 15 years. They've been together a long time now, 15 years. So he's in his 40s. She's now in her 50s. Yeah, she's 53. Okay, now understand she's rich and she gets all the good skincare and gets all these other things. And of course, black don't crack and all those other beautiful things, genetics, But also, and the point is she grew up at a very harsh time for women to even come forward. She is a product of her environment. She probably, this is probably a very big deal for her in a very big way, right? And so that's what's so important about these moments is to realize, like, it's not just about her being beautiful. It's about her being old enough to have remembered a time when you couldn't have these conversations,
But part of that work that I'm still working on is that trauma response. Timing myself doing the dishes, like timing everything. And when people are late, it's rude, but it makes me feel like you hate me, that you want something terrible to happen to me. Oof. It's not just, you got caught in traffic. It's you want something terrible to happen to me. Because as long as I can control time, as long as, as my brain is constantly moving, I'm thinking of every scenario constantly.
This is very relatable, especially to 20s Brittany. 20s Brittany, and I don't know if it was the autism or trauma or need to be in control, because I also struggle with this. I definitely have trauma related to having control over my environment, being in control. Even if I spiral, modern day Brittany, if she has a spiraling day, it's over something out of my control. I definitely meditation is your greatest gift, but 100% relatable in my 20s. If people would cancel or they were late, or it would just feel like abandonment, you know what I mean? And this is relatable 100%.
And people are like, oh, you
could be the borderline, right?
You're so quick-witted. I'm like, no, I thought about this question a billion times.
Yep. Oh, you're so smart. I can't believe you think about these things. It's my anxiety. Thank you.
It's a trauma response. It's never wanting to be so out of control. I don't have control over what is happening to my body. And 50-50 is I'm not going to be vulnerable enough to trust you with 100% of anything. Not my heart, not my cash, not my, my energy. And when I started to really address that.
And this is why I say, are you getting into a relationship knowing that the things you want are done out of fear and trauma? And is this how you want to have your relationship? You remember that TikTok trend or that topic we covered a while back that was always have it to go bag ready? I can't get married to you. Okay, if you want to marry me, I can't have you stashing away money. Okay, I can't have you. I have another TikTok I want to show you after this. I can't have you afraid to be close to me. I can't have you, it's understandable if you're not a working partner or if there's a situation in which you want to have access to things or your name on something, obviously. But I can't have a relationship where it feels like my partner is waiting for the shoe to drop. You know what I mean? Not as the goal. I understand if I marry you and you're going through something and we're working on it, but I don't want someone to say like, well, this is how it's always going to be. Like I can't sleep at night thinking my partner has a to-go bag ready to go, you know?
And I was like, do you want to pay the whole mortgage? I thought I was about to die. I had such anxiety. Like I was crying, I was shaking. And he was like, yeah, you insisted on that. I was like, he's like, I thought it made you feel better. I'm like, it did.
Some people said, why do these rich people even have mortgages? You guys act like rich people don't overspend. Some people in the comments were like, oh, why do they even have a mortgage? Because you guys don't understand that these people are still paying off their homes. A lot of these rich people never pay off their homes because, you know, again, like they have money and assets as well. Like there's such a misconception with people. And it always cracks me up because you think if you came into this money, you would pay off your bills and sit on the rest of the cash. But they don't. And also they can't just move into your local neighborhood, right? They have to move to a neighborhood that's away from regular people because they actually can't afford to live in a cul-de-sac with the rest of you because you will stalk them and harass them and try to sneak into their backyard to sell it to TMZ. So they have to buy houses in very expensive places away from regular people. So it's like, it's kind of funny, you know, and people overspend, but like people are so funny.
And right now I want to take it back, but let's just try for a month. And I was like, I couldn't, like, it felt like there was something blocking in my, you know, from even swallowing or breathing. It felt crazy. Now it sounds crazy to be like, you, Mr. NBA superstar who made a bazillion more amount of money than I do, can pay the mortgage because I hate the feeling of releasing that to someone. And you release that to someone, chaos can happen. And so these are baby steps. Now, did I settle on about 35% of the more, you know, instead of 50? Sure. But, you know, I'm trying to.
The fact that they're even divvying up bills is the problem for me in my marriage. Like, why are we even talking about who pays what towards the mortgage? That's what I'm saying. It all goes into a pot. I don't care what you brought in. It all goes into the pot. And 10% goes to this, 10% goes to this, 10% goes to this, 30% goes to this. Like, this whole like, oh, let me pay this percent of the mortgage. It all goes into a pot and we put it in our goals. Okay, this percent goes to personal spending. This goes to personal spending. Do you know what I mean? It gives me anxiety living in a world where like, oh, I make this much money, you make this much money, so I'll give you 25%, you do 75%. I'm like, stop. I know I don't like math, but I also don't understand because my parents did this. This is how my parents did it. There is no like, you do 25, you do, it's like, what? Put it all in the same bank account, girl, or two bank accounts, but it's our money. I'm not talking about you always literally have to share a bank account, even though that makes, you know, because I get it. But like, you should, it just put it all in a pot. Now, this is, again, your lifelong partner, your healthy relationship, the love of your life. This is not the man who cheated on you 3 times and you're giving him the exception. It is not the woman who you met when she was married and you thought maybe you're special. It is not the person who irresponsibly keeps having children they can't afford. It is not the parent who chooses work over hanging out with their kids. I am not talking about doing this with people you know you shouldn't be with. I'm talking about if you're in the ideal situation, you're with a healthy partner, you love this partner, it is actually the marriage you want. I'm telling you to do things. Again, I'm trying to aim for the goal here. I'm not trying to settle for what the world gives you. If you're interested in settling, watch somebody else. You know what I mean? I don't want you to settle. I'm talking about when we're not settling, what does that look like? You know what I mean? You know what I'm saying? It's like, you know what? You remember that thing? Where was it, girls? Where they were like, oh, if you win the lottery, how much of the money is going to your partner? It's like, what is this question? You mean my boyfriend? Nothing. You mean my lifelong partner? Something. Guys, if I'm dating, let's say I was dating somebody. I used to date a guy way back in the day who liked to buy lottery tickets on occasion. It was just really rare. Like if you'd go to a different state or something. And he's like, hey, what if I made money? I was like, it's your money. It's not mine. He goes, but we're dating. And I was like, yeah, but like, you're not my partner like that. He goes, you called me your partner. And I was like, yeah, but we're not married. Like, if we were dating, even though we were living together at some point, it would not be my money. In the same way that if I won, it would not be his money. We are not committed like that. This is what I'm saying, girls. you need to decide, are you guys dating or are you committed? Because if you're dating, that is not his money. If you're married, it's his money. And that's what I'm trying to get people to understand. Like, do you understand you do not have to give your 19-year-old boyfriend the same treatment you would give your lifelong partner? Like, do you understand you do not have to give your 28-year-old partner the same treatment as somebody you're doing life with? You've only been dating 6 months or even 5 years on again, off again. Like, that's, again, when I was dating my on again, off again partner and they were like, if I help you with YouTube, I want 50% of your channel. I was like, you want your name on my channel? They're like, yeah. They wanted their name on this channel. They wanted the right to legally own this channel. And I was like, no, you want things for me you are not allowed to have. You are just a guy I live with. You are not my partner like that. He goes, but you call me your partner. I was like, yeah, but we're not married. You're not my lifelong partner. No. And that's what I'm trying to get you to understand. Like, there are people who think they are owed. Again, you hear it all the time. Don't treat him like a husband when he's a boyfriend. Stop treating him like a husband. Stop treating them like a lifelong partner. Okay? They are not your lifelong partner. That comes with perks.
Hey, you got it. You got it. And it's brought us closer because he knows it's not about whether he can afford it. It's being vulnerable enough to be open enough to know that I'm okay. I'm okay as his wife. I'm okay. He's okay as my husband. I'm okay in this family. I'm okay in this home. I deserve it. And I'm okay. And no matter how much I want to try to control time or people or every situation by overthinking about every single thing that could possibly happen that never happens, I'm not any safer. I'm not any further along. I'm not.
Exactly.
If anything.
Exactly. Me being paranoid and me being traumatized did not make me any safer. Exactly. You thinking, oh, I'm hyper independent. I've got it. My money, his money, everything's separate. It's only going to make you that so much safer. It's not going to make you as much safer as you think.
I've made my life and my world smaller.
Yes.
And so I'm trying to expand my heart, expand all of the notions of what vulnerability can look like. And I'm saving a lot of money, really, is what it gets down. But it feels good to, I don't know, relinquish some of the things that I really thought kept me safe. You know, it's like my security blanket.
Yeah.
My accountant is like, girl, get a blanket. Like, get a weighted blanket if you need to. But it's, it's baby steps and I don't have all the answers. And I said it so definitively, on my boys podcast.
I remember
50-50. And the reaction was wild to me. I'm like, everybody doesn't do this? I mean, obviously I know there's people who don't do this, but the reaction was so aggressive. And for me, it felt like empowerment. You know what I mean?
And it could have been at the time. At the time, it might have been. Now, that's why I'm not saying you have to do your relationship model the way I do it. I'm saying, but are you doing yours out of fear? Are you doing yours out of gendered politics? Are you doing yours out of love or out of fear? That's all I'm saying, right? Like Chet says, I don't think being married means your money is my money. I think it only has to do with your agreements. You're a team at the end of the day. But in my preference, we split shit and each manage parts. That's fine. As long as it's healthy, as long as it's actually healthy, right? I'm kind of like a little exhausted at people coming to me and just saying like, you never know, your partner could switch it up. Sure. And in that case, like it would be incredibly out of character, which means we're either going to the hospital for an MRI or something bad has happened. Because again, when I look back at my life, it is so obvious to me that nobody I've ever dated has ever switched up. That they were showing signs, there were red flags, and I ignored every single fucking one of them. Okay? That when I look back at my life, at friends or family, when I look at friendships that are 10 years old and I go, how did I not see this? It's because I didn't want to. It's because I wasn't ready to see it. It's because I didn't have my glasses on. And I am trying to tell you, I have my glasses on this time. And if I still get bamboozled, it is what it is. What are you going to do about it, girl? Because at this point, damn. But I'm telling you right now, I know I'm a good person and I would never fucking do these things to somebody. So I know I can't be the only one. And that's what I don't like. It's like, girls, I know I'm a good person. Are you? Because I start to question if people are good people when they're afraid everybody they're ever going to be with is going to betray them. Because then it makes me question, like, are you going to do this to your partner? Because I'm never going to do this to mine. So I have to assume that if I'm never going to do this, then somebody else is also never going to do this. And I want to be with that person. I want to be the person who's me, who's never going to do this. And that's what I'm trying to do. And that's what I'm trying to say. You cannot be the exception to every rule. You are not allowed to be the only person who doesn't fuck somebody over. You're not allowed to be the only person who doesn't hit their partners or cheat. There's got to be other people like you in the universe, and those are the people I want to be with. People like me. You know what I'm saying? Right? Discord said I think people don't know the concept of fun portion of the budget that you keep for frivolous spending. Maybe that's why they don't want to put it all in one pot. Intrusive thoughts, put your glasses on from the Berserk anime. I will say this. I don't literally mean like it doesn't have to all be in one pot type thing, but you know, we do have money for frivolous spending. We just, you know, whatever method works for you. Get the cash, put it in an envelope, get a separate bank account, do whatever. I just mean to say that, you know, and I'll show you a TikTok of why I'm saying it like this, because I'm going to give you exactly the example I want to use for this. Squirreling away money, having a to-go bag, talking about this is my money, you can't have it. So let me get this straight, just to give you a context. You're in a relationship. Your relationship is you have spending money, each of you. Okay, you get $100 a month for whatever you want to spend it on, no judgment. I need extra money to pull from somewhere in the savings. And I go, baby, I really need this thing this month and I have no extra savings anywhere except you, I noticed, have money in your fund money. Can I have some of your fund money to spend this on? Is that okay? Is that okay? And if my partner was like, no, it's my money, who the fuck did I marry? Who the fuck did I marry? And we've already talked about this. If I have a surplus in my fund money and he needs it, he can just have it. He doesn't need to be like, you owe me $10 for fund money. We're married. You're good, bro. Like, you just have my fund money. I don't give a fuck. You know what I mean? Like, again, like, we're married. You know what I mean? It's like this idea of like, I don't need it for anything. I have nothing I'm saving it for. Here. And then, yeah, if he wants to replenish my fund money, that's okay too. But like, if I'm saving up for something, okay, then I don't have it. You can wait a month. Or you can buy it back for me. We can have fun giving each other loans and you can pay me back with fun time. You know what I mean? What are we talking about? It's like this idea of like, we have to be responsible with all of the money we have. And the only place we're allowed to be a little irresponsible is our fund money. And if I have extra fund money and you need extra fund money, here's my fund money. You know what I mean? It just feels like, you know, I don't know. It feels like people are talking about their partners like they're fucking evil or something. Like you're waiting for your partner to trick you. And that's why I'm saying, as somebody that's dated people she didn't trust, that's not the person I'm talking about. I'm talking about somebody I trust. I'm talking about somebody I trust with my life. Okay, with my whole heart, with all of my vulnerabilities, with my future body, with my medical care, with unplanned pregnancies, I'm talking about somebody I trust to help me through Alzheimer's. And again, maybe in 20 years, my partner leaves me, has an affair with a 15-year-old. You guys all say, I told you so. But I don't think so, because I certainly wouldn't do that. And I feel like they wouldn't do that. But you know what, I'll tell you this much. The reason I never married any of my exes is because I wasn't sure that they wouldn't. Honestly, anything was on the table with those people. Who knows?
Not just mine. Because it was like, you know, when you've been loved conditionally, you know, when you have a couple nickels more than somebody else, people change how they treat you and they want to be around you and they will shift and change their notions of love to be in your world. And it sucks. It hurts. It hurts so badly when it's family or your friends or you know. And I never wanted to do that to him. You know, I never wanted him to feel that way. And he's like, I don't. He's like, I have a lot more than you.
It's okay. Yeah.
It's okay. And I'm okay of taking care of you. I was like, okay. Okay. So we don't have to split vacation? He's like, no, we're splitting vacation. But yeah, it's a different world. It's not a matter of can you. It's can you allow your heart to be kind of, in my words, tossed up, but knowing it's going to be caught on the cushioniest cloud of love and devotion and compassion and care that exists. Because I didn't think that was a thing. You don't see it a lot, certainly, you know. We're not highlighting that. But yeah, he's provided a very beautiful cloud of love.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Thank you so much for sharing that. And what I appreciate about you sharing that too is I think sometimes people think everything is black and white. So because you had a certain arrangement or a certain stance at one point, it must mean that forever, when it's like, no, things change. As you heal, as you evolve, as you lean more into vulnerability, you can also change how you feel about something, and it's okay.
It's okay.
It's
I mean,
okay.
like, I've changed my mind about all kinds of things.
As you
I didn't want to watch
should.
The Diplomat. I was like, I don't think it's for me. Cut to, I'm addicted. So, you have the ability to change and shift, and you meet people, you read things, you go places, and you're like, oh, shift. And it doesn't have to be like an aha, moment. It's aha inside. But I felt like I needed to update people. Like, it's a trauma response, wanting to be that controlled and boxed into my version of what it is to be safe. And safety can look 1,000 different ways.
Yeah. And I will say that. I don't ever want you to hear me and hear like, well, Brittany doesn't think of the way I do my relationship works. You do a relationship how you want to do it. I'm just saying why it wouldn't work for me. And here are my reservations about it maybe working for other people. Like this idea of his money, or our money. Sorry, his money is our money and my money is my money. I don't get that. I will never get that. Because that feels like one of those like arrangement marriages, which like you do you, girl. If you want to have a business marriage, that's your business. I am never talking about that. I never gave you advice about that. I don't give a fuck about those relationships, because those relationships are not what I'm talking about. I am not talking about a business relationship. I'm talking about partnership with a consciousness that you love unconditionally, are in a romantic long-term relationship with, and are doing life with until death do us part. Okay. That is what I'm talking about. I'm talking about somebody who has, who's happy to be with you and is living with you and loves you. I am not talking about any of those things. Okay. And so I think sometimes when we do have these conversations, everyone goes like, well, this is my relationship. Cool, bro. Not talking about you. But also why I have a problem with this relationship dynamic as well. Because again, we live in a world where people really think, guys, that the only option is the business relationship. And I'm trying to tell you it's not. But yes, you will have a struggle dating and meeting your partner if you think you need to be defined by that. And yes, if you don't look for high compatibility, you will settle. And yes, you might not find that partner in this lifetime, because if you're looking for high compatibility, you would also have to meet them. So I came to the conclusion I came to after doing all these kinds of relationships and realizing like none of these are working for me. What am I really looking for? I'm looking for 100%. I'm looking for I love you unconditionally. I'm looking for I like you. You're a good person. I love hanging out with you. I vibe with you. Like you make my life better. I make your life better. You're a good person. You're a kind person. You're a compassionate person. You're a good neighbor. You're thoughtful. You're considerate. You hold yourself accountable. You're self-aware. You're introspective. You actually do the work. You don't get defensive. And even when you do, you call it out in yourself and you say, hold up, I'm defensive. Let me think about it. You work on your problems. You fix things. You bring solutions to the table. You're actually aiming to be a better person every day. You're making an effort. You're thoughtful. Like I am looking for all these things. And I'm looking for these things because I want to be that kind of a person and I want to show up in the world that way. And it's going to be harder for me to show up in the world that way if I'm dating somebody who's constantly, dragging me down and I keep, trying to either lift them up or swat their hand away. I need somebody that's going to lift me up and I'm going to lift them up. I want to be with somebody that when I wake up and I got 10% spoons, my partner goes, that's okay. I've got a surplus today. Or maybe we wake up some days and we're both like on 10% spoons and we spend the day watching anime and recouping. You know what I mean? Instead of looking at each other, you know what I mean? And it's not to say that we don't have, conversations about navigating real life, or we don't get stressed from paperwork, or we don't get stressed from life. It's about in that stress, we don't hate each other through it. We don't take it out on each other. When we are stressed, we let each other vent and then we hug it out, dab it up after, you know what I mean? And that's the point, is like, we're not angry at each other. We're never angry at each other. Versus in other relationships, there was an anger to it. I remember when I first started courting my now married partner, they came to see me for the first time. It was our first time physically meeting. They came to stay with me for 2 weeks in Arizona. And we rented out this cute Airbnb by a friend of a friend. I knew this person. I said, hey, can I borrow your Airbnb? I'll pay you. Of course, we rented out this Airbnb. It was beautiful. We woke up with deer, you know, there was like deer on the grass. It was like country. It was very cute. And for 2 weeks, we got to know each other for the first time physically. Do we like each other? Do we like the way each other smells? Da, da, da. We're in the kitchen. Okay. We're cooking together for the first time. And my now married partner at the time, just a person I was getting to meet, they were meeting my family. They lifted up their hand for something in the kitchen, and I went like this. And he went, oh, so let's talk about that. And I said, my bad. He said, I'm assuming that there's a story to that. And I was like, it's a wee bit of a story. And I said, yeah, there's a bit of a story. I'm not used to cooking with somebody in the kitchen and it not turning into a fight. And he was like, okay. I was like, I had this partner this one time. He was 6'5", 6'4", 6'5", really tall, lanky kind of man. And I said, I'm a really klutzy person and I break stuff and sometimes I spill stuff and I'm kind of, you know, I have dyspraxia, whatever, you know, kind of relationship with my body. And one time maybe many times I would drop stuff or whatever. And it, you know, eventually that 6'4" partner decided to like throw things and throw and yell and like throw dishes and throw the food and just, you know what I mean? And it was like, and I'm like 5'1". So, okay, 5'1" and 6'4", right? And this person was 12 years older than me. So now I'm in my mid-20s. I'm like 23, 24 years old, maybe a little younger. And I've got this guy who's nearing 40 and he's throwing and yelling. And I'm just like, what do I do with this information, right? And then he's like, this is all your fault. And I felt so bad. I took it upon myself, right? I was like, it's me. I'm the problem. I broke stuff. Even though my family's used to it, I can't tell you how many times I've been sitting with my brothers like this. And then all of a sudden the glass will just fall from my hand and shatter. And they're like, dude. I'm like, bro, my hand, it's just been a problem my whole life. I just break things. And I'm not doing it on purpose. I'm even telling myself, don't break it, don't break it, don't break it. But like, I slip out. It's, you know, anyways. So I tell him this story and he looked at me and said like, I'm never going to care if you break something. I said, but I will break something. Like something will break. And he's like, okay. And it was like one of those moments where like, I was like, well, maybe this is my person. You know, we're doing pretty good together. Anyways, we cooked a delicious bolognese that night. You know, he was showing me some European pasta. We were having we had a good time. He cooked for me a lot during those first 2 weeks, but we had a good time. You know, we had a lot of fun. And it's those moments, guys, that I'm talking about. You know, you deserve to have a relationship that doesn't make you flinch when someone lifts their hand in the kitchen, you know? And that's what I'm trying to say is like, I used to settle and I used to think, guys, this was the relationship I deserved. It was my fault. I'm a bad partner. I am the one who broke the dish. I am the one who dropped the food. I am the one that did this. You know what I mean? He's right. It was me. When I was my other relationship and I would have breakdowns. I mean, he was right. It was me. I was the one having the breakdown. I must be the problem, right? It's not the fact that he won't work or contribute to the household or make dinner or help me when I'm working 20 hours a day. It's me. I'm the one who's stressed out. I'm the one who's crying on the floor. He's right. It's me. And that's what I mean to say when I hear these stories and women are out here playing, like just coming up, men, women, they, them, whatever, coming up with so many reasons why they're the problem when they don't even understand the environment they're in is literally triggering them. Like the environment you are in is killing you. You do not have to have a relationship where you walk on eggshells or you are afraid to come home or you would rather be out with your girls or you have to have a to-go bag or you have to worry about squirreling money away. Okay, you are allowed to have a relationship where you feel safe and you can be transparent and there's no punishment, where you can drop a dish and break it and the world isn't going to end, you know? Okay, so here's the podcast. I shared it in the chat. Let me bring up this TikTok to show you, to kind of like bring this all home for us, okay? Let me bring this up for us. Okay. Let me bring this up for us. Okay. Kind of gonna bring it all home. Okay. Here we go. Ready?
So for telling my husband, am I the asshole for telling my husband I'm going back on our agreement and I don't care if he cries about it? My husband and I, both 32, have been together since we were 19. Our entire relationship feels like it just blew up in my face. Basically, I can't tell if I'm overreacting. So we both wanted one child, and we had planned this for years. We wanted everything perfect first. The home, the careers, the savings, the investments, the nest egg, etc. Because we both knew from very early on that once we had a baby, I would be staying home full time and raising our child. His brother's life was unfortunately cut short by a daycare worker when he was just 5 months old back in 2017. So daycare wasn't an option basically, and we need to make sure our ducks were in a row so I could stay home and be a full-time parent. 2 years ago, we were sitting on $500,000 in investments, a few nest eggs and different types of savings and bonds accounts. We bought the house. We even bought a damn boat. Everything we planned for fell into place finally, and we started trying for a baby. We now have a perfect 4-week-old daughter. I've been out of work since I was 5 months pregnant due to placenta abruption, but otherwise everything was fine. She's perfectly healthy, was a good weight, and I bounced back from the delivery fairly quickly because of how much of a support system my husband was. He did more than his fair share while still working full time, which is partially why I cannot tell if I'm being dramatic or if this is hormones or PPD or whatever. Like, I am legitimately livid. So basically, earlier this afternoon, I get a call from the Department of Health and Human Services to go over health insurance options and whether or not the baby is eligible for state insurance based off our income. I had already given the DHHS all of our info, social security numbers, date of birth, etc. When they called yesterday, we were just waiting on our info and assets to be pulled. Anyway, she calls and says we aren't eligible because my husband makes too much money and that we'll need to add her to our private insurance. Absolutely no problem at all. I kind of figured that anyways. But then she offhandedly mentions that my husband is making over $10,000 monthly gross and that the cutoff for the state insurance is over $7,000 monthly gross. Well, here's the issue. For months, my husband has been telling me that he only makes $6,000 a month after taxes. So I get off the phone and I log into my husband's computer and into his baking, and sure enough, his monthly take home is bordering around $8,500. He's transferring everything over $6,000 into an account I didn't even know existed. So I call him out on it, and he breaks down and tells me that he just wanted something that was only his. Please keep in mind that all of my money has always gone into our joint account that he uses on a daily basis. So he's hiding money from me so he can have his own money while plugging away at mine.
See,
over $45,000 he has sitting in that account, while telling me last week that we couldn't have steak for dinner because spending $38 on 2 steaks was a waste of money. So I told him I'm putting the baby in daycare and I'm going back to work because obviously I need to safeguard myself if he's hiding away money. Something feels off about this. I don't know. He instantly started crying, see above, daycare trauma, but I truly just don't trust him financially anymore. I no longer feel secure here. I said I changed my mind and I don't care if he cries about it. Am I the asshole for telling my husband?
Bro, divorce. 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 This is what I'm saying. Divorce. I don't want to hear fucking nothing. Divorce. That's it. Thank you for playing. Divorce. No regrets. Jesus Christ. Chaz says, what does she mean, her first child? Not her first child, his brother. His baby brother died in daycare, which is devastating, bro. You know? Yeah, Chaz said, even if it was $10 every paycheck, why are you hiding it? Thank you. Even if it was $10 every paycheck, why are you hiding it from me? Why are you hiding money from me? Especially when her paycheck was going straight into the whole thing. Now, here's why I disagree with her. Don't just go back to work, girl. File that paperwork. She said, I went to work and put the kid in daycare. Go to work and let's go divorce. What is even the, reasoning from this? And I get it, like he's providing, but he's a liar. Ain't no way, bro. That's the craziest thing. I could even think of. Like that's what I'm saying. Like, absolutely not. You know, and I get it. Like, and again, my, you know, and not everything is like literal, right? So like example, my parents, my mom can just get into the accounts. She's also, but to be fair, my mom is literally in charge of balancing the books. You know, my dad always made the money. My mom always balanced the books. So if anything, my dad would be the one who's like, you sneaking money. You know what I mean? But the truth is, like, they do their check-in budgets. We do our check-in budgets. We look at everything. I see every piece of paperwork that comes through this house. Even if it's in Croatian, I use Google Translate and I look at, you know, things. I try to pay attention. You know what I mean? Like, it's not that I don't trust my partner. He doesn't trust me. But we build trust up by giving reassuring data. Trust is built by good data. And now she got a piece of data that erodes at the trust that was built because she realized the data she was getting was wrong. So that's not to say, listen, I'm not here. I can't predict if my partner ever decided to be this person. But I made sure to do my due diligence to the best of my ability, because I can't control other people, to pick someone I believe, based off my own judgment, is going to treat me well. So I understand if in 10 years from now, I go, my partner was secretly squirreling away money and I was one making the money and they da-da-da-da-da. Everyone would be like, oh, I told Brittany, oh my gosh, da-da-da-da-da. But that's the thing. It also could go the other way, where I did my due diligence. I feel like I made a good judgment. I used discernment. I used my wisdom. He seems like a great person. It's been checked out. Everything he's told me checks out. His friends, you know, his parents, everything seems good. And we just live a great marriage and we are an example of something that worked. We won't know till we know, though. But so far, I think we made the right choice. Everything is good. There have been no doubts. Everything seems to line up. The data continues to be accurate and good. Okay, we seem to catch things quickly because you remember we're two grown-ups who met each other later in life. So we're going to have things we have to learn to still mesh together. I'm still getting used to being chronically ill, by the way. That's come up a lot lately. Like, I am still really working on being chronically ill. It's like it's very hard for me to be disabled. It impacts our marriage sometimes, for sure. So we've done a lot of talking around that. Like, you know, there's a lot, yes, adjustment. Thank you, Chad. There's a lot of adjusting, right? It's like, there's a lot here. You know what I mean? And so again, I think people just like, it's not about like literally, you know, sharing accounts all the time. Like my partner has a Croatian account. I don't have a Croatian account. I have an American account. We actually haven't had time to put each other on each other's accounts in a formal way because we just haven't gone around to it. Also, I don't know if he has to be in America. We have to look up the paperwork, but we have access to the accounts. We have an ability to say, pull up the account, let me see it. We have an ability to go to the, you know, to do paperwork is the point. The point is not that you literally have to have accounts. You don't literally have to have a shared account. You literally, though, have to have an ability to get into the account. You have to have the literal ability to see what's going on. You know what I mean? It's that. It's like, actually, you know what my partner told me today? And I had no clue. I was like, no way, bro. He's like, stop putting your phone on my desk. You leave your phone in here. And then I think it's my phone and it's not my phone. It's your phone. I was like, okay, first of all, you should see this as a point that I trust you because I leave my phone in here and I don't even think about it. Second of all, I'm pretty sure I don't leave my phone in here. He's like, you do. You leave your phone in here. And then I think it's my phone. It's not my phone. I was like, okay, well, I trust you. You know, that's really what that means. You know, and that's the point is like, we don't pay attention to where our phones are or where our devices are. Like, yes, I have my computer and he has his computer, but it's not going to be that big a deal. If I go, hey, can I use your computer? Can I grab your phone for something? Like, it's not like I'm asking him literally permission. You know what I mean? I'm not asking you permission. Can I go into your phone? You don't have a choice. Like, I don't know how to explain this to you. We're married. You don't have a choice in whether or not I go into your phone because you shouldn't be hiding anything from me. It's different, though, if your partner is controlling and narcissistic and they're like, you can't keep your phone away from me. Well, maybe you want to keep your phone away from him because he's crazy, girl, and he's going to kill you. See how that's different? The reason I don't care if my partner looks at my phone is because he's not going to hurt me no matter what he finds on my phone. Because I have nothing, well, because one, he wouldn't do that anyways. It wouldn't matter if he found out I was cheating. He's not going to hurt me. Pause. Pay attention. Even if he found out I was cheating, he's not going to hurt me. Because I'm pretty sure I didn't marry that kind of person. Because I don't think I would have married that kind of person. Do you know what I'm saying? So even if I was doing the worst of the worst, I would never assume this person would hit me or hurt me. But I'll tell you this right now, wouldn't be that surprised if my exes did. Not that they ever did, and they didn't. But would I be surprised if they did? Not really. I'd be pretty shocked if this partner, you know what I mean? That would be crazy. But, okay. And that's the other part is like, I need to know that even if divorce happens and the worst thing happens ever, that we are not vindictive, bitter assholes. That we are not the people who make divorce court the worst thing that's ever happened to people. Because I think it's unethical. Guys, let's go back to the basics. Okay? Let's go back to the basics. Right? What are our values? What are our ethics? I think it is immoral to drag out divorce court. I think it is unethical to make divorce court horrible. I think you're a bad person if you make divorce court difficult for people. I understand, and in some situations, the abuse victim who is not contributing to that statistic goes against somebody who makes it difficult. That is not who I'm talking about. When you have people who make divorce court scary, you are being a bad community member. You have to let people divorce you. Okay? You have got to do your best to make it easy on the kids, and you have to do your best to just get over it and move on with your life. Right? Discord said, where is the pause thing coming from? I've seen it recently in Black content, yet I don't know what it means. Well, it's what I know it as is Black men will say, I saw it. They'll say something gay and they'll be like, pause. And I picked it up from that. It's so funny to me. I'm sorry. Now I just used it interchangeably with like pause. wait. You know, wait. Everybody hold. But I did pick it up from Black men saying gay stuff and then being like, pause. Sorry. Yeah, it is kind of like the new homo for some guys. I think people just say pause now because they take everything from Black communities. But I think it's just like pause, wait, hold. But I think those circles I run in, like sometimes online, they're like, no homo. And I just think it's so funny. But I think it just means pause too. Right? Like, I think it just means pause. I'm using it in the way that means just pause, but I hope every time I say it in my head, I'm going, no homo. It's not funny. It has nothing to do with this conversation. This is very serious. But anyways, okay. The point is, I want you to feel safe and secure in your relationships. Okay? I want you to feel good. I want you to feel secure. I want you to feel confident. I want you to feel like when you ask your partner, like, hey, can I use your phone? It's literally because you want to use the phone and not because you're terrified of what will be on it. And look, my partner and I talk about this all the time. Scenario, someone comes up to me and says, hey, Britt, I saw your guy on a dating website. I go, really? Send me a screenshot. Send me a screenshot. I want to see. Like, if my partner got a DM from somebody random and said, Brittany's in my DMs, Brittany's been seeing me, I'm having an affair with Brittany, he'd be like, cool, send me the receipts. I'm a public figure. Do you think that people aren't going to try to fuck with you? Like, you know what I mean? Also, even when I had community in Seattle and people knew me, like, yeah, sometimes people would see I was poly at the time, would see my partner on a date with somebody, but I knew he was on a date. And they'd be like, hey, Britt, your guy's with a girl. And I'd be like, yeah, I know that. Thanks for letting me know, though. And at the same time, it's good that your community's looking out. But if somebody's trying to mess with you, do you know what I'm saying? Like, I expect it. I expect either someone trying to mess with us, or if it's true, I do want to know. Like, you know what I mean? If somebody's having an affair with my partner, if a girl found out, go be a girl's girl and hit me up. You know what I mean? Like, be a girl's girl and let me know. But also, even if you told me, I would still need the receipts, right? And I would need like data, and I would talk to my partner about it. And then it would be the end of our marriage because no cheating allowed, right? So it's like one of those things where, insane. Like, I actually, did you remember that conversation I had with my siblings where it's like, I asked my gay brother, I said, if my partner was cheating on me, No. Yeah, if my partner was cheating on me and you knew, would you tell me? He's like, fuck yeah, I'd tell you. And I said, okay, what if I was cheating on my partner? And he was like, in the beginning, no, because like I didn't really like know him like that. And like I would tell you you're a bad person and you shouldn't do that and you're stupid. But I maybe wouldn't get involved because I don't like know him like that. But like now that I know him, it'd be like a little different. Or like if my farm brother cheated on my sister-in-law, ooh, we're all gonna get involved. Ooh, I'm gonna beat him up so bad, you know, with words. But like I'm gonna, ooh. And like same thing, we love our sister-in-law. Like we love her. We would go to war for her. And if my brother was ever cheating on her, ooh, like this. So, you know, it's about the closeness. It's like if I'm close to this person, I'm telling them, you know what I mean? But I can see why it'd be uncomfortable to go into people's business and be like, hey, but also for some people, they're like, please tell me. You know what I mean? But like, it took a while for there to be a clear integration of like the new spouses into the family of like, get involved. Or, you know, again, this all goes back to values and ethics. You want to marry you into a family that would tell you, oh my God, if I found out, if my partner was cheating on me, hypothetical, and his mother knew and she didn't tell me because it's her son, I'm going to talk to her about this. I would be devastated. I would be like so shocked. You know what I mean? Like, I just made you a Christmas scarf. You have to tell me. You got to tell me these things. Like, I would be so devastated. Do you know what I mean? Like, do you want to hurt people that way? Look how hurtful that was. This hypothetical is going to make me cry. Why do you want to hurt people like that, bro? That's what I'm saying. You know what I mean? Like, think about who you're marrying. Think about the family you're marrying into. Think about the people around you. You know what I mean? Like, why do you want to hurt people like that? That's so sad. Oh, that's so sad, you know? Okay. All of this to say, you need to have the relationship that makes sense for your joy and make sure you're doing it out of love and morals and ethics and goodness and not out of fear. And also, you know the relationship you're in. Be honest with yourself. Are you in a business relationship? Are you in a toxic relationship? In a settling relationship? Are you married to the love of your life? The real love of your life? You know, the actual love of your life? Chet said, did my crocheted scarf mean nothing to you? Did it mean nothing to you? P.S. She's already sent me like 3 photos of her in it. She's like, out with the hubby. She's so cute. Okay. Let's take another break and then we'll come back and we'll have a chill end of the night with exposing YouTube's biggest predator. I'm stoked. I'm so excited. Also, I cannot believe it's not even lunchtime in California right now. It is literally 8:30 p.m. in Croatia. Okay, it is crazy to me that it is not even noon in California right now. My family barely just started their day. That's crazy, bro. Okay, I'll be right back. All right, hello. All right. Pausing music in 1, 2, 3. Big pause. All right, girls, let's get it done. And just a reminder for members, I tried to post my Diddy Doc review today and the copyright went crazy. So I'm trying to finish the other ones. I'm going to try to get it up. If I cannot get this edit up, no matter how hard I edit it, and it becomes like not that good of a watch, I'm going to try something different, maybe like watching all 4 of them and then making a standalone video or something. I'll figure it out, but I posted it for members first before it went public to everybody else, because it will go public for everybody else, just as a test as well, and to help me with pacing. But the copyright got it this morning after I posted it. And so Netflix has it blocked right now, but I'm going to work on it tonight and see if I can get it up. And if I can, I'll just continue forward. But, you know, it is what it is. Okay. This is a Foreign Man in a Foreign Land and Black Femininity TV. So 2 content creators here. You can see this. Also, for those asking, it seems like this thing right here, this YouTube thing, you can do it by tagging people and then they have to approve it. So it only works if both of you manually go into your videos and make it happen, which means like these people did that, which is cool. So that's why you see that now, this YouTube thing where like you can click on her channel or you can see like, oh, Black Femininity TV, boom, subscribed. Ooh, Foreign Man in a Foreign Land, boom, subscribe. Like you could just click. So they're both doing this video together, which is cool. But I think this is on Foreign Man in a Foreign Land's channel. And so I guess she's a collaborator. So I'm excited. 1.2 normal speed here for 1.2. And we will go ahead and get started. I'm excited.
I'm sorry, what's this?
His name's Ray.
Ray? I remember Ray. And your name is?
Lorraine.
Lorraine? And Timmy.
So that sound is this man barking. Now, what is the story of this family?
So it's Ray on the left, Timmy in the center, this is Lorraine's son, and that's Freddie on the right. Freddie has passed away. They all have mental health issues. And you can't just magically fix their mental health. They still don't know how to do all the things that we all know how to do. Oh, you want me to get a job and shower and get dressed and pay taxes and all that shit? Fuck that.
This is called exposing YouTube's biggest predator.
Everything is just like, how do I make a quick buck right now?
I have a confession to make. I suffer from something I struggle to say. To put into words, a duality. Some may say hypocrisy. That is being a true crime fan.
I think it just stokes paranoia, but I think we enjoy that paranoia.
As a person who is related to or have known people who have been murdered, we're talking about this subject like it's some folk tale. And it's like, damn, these are real people.
Some people, they plan out doing school shootings just because they want the notoriety of people who have got so famous because of true crime content.
I lie to myself to justify my addiction. I mean, I say, oh, it brings awareness to cold cases, or it reignites the memory of missing people. But we all know that's a bunch of bumbleclot. I have a fascination with these cases, a fascination I'm not proud of. Beyond the genre having more ethical detours in the city of Roblox and the prevalence of true crime engendering a mindset that fearmongers us into justifying conservative perspectives on law and order or even policing. But there's an area of the internet that goes far deeper into this phenomena, and one of the worst offenders is also one of the most successful YouTubers on the platform.
True.
A YouTuber that takes pride in running a trauma sweatshop. I mean, usually the ones that build their whole brand on other people's backs try to keep quiet about it. But not this nigga.
The phrase 13-year-old prostitute, I mean, can a 13-year-old be a prostitute? They're being abused. How can you just like interview a person like that and label them that?
He's happily going on podcasts telling Joe and all the rest of us about his booming business of exposing people's deepest wounds and life stories for his own profit. With impunity.
He's talking to Joe Rogan here. The way he's describing them is a little disrespectful because these are people with special needs.
You've probably even seen his content yourself. A black and white portrait.
Oh my God, look. It's the fucking incel therapist. It's Oren. It's a guy.
Of an enticing character. Shocking stories told by real people in dire, traumatic, questionable, or just intriguing circumstances. You may have even been curious enough to click on a link, but what you probably didn't realize at the time is that with that click, by watching that video, maybe even subscribing to his channel, you're actually supporting one of the most insidious creators that I've ever seen on this platform.
I tried to, so I remember back in the day when people on my channel were like, Brittany, you'll like this guy's channel. And I tried to watch it, and I do have a morbid curiosity. So I did find the family that he features quite interesting. And I did look up their family tree because I was curious on why they were inbred the way that they were. Incest, inbred. Anyways, I did find that interesting, but I also, and I believe this very deeply, that exploitation often comes under the guise of care. And after some time, I think it became really clear that white soft underbelly felt like exploitation, pretending to be care. And I just didn't like it. Like, I think I watched a couple videos before I was like, I don't know about this, girl. I do not know about this. And I'm glad that I'm not the only one. And I'm glad that people are picking up on it because, again, I think it's the objectification of it, right? Like going on Joe Rogan and talking about this family like they're like animals in a zoo or something. Like, dude, that's someone's family, bro. And you're not talking about them the way you would talk about other people. You are talking about them a little bit like they're less than you, you know?
Because this ain't your garden variety trauma pornographer like Trap Lord Ross or Tyler Oliveira. This is someone that is callous and calculated. And despite some whisper networks outing his pernicious practices, he's actually growing.
It feels very pornographic, like very much like they know people will have this like sickened fascination with it.
But I'm getting ahead of myself. Let's take it back to when things really got cooking.
Now to growing concerns about the deadly coronavirus officially hitting the U.S. Here's what we know.
Markets' reaction to the outbreak causes concern for many of us. Overseas, the situation there is already very serious. More countries in Europe have confirmed cases, most of those patients having traveled to Italy, where the number of confirmed cases there is now 322, with at least 10 people killed by the virus.
We will be suspending all travel from Europe to the United States for the next 30 days.
Heightened states of emergency across the nation as the number of coronavirus cases soars above 3,000.
Breaking news, stay at home. That is the order tonight from 4 state governors as the coronavirus pandemic spreads. New York, California, Illinois, and Connecticut all ordering non-essential employees to stay home. Those orders cover 75 million people across the United States.
Ew. Chad said I watched a few until I realized the vibe was off. There was a girl BPD. I think it is, and she was talking about how hard it is, and Mark kept saying, oh, you're like every guy's dream girl. Ugh. I hate that shit. Yeah, I tried to watch a couple of the BPD ones, and I was just like, I know I got the diagnosis, but BPD content exhausts me. Oh, that's another thing. BPD content exhausts me. Honestly, at this point, some autistic content really exhausts me. Like, some of the ways that people talk about these diagnoses, it feels, you guys are weird. Like, there's a weird thing. It's gotten weird and I don't like it. I don't like the feeling, and I just feel like it's also negative. It's always negative. The worst parts, the horrible part. It's just like, girl, you're too negative for me. You're a Debbie Downer. Okay? Even the style, the white underbelly style, it's negative. It's just, it makes me sad. It gives me no hope. That's what it is. Where is the hope? As the great philosopher Katara would say, hope. Where's the hope?
It's March 2020, and for a moment, practically everyone around the world was going through the same thing. The mind-numbing boredom pressure cooker of being trapped inside your goddamn house for every last hour of the day. As a political scientist myself, it would have been a researcher's wet dream if it didn't have all kind of ethical issues, but once you got past the shock, fear, concern, and you were just cooped up inside all the time, that's what really took over. Boredom. After being so disillusioned by not having to deal with capitalism for so long that I have to manufacture capitalism by playing Animal Crossing and being a slave to Tom Nook. I need my paper like Tom Nook. We as a species were absolutely starving for something, anything that could consume us for just long enough to forget that we were trapped inside. So we turned to our screens. YouTube, TikTok, all these other dopamine-driven social media slot machines were always doing pretty well. But having everyone stuck at home depressed out of their mind with nothing to do but scroll, well, that's when it took another level. YouTube had a 75% uptick of views for just the news channels alone. But those weren't the only videos that were blowing up around this time. There's no way that I could underscore how unique of a time this was for social media, because this was like the golden age. Creators that had never experienced a boom on the platform before this since it took off in 2006.
I finally became a full-time content creator because of lockdown. Yep. To be fair, my mental health was the best it ever was, because I had gone through my philosophical journey around the time. But it was the first time in my life I actually was healthy enough, and it was the right moment, and I finally became full-time. And I've maintained it like ever since.
You see, back then, everything was so new that practically anyone had a shot to make it big to an extent. As long as...
Not then. See, for me, I was not mentally healthy enough to make it in the beginning. Even though I was around since the beginning, my mental health kept fucking me up. My mental health kept me from leaving YouTube over and over again, and like taking breaks and like going like... I was so exhausted, right? So, yeah.
Like you were funny and could hold somewhat of an attention for a little bit of time. you in. But then the platform took off, and for years it was pretty hard to build a name for yourself among the endless sea of other content. There was still a lot of competition, but now there were so many new viewers ripe for the taking, and just like that, money and opportunity were now at the forefront of being a YouTuber. Lots of new creators were carving out successful channels for themselves around this time. I mean, even your boy right here hopped on the YouTube train around 2020. And a month into the pandemic, our brains were absolutely melting, fiending for some intriguing media or something different, something captivating. And then, amidst all of this, that's when a video from a very unique channel started going viral. When everyone was trapped inside with nothing to talk about except for the pandemic.
45
That's
million
when people
views.
started seeing this video.
What's your favorite memory, Ray? Do you remember anything about your life?
It showcased the intimate, realistic life of a family that most people would likely never come across in their day-to-day. But what made them so distinct? Well, the Whitaker family was raised deep in the Appalachian Mountains of West Virginia, and they had several sons that had congenital birth defects from inbreeding. There was definitely a bevy of podcasts and interviews around this time, but nothing like this. And yeah, trauma content isn't anything new. I mean, folks have been documenting people's unnerving stories since they had a camera to record with, but there was something special about this channel. The viewers weren't just taking notice of the family on the screen. It was the anonymous voice behind the camera that was capturing their attention as well. It was a seemingly compassionate, unbiased, direct approach to storytelling that made the channel stand out. Like everyone that saw this video popping up on their For You page a few years back, I immediately clicked on the channel to see who exactly was putting this out. The Soft White Underbelly. And the man behind the channel is a guy named Mark Leiter. Mark kicks off this video chasing Ray around, asking him the same question repeatedly over and over again. This is the face of inbreeding. And it worked. Ray was a hell of a hook. I mean, people were glued to the screen the second they saw him. And just like that, the Soft White Underbelly captured people's attention in a grand way. Mark was the good guy for providing a platform to people that society usually ignores and discards who have a second thought. And to top it off, many of these stories were genuinely captivating for the audience. They wanted to hear about their lives. They stayed from the start of the video until the very end because they needed to know more. It was a perfect combination: a virality cheat code, the isolating environment of the pandemic, the cold hard look into real lives that veered outside the norm by a wide margin. The tales that kept everyone hooked for more than a minute at a time. Viewers couldn't look away. They were hungry for more. And soon, the Soft White Underbelly channel was becoming just as popular a topic as the pandemic itself in the YouTube spheres. Mark didn't stop with the Whitaker. No, he saw this opportunity and he started barreling ahead at full speed. Once he had pulled in tens of millions of views with that single interview, he kept the videos coming, showing more people as time went on from increasingly severe situations. He was pulling in anyone he could find out there, like teenage girls working the streets, members of the KKK, sex workers and their pimps.
See, like stuff like this was fucked up. I remember this video. That's what I mean. These people, like some of them are in active addiction. Some of them are like, you know what I mean? It's bad.
Victims of heinous and brutal crimes, as well as their perpetrators. Each video drew in more of an audience. It gave more authority to the channel and Mark Leiter as the creator behind it. The Soft White Underbelly was becoming so popular that viewers were beginning to beg for more content. They wanted Mark to go back to fan favorites like the Whitaker family from that very first episode that blew up and do an update, a where are they now type of thing. And like a moth to a flame, he did just that.
How many children were there in your family?
Almost 16, I think.
I just want to say this out loud. So I looked into the Whitaker family too after this because I was curious. I don't know how it happened, but it happened that once again, a woman is taking care of everything. I don't know what happened, but the women are, the sister takes care of everybody. The men can't do it. Genetically, they were impacted the most by the inbreeding, but like, it's always a woman who has to take care of everything, isn't it? Even in this situation, it's the weirdest phenomenon.
A year after his first conversation with them, he returned to chat some more and of course, get more content that would bring in millions of views and lots of money.
I wonder if he's going to explain how they were inbred, because from my understanding, it was two brothers. I could be wrong, so tell me if you guys know. I think, from my old memory, I think it was two brothers who had, I think it was it twins? And the twins inbred? Was that it? Does anyone remember how it started? It was something like that. Like the genetics were too close. I don't remember. I should look up their family tree if he's not going to show it.
But unlike the first time where he opened up by talking about Ray and his conditions, this time he started talking about how much money he'd raised for them since the first video.
Last year, after we did the video shoot, the GoFundMe campaign we did for you guys, generated like almost $30,000.
Mark was quick quick to talk about how much he's helped this poor family in the year since filming them, and using their story had made him a multi-million-dollar career. He pretty much pushed a camera in front of the woman's face and says, tell all my subscribers how much of a good guy I am. Which, if we be...
Yeah, they had twins and the brothers' children had kids. Okay, good. So, okay, does that sound familiar?
Real, what?
Yeah, Discord said it was the twins' kids that got together. They think they were identical, male twin brothers. Yeah. Okay. Yeah. But it's so interesting because, like, again, in my family lineage, a lot of first cousins are married and a lot of them have kids. And, like, we didn't start getting physical disabilities in the family until one of my first cousins married one of my second cousins, and then their kids really struggled, but we're not sure exactly why. I don't know the full story of why their kids struggled so much, but there was a lot of like medical health problems. But like a lot of Assyrians, a lot of like Arab communities have been talking about this a lot. Like, we got to stop marrying our cousins, but it's actually so prevalent. It's crazy. Like, it's honestly like, it's obnoxious. And that's the point, is like, can we please look anywhere else? But like, you know,
already rubbed me the wrong way if he'd give them 30 large, because you know what? This is deliberate and painfully so. This is a person slipping into a persona, a public mask like a celebrity might put on for their fans, or a goddamn serial killer puts on for their day-to-day. Now, he wasn't just this compassionate, thoughtful filmmaker who was given the platformless a place to tell their story. He was also swooping in to save the day. He was a savior.
Oh,
Up until this point, I was like everyone else, seeing your videos getting millions of views and thinking, yeah, that makes sense. I got it. I understood why people were attracted to the content, and I wanted to watch. I even thought that it might be a good thing to actually start a conversation around these issues in such a bold way. But that...
The GoFundMe campaign we did for you guys generated like almost $30,000.
That set me straight like a hard slap in the face, because I know a grifter when I know a fraud when I see one. And Mark Leiter, you was a fraud. And I was only more convinced of that when I found out that the whole GoFundMe ploy for praise might have been completely made up in the first place. Because apparently, another YouTuber went to film the Whitakers after Mark's video went viral. Don't know how I feel about this clearly struggling family being turned into some sort of Zoom Meets casino for content creators that want to go viral, but let me keep going, we got time for that. And this dude mentions to GoFundMe money to Betty Whitaker, the matriarch of the family. And she apparently ain't seen a goddamn dime. They obviously got that video scrubbed clean off the internet by now, but apparently the YouTuber asked how their house was coming along after they got so much money from that video. And they basically said,
why are people always taking money? Chat says, Brittany, cousins marrying each other, is it by choice or culturally forced? It's both. Some of them forced, like I have child marriages in my family background as well. So the child marriages forced, obviously, culturally pressured. I hate the way my family cannot cope with these conversations, because I'm like, we have to talk about it. And they're like, they were forced. It wasn't their choice. They were both minors. It doesn't matter. We have to talk about it. Like, there's like this, my family is just like so fucking traumatized. So some of the child marriages, I would argue forced, obviously. It's hard though, because a lot of the people grew up and so they feel like they don't want it to feel like their story was that way. Like they want to rewrite their story, which I understand. Or they feel like, for me, it wasn't bad, so therefore, but like, girl. Anyways, some were forced, some were by choice. There are love marriages. There are like a lot of love marriages. But that's also the point, is like, I don't think it's that weird for biological animals to evolve over millions of years and fall in love with their cousins. I'm just saying, like, do we need to though? Like, I would say that, you know, from a quote scientific perspective, there's a reason why we stay away from inbreeding, right? It's like long term, but I can also understand why like you might come to that consensus. But I'm saying, what if, hear me out, we didn't? Okay, for a lot of really good reasons. My one reason being, out of all the people in the world you should feel safe not being sexualized by, it's family. Okay? Jesus, can we please just have one space where we don't think about our cousins naked or something? You know what I mean? It's like one of those things where like, and look, I watch a lot of like Arab podcasts, that bubble, and it's nice to hear from people that are like, oh, bro, whatever to your family's cousins. And you're like, you know, you're sitting there like, Jesus, can we stop? It's always the women, by the way, having these conversations. It's always the women saying like, okay, yeah, I get it. Can we please like stop? And the problem is like, you know what I mean? Like, people are way too comfortable out here talking about God and cousins. You know, it's the religion, bro. I blame religion. I blame fucking religion.
That they never got a dime from the soft white underbelly or Mark Leiter. Now, Mark adamantly denies that and has even released proof of transferring the funds to Betty.
And I wire transferred it to Betty. I'll show you a screenshot of my bank account and all the wire transfers that I sent.
And let me just tell you, you know what's really annoying about it is I will talk to family members and I'll be like, you know, I think the family is too blinded by their love for so-and-so to talk about it. They're like, I love so-and-so too. And I feel like you're not taking into consideration like the time and place it took place. I was like, I feel like I love these people too. And I don't know why you're acting like I can't love them and hold them accountable. It's like a fight. It's always a fight between like, if you love someone, how can you call them bad? It's like, girl, that's what's so annoying about these family conversations. It's like, you don't love them more than me because you won't hold them accountable. Like, or that you won't have the conversations. You know what I'm saying?
And after saying that, you might be inclined to believe him. After all, he's the one who came with literal receipts. He's the good guy in all of this, right? But here's the thing that you need to understand about Mark Leiter and the Soft White Underbelly channel. This isn't just a man who is spotlighting very real, raw, and most of the time very dark things, objectively and altruistically. Mark has become a part of the darkness. Maybe early on with those first videos, he had noble intentions. But trust me, as you're about to see, those are long gone. Because once he got a taste of that money, those views, the influence, the sweet notoriety and praise, Mark was hooked, like the addicts that he interviews. And unfortunately, he was meticulous. He was smart. He was cunning enough to turn the Soft White Underbelly channel into something parasitic. A way to prey on the easiest targets who are often defenseless and make millions in the process.
Okay, hold on. I want to show you this video.
And I really believe everyone should say no to cousin love. And while disability is sexy, causing disability due to ignorance is not.
Well, what do you know about that? How the chances of you getting inbred with cousins is only like 2% or something like that?
No.
It's just if you keep doing it. Like
no, it's not.
It's
not. No, disability advocate works with the
how much percentage?
The number one cause of disability in the Middle East prior to the mass disabling event, that's the genocide in Gaza, was cousin love. 19% of all disabilities were caused by cousin love.
Really?
Yeah. You're thinking of like
I thought it was like a myth.
No, it's not. There's
like,
villages. There's half of Egypt.
It's children of cousins married cousins again.
I got invited to a wedding the other day. There were supposed to be 8 great grandparents. There were 2. And they were like my age. The moms were sisters. The dads were brothers. The moms and dads were cousins. The cousins were brothers. It was like people are going to have tails. Right. And it needs to stop.
So some people were mad at her for this because it sounded ableist to some people. But I don't know how to tell you. I don't know how to explain to people that are fighting ableism that the point is not to have disabled children. The point is not to discriminate against disabled children. Like, I really am shocked that people think the point is to have disabled children, but not really, because I understand like your thought process is like my life has quality. That's cool, bro. We're not talking about you. We're talking about your kids, and we're not talking about you. We're talking about kids who didn't choose to be here. You know what I mean? So she was so clear to me. She was so like obviously clear to me about what she was saying. She's like doing it on purpose is very like, you know what I mean? Like, it's like, what are we doing here? You know what I mean? And again, I know why you're defensive about it, but also it goes back to the money thing. You know, you don't want rich people coming in and deciding poor people can't have kids, but also why are you having kids when you don't have money? Two things can be, you know what I mean? These are not the same thing.
Starving, the homeless, the abused, the ones struggling in pain. The people who Mark could easily control and get to perform on camera for $100 or a hot meal. The ones who couldn't complain or get a lawyer when his channel made a fortune from spreading their life, their trauma, with the whole world. And there's an endless supply of these people on the streets with their own unique stories that Mark could profit from and come out looking like a saint by the end of it. I sure he think that he cracked the code, that he could continue operating like this forever and nobody would ever realize what's going on when the camera turns off. But I see you. And everyone's gonna see you too, because it's about damn time the real Mark Leiter was the subject of a video for once. This is the soft white underbelly of the beast. Even before he was the voice off camera demanding all of these intimate details about his subjects' lives, Mark Leiter was no stranger to being behind the lens. And to really understand the inner workings of this man's mind, you gotta go back before the soft white underbelly. Before he made a fortune off of more than 9,000 interviews of exposing people's suffering. Mark was born in 1960 and soon after moved to Chicago, where he spent most of his childhood and early adult life. That's the place he identified as his home, but there isn't really much out there about him growing up besides that. I mean, he's got little twigs about who he is scattered around the internet, but not the roots of where he came from.
This isn't even him. This isn't even him.
Little twigs about who he is scattered around the internet, but not the roots of
Whose white baby is this?
where he came from. Just a birthday, city, or random anecdotal memory about who he is. But overall, it's clear that Mark doesn't want to be the subject of online observation. He just wants to be the perpetrator of putting other people's lives out there. His origin story outside of his career is an enigma, and once you hear the details of his current personal life that leaked out, you'll understand why he's probably so covert about his inner world. When it comes to a career, Mark has been creating content for public consumption ever since the first paycheck that he got. He started off as an advertising photographer when he was in college. For decades, this was his bread and butter, and he wasn't working as some lowly freelance photographer who was barely scraping by on unreliable clients. No, he was one of the highest paid, sought after advertisement photographers in the game. I mean, Blue Bunny, Orville Redenbacher, Clinique, McDonald's, goddamn Apple. He was well known, successful, and he was bringing in the big bucks. Mark was no starving artist by any means. He made it long ago, and he went on for decades as the go-to guy for crisp advertisement shots. But eventually, it lost its potency for him. It just didn't give him the same rush as he had in his youth. And things were changing. I mean, think how drastically technology shifted from the 80s and the 90s to today. How much advertisement in general has evolved. Suddenly, the untouchable gift for photography that carried him throughout his career was becoming more commonplace. I mean, at this point, you could make AI spit out a very competitive ad for little to nothing, unless you ask the people in Michigan about that. His work was becoming less valuable in the ever-changing landscape of consumable content, and he knew he had to make a shift. As Mark described in his own words, and I quote, "Technology wasn't really good for people like me. I was at the top of the food chain of photographers that did what I did and charged whatever I wanted to, and it was a really great career. I'm really proud of that. Probably what I'm proudest of in my life. But it was changing, and just the clients no longer wanted the best of the best. They just wanted something that looked good on a phone, and it just like, there was no reason to be the Rolls Royce of what I did because everyone wanted the Honda Civic. Well, at least we know that his confidence wouldn't be taking a hit when this video comes out. The thing that really cracks me up about his telling of this is the fact that he doesn't even consider the idea for a second that maybe new, better photographers entered the industry, or maybe that he couldn't keep up with the technological advances. It had to be that nobody wanted his Rolls Royce of photography skills. But regardless of why Mark could no longer bring in the sort of money that he did once with photography, and even worse probably for him, he was no longer being praised as the photography god he knew himself to be, he needed a major pivot. And that's when Mark started thinking back to his childhood, growing up around downtown Chicago. Even though he actually grew up in the suburbs about 20 minutes outside of the belly of the beast, he still spent a lot of time around the area as a teenager. And he always remembers being fascinated by the stories behind the homeless people. And that's his label, not mine, just to be clear. He thought they seemed like interesting characters, an untapped resource of potential stories all wandering the streets and ripe for the taking.
Sometimes Jeremy Kyle would bring in very stereotypical 3 teeth drooling. You know that they would look for people like that just to be a spectacle, just so people could look down on them and feel better than them. And he'd do it under the guise of, oh, I'm actually trying to help them.
As a boy who grew up in a 2-parent household.
That's the problem I see with this is like, oh, you know who's interesting? Unhoused people who look like zombies in the streets because they're on the zombie drugs. It's like, have you seen those videos of people, you know, they're high and they're on drugs and people will walk through certain neighborhoods and be like, oh my gosh. I'm like, yo, that's someone's baby, bro. Like that person was a baby. And like, you're all just like ogling and oogling them. And that's why like, I don't know, bro. Again, it makes me so depressed, bro. Like, I don't know how you don't feel fucking bad. Like, how do you not feel like bad for people rather than like, ooh, fascinating? Like, it's devastating, bro. It's sad.
Who, by his own admission, loved him with all their hearts and would do anything for him. All these alternative lifestyles as he...
I just saw a video of Andy Dick. Not a great person, but Andy Dick was like having an overdose on a sidewalk and a guy was like recording it and running up to him. I didn't even know Andy Dick was living on the streets, bro. And he like walked up to him and he was like, Andy, wake up, Andy. And I'm like, why am I seeing this? Like, why am I even seeing this? It was so weird.
Called them was striking. They caught his attention and it stayed with him through all these years of high-end photography. And if seeing those folks on the street had that much of an impact on him just from driving around downtown, who knew how many people would tune in if he could actually capture these people's tales? The realest, rawest, most candid version of their history. That could be his new goldmine. Better yet, it scratched that voyeuristic itch he clearly had since his early years. Sure, when Mark started up the channel, it really did seem like the goal was to completely understand subgroups of humans in their entirety, objectively and without judgment or criticism for what they were doing. And technically, he'd always been into that kind of thing. Even back when it was just portrait photography of unusual subjects. He even published a book back in 2008 called Created Equal. That's composed of black and white photos of people who chose extremely opposing paths in life. Like a photo of a Baptist minister in his clergy outfit besides one of the KKK members all.
He is one of those white men who's like, edgy, ready? KKK member, black preacher. He's the kind of guy who makes art he thinks is profound, but he knows it's just edgy. It's so fucking lame. It is so fucking lame.
Dressed up in their garb. A real estate tycoon next to a homeless man. A vegan next to a lifelong butcher. I think you get the picture. The style is short.
Wow, bro. Super profound. Very deep. Wow. Yeah, Chad says big brain. Whoa.
The choice of subject was much like what we get in his videos today. And to give much credit where it's due, these shots are stunning. The lighting, the framing, the people's expression. As a photo geek, a AV geek, I mean, I make YouTube videos for a living. I really do geek out over that type of stuff.
Man, I couldn't even appreciate the photography because I was pissed about it. Let me see.
One of the KKK members.
Okay.
All dressed up in their garb. A real estate tycoon.
Okay.
Next to a homeless man. A vegan next.
I wonder if I'd like them better without the videography and the stuff. Like, you know.
The lifelong butcher. I think you get these shots are stunning. The lighting, the framing, the people's expression. As a photo geek, a AV geek, I mean, I make YouTube videos for a living. I really do geek out over that type of stuff. Because it all tells a story, and Mark does capture it well. I'd argue that these still portraits actually humanize the subjects way more than any of his videos ever did.
I mean, I love a still. Like, I love photography. I love going to the thrift store and picking up people's photo albums and, like, assuming they don't want the photos back. I love having people's photos of, like, I know that sounds really weird, but like old photos. I mean, they were someone's photos at some point, but I love them. They're like little captures of history, right? That's what I think a photo is. I think it captures a second in time, which is really cool. I think forcing that feels weird, and that's always interesting. Like, how do you take an that's okay. So we're living in a day and age where, like, the photos aren't as organic. It's not like I was living in a moment and I was told to smile. That's no longer it. You know, your mom comes over and she's like, smile, smile. Or she just takes photos. It's not like that anymore. It's like I pose for the camera. It's a very different versus even when you were posing for the camera for your mom, it was a different experience. Or even taking a portrait can be a different experience. I don't know. I'm not feeling his art just yet. So maybe I'm just being too judgmental, but I know what he's saying. When you have a good portrait, when you sit down for and you pose for, that's like meaningful, you see it. It's so significantly different. Like, when you really capture, that's why I say, like, listen to me when I say there is a very big difference, truly a big difference between, like, a beautiful portrait that truly captures a moment, like a spirit of a person, and a picture you took. And I know it's subjective, but you know.
That's where the idea for soft white underbelly got its legs. Mark actually first started capturing content of these individuals years before YouTube even existed, he claims. He got himself a little studio right on Skid Row, and then he would spend his days going along and finding people to photograph. Filming them talking about their lives didn't even enter his mind until Canon came out with their cameras that also happened to shoot high-quality videos. Offhandedly, he started asking his subjects questions about their lives and recording their answers, and they were intriguing to say the least. He described them as being like movies in themselves. He didn't really think about those interviews again until his advertising photography hit a snag and he needed to revamp his career. That's when he remembered how juicy these individual stories were, how much he was captivated by them as a young boy driving through the city. And so he went back to Skid Row.
I mean, I guess he uses his photography on the thumbnails, which are quite captivating and do catch my eye. Though I don't tend to watch the videos because I don't like them. The thumbnails are interesting.
He did the exact same thing he did years earlier. He plucked people off the street, photographed them, and asked them questions. But this time, he put it out there for everyone to see. Mark uploaded his first video onto YouTube back in 2016, almost a decade ago now. Wow. And let me tell you, you ain't gonna believe this, but the first interview that this man ever posted was with a pimp. The irony is honestly a bit too poetic, given what would eventually happen on this channel and in Mark's life. I think he might have listened a little bit too closely to the pimp in this one. These first interviews, though, they are different from the ones that you'll find on this channel today. Even as his content was gaining traction early on, he still had a semi-respectful tone and actually aimed to hear about the subject's whole story, not just the most horrific viral potential moments of them. The interview provided total context and felt at least a little closer to a documentary than a straight-up trauma pornography. It happened fast and suddenly, but if you put his earliest videos up side by side with how he interacts with people now that he's got power of a platform, it's hard to miss.
So Bishop, you listen to Frank Sinatra in the car?
Yeah, I love it. Frank Sinatra, I've always been a big fan of Frank Sinatra. You know, he calmed me down, real smooth, and Frank got a lot of knowledge, man.
All your cars have been green and gold.
Yeah, I started that earlier in the day.
I just wanted to show off my new hairstyle, so that's it.
Amanda, what are you gonna do with your life?
I'm gonna go get my card from my glass house so that I can get my own apartment and get a wig, my own wig.
How can you get your own apartment? you can't even support yourself. Do you have any desire to get clean and get your life straight and all that? Or you just want to stay down here? Do you have no desire to get back to your old life, like when you were in school?
Hell no. That was boring. Everybody was fake to me.
And how is everybody to you today? I don't think you have any friends today.
The girl who he interviewing, who he made millions off of as he berates her for not being able to afford her own apartment, is named Amanda. He went on to do a bunch of different interviews with her after realizing how well they did with his audience. He filmed her downward spiral of addiction for the world to see. And when it finally seemed like she was getting clean, he captured that as a comeback story for the audience. And then less than a month after that final video was released, Amanda tragically passed away. And that's the thing about this little scam that Mark is running. It's dangerous and selfish. Sure, Amanda already had her own thing going on, but let me ask you this. Who do you think benefited more from those videos?
That's what I'm... Oh... This stuff grosses me out. It's so deeply unethical. It's so gross. And that's why I say the measure of success is not how many subscribers or views you have on your YouTube channel. It's how you earn those views. What did you do to earn those views? And who did it come at the expense of?
Mark or Amanda? Well, I think Mark definitely descended into becoming more money than unethical as success rolled in. I don't ever for a second think he was a good guy. I want to be clear on that. This whole thing was never a completely pure endeavor, in my opinion. He wasn't just a journalist getting the story. Even when it was just for him and nobody else was there was still this voyeuristic element to it. These aren't real human beings who've endured more than any of us would like to imagine.
Oh my God, hello?
They're like a movie. And he knew what he was doing from the very beginning of starting his channel. You can even tell by the way he describes coming up with the project's name, the soft white underbelly. It's an odd branding to pick, right? I mean, there's wild names all over the platform. I mean, foreign man in a foreign land doesn't necessarily roll off the tongue for some. And since he was already a pretty successful photographer, he could have attached his own name and qualifications and gotten a boost early on. But no, just soft white underbelly. And when questioned in an interview about why he chose such a peculiar channel name, Mark explained, and I quote, "I remember hearing my dad. I've heard him say it more than once. Oh, that's the soft underbelly of the situation, or of whatever he was describing, meaning the most vulnerable. That's the weakest link. That's the weakest. It's synonymous kind of with the weakest link or most vulnerable part. Like, god damn, that's what a serial killer would say when he's talking about what he would look for in his victims. Before he recorded any content for his channel, in his channel name, he shows his intent. He's not talking like he was just a journalist doing his job, trying to tell an honest story that rarely gets told. No, this man was basically boasting about how he went out to find the most vulnerable group of people possible, threw them in front of a camera during their darkest days, and used that footage to get rich. Just hearing him talk about himself, his former photography career, and how he shifted into creating a YouTube channel tells me so much about this man. 2 minutes of answering questions in a filmed interview where he knows he's supposed to be likable. And he's still that arrogant. He couldn't even fake it for a second. He was that shameless in his grift of targeting individuals who need help the most and squeezing the profit out of their stories. But honestly, the deeper that I dug into the soft white underbelly, the more I realized that he's not just cocky, shady, and self-important. He's so much worse than that. Because as the time went on and Mark gained more notoriety and influence with his channel, his real self started to seep through. Until he wasn't just listening to people confess the darkness that plagued their lives. He was becoming a part of it. After the channel really blew up, I began to notice a shift in the soft white underbelly content. It was subtle, almost imperceivable to anyone that wasn't paying close attention at the time. And nobody really was for a while because he did such a good job at cultivating this good guy persona that gave a voice to the voiceless. But the shift was there. Even though he kept the same content structure, the way he framed his subjects and their stories were changing. What was once a relatively full look at an alternative lifestyle for the apparent sake of investigative journalism morphed into something much more degrading and toxic. His subjects weren't being portrayed as people with a plethora of different life experiences anymore. Every participant was reduced down to alcoholic sex worker, 13-year-old prostitute.
Jesus Christ! How do you interview a 13-year-old prostitute? What does that even mean? How can you even have a 13-year-old prostitute? What does that even mean? How could you even film a child and post her on the internet? What? What are you talking about?
Mob hitman, inbred family.
I don't even see anything that he does as giving a voice to the voiceless, because if you're in contact with a literal child who is on the street selling her body and you want to give her a voice, giving her a voice would be getting her off the streets, going to authorities.
Right.
You white.
That's what I'm saying. Like, why haven't you gone to the authorities? I'm so confused.
I mean, It's easier to go to the authorities when you're white.
He's diminishing these human beings down to their
What?
most vulnerable form to get the most intimate details possible, and then using their most excruciating experiences as clickbait. More so than he already was in his early days.
Bro.
Everyone always says sex sells, and sure, that's true. But you know what also does? Pain.
Tragedy.
Decay.
Yeah.
Death.
Influencer journalists probably have more incentive to lie and make things up than mainstream media journalists do, because online you're very much incentivized by saying the most extreme thing possible, whereas you're less incentivized by that in mainstream media. Like as a journalist, you're going to sort of be paid a fee to write an article, and that's that.
Most folks don't want to go through the trenches themselves, but they don't mind sneaking a peek of them while they're safely snuggled up in bed. And to be fair, a lot of us are drawn to these topics. Like I was talking about true crime earlier, it's something that I'm not necessarily proud of watching. We want a glimpse of the other side without ever having to get our hands dirty. Mark is intentionally framing his videos to feed that desire. I mean, you go to his channel, you could spend hours, not weeks, diving into all these uniquely but similarly intriguing, tragic, or wild stories without ever having the madness penetrate your own safe bubble. And this reckless energy in the name of getting the most binge-worthy content is just getting more worse as time goes on.
I remember on TikTok I got recommended content about murder, a specific murder. It was a young woman named Laken Riley. It was a really horribly random, tragic murder where she was just running in the park. Random man murders her. Horrible. Awful.
Jesus.
She happened to be undocumented. And the Trumpies loved it. The Trumpies loved it. They would literally
What?
make TikTok saying, you say that I'm against women for voting for Trump. I'm voting for him for her because he's deporting people. And it's just really quite sickening, the sort of using tragedy to foster hatred. And as you say, like the likelihood of you being killed by an undocumented immigrant is much lower than the likelihood of you being killed by a partner, a romantic partner.
He keeps making his videos more dramatic and disturbing, getting stories that are more horrifying than the last, all to keep the viewer hooked. It was no longer about the subject themselves. It wasn't even art for art's sake. It was about how much he could squeeze out of these people and sell it to his subscribers before throwing them away. And it's not just how he frames his videos either. Nah, that's far from the only shift that rippled through his content as he got more steam and power. It was all of it. Like how he treats his participants, for instance. Now keep in mind, these people who are featured on the Soft White Underbelly, they are the reason why Mark is living lavishly, doing whatever the hell he wants, as they struggle to find their next meal or where they're going to sleep tonight. They are the reason for every dollar coming into his bank account, every subscriber the channel is raking in. Sure, he holds up the camera, asks some questions, and puts the final product together. But I can tell you, from where I'm sitting as a creator myself, he ain't doing anything too mad in them videos. Because that's not the point. We know who the viewers are coming for, and it ain't Mark. I mean, come on now. You're telling me that this man right here, I know y'all love aggressively mid-white men, and I know aggressively mid-white men make millions on YouTube, but not this way right here.
I wish I was a mid-white man. I'd be so rich.
The channel and says, hey guys, let's chat about my life. And he getting all that attention?
Dudes be talking about not washing their ass.
Oh!
5 million views.
Please.
You just know he was talking about Aspen. He was talking about Asmongold. That's an Asmongold. That's Asmongold right there.
And he getting all that attention?
Dudes be talking about not washing their ass. 5 million views.
Please. No, ain't no way. And he knows that. So at a bare minimum, you would think that he would have a bit of respect for these individuals. Maybe even, I dare say, some gratitude for their time, for their participation, for their trust, however misplaced it may be. But it's not what I'm getting from this rusty old man that's behind the curtain of the Soft White Underbelly. Of course not. All you gotta do is look at how he treats vulnerable women on the show, and you'll see how truly ungracious he is. Also, keep in mind, a lot of these people are barely legal.
I'm sorry. I just shared this GIF in the Discord of Asmongold trying to drink water and then being grossed out about it. I mean, this is literally like, I'm not exaggerating. Like, oh man. I should just start making videos and be like, hi guys, I haven't showered in 6 months. I haven't. Is that grifting? Hold, can I do a grift channel where I show up and let's see how long it takes people to find out who I actually am. I just make a video. I'm like, I haven't showered in 6 months. I haven't showered in 10 months, but I'm actually a really great gamer though. I love WoW. Yeah, 6 million views. 6 million views, bro. That's what the thing about people though. Life is a reflection of us as a whole. And there is, a part of a population. And look, like, there's some part of me that understands it, but also it's interesting that I don't fall into it. Like, I always wondered why I don't like true crime very much. I feel like I'd be so good for it, but I just kind of get depressed or I get scared. I was like, I don't watch this. Or like, sometimes I do like interrogation videos, and maybe if I find a good one, we'll watch it on stream. But generally, like, I don't really watch them. Like, I'm trying to think of like what else. Sell your bathwater. That shit does not sell. You have to be so popular to make that shit work, No, I would make more money if I just came to stream Or if I just came to content and I just said like, I don't shower. A girl streamer lives off, girl never had water, only drinks soda. You know what really ruined my life? Grooming. If only I didn't groom, I could make so much money. Curse me for loving to groom. Ugh.
Legal at all. Because let's be real, I don't see Mark to be some bouncer type who's going to be checking IDs. So I wouldn't be surprised if a lot of these candidates are underage, which I don't understand how that's on this platform to begin with, because eyes get demonetized just for putting homophobia inside the title, instead of getting their story as a whole. Mark.
But you know what I hate too? Is why can't I sensationalize it? Just kidding, I already know. This is me just bragging now. Guys, I have everything. I could do it. Living with borderline. What it's really like living with borderline. How autism impacts my day. Dating while autistic. I could do it. Everything is wrong with me. Living with a disability. Fibromyalgia. Getting married when you're disabled. I could do it. I just gotta sensationalize it, bro. What's it like being autistic and BPD? I'd be so good at it, but I can't. It makes me feel bad. Tries to stop, I'm gonna vomit. It makes me literally feel bad. I can't, it physically makes me feel bad. Maybe autism makes me feel bad. I'm posting about autism. My BPD hates when I post about BPD. I hate that. I could be making so much money. Why can't I do it? Is that the autism? I literally feel bad about it. The fuck?
Incites them to...
American living in Croatia. Hi, girls. What's it like living in What's it like living in Europe when you're an American? Everything about my life is so ripe for content. Everything about my life. I did polyamory for 10 years. I have 9 siblings. My parents are from Iraq. Like, I could do so... You know, I did DMT. Like, I just feel like so much of my life could be sensationalized. Why am I so bad at it?
Create this tantalizing narrative that he wants. He knows that if he frames these interviews in a sexualized way, that they will become more sensational.
I'm a sex worker. I do OnlyFans, but like do it different, you know? I did BDSM. I used to hang out in dungeons in my 20s. I've had a foursome more than once. Man, there's so many good things. So many good things.
AKA, he'll get more clicks, more attention, more money.
This means I'll never get that lap dance we talked about?
No, I have devoted my life to God, honestly.
You were such a fun girl.
Yeah, I didn't even mention the incest in the family. Oh, that's even better. There's incest in my family. Boom, 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 boom. Cousin marriage. What else? What's the good one? I don't know. You know what I mean? I can't wait to read your book, bro.
I know.
And this guy who fell asleep on your bed, you met him where?
Uh-oh, what's this?
No, he was in a casino. I was playing roulette, and he came up to me. He said, I want to have a conversation with you. So we did.
Don't get in line.
Well, I'm dressing for God. I'm dressing for Christ. I'm dressing like I'm going to church.
Even if she was still an OnlyFans model, or if she was still a sex worker, that would not be appropriate, would it? Like I have been in those situations as well, and all you can do is just like...
So he uses his line of questioning as a weapon to get them there, to build a picture that will keep viewers watching. Don't believe me? Watch a few seconds of this recent interview published on the Soft White Underbelly channel and see how Mark interacts with this sex worker named Via. Pay close attention to his tone.
What was the roughest part of your childhood?
I graduated high school, went to cosmetology school, licensed cosmetologist.
But you took a detour. Tell me about the men who are your customers. A lot of them are married?
Yeah.
What does that do to your view of love? Is there any price you pay for doing this kind of work? Emotionally or otherwise?
It definitely could be emotionally because, you know, you have weirdos, but gotta get tissue.
I'm sorry?
Tissue.
I've talked to a lot of women who say it's, tell me about how dangerous it is.
Yeah, definitely. Like I've had someone pull a gun out on me, and I've had a knife in my face, and yeah, I'd say those were the biggest ones. Other than that, they were just more like forceful.
That doesn't make you second?
I mean, not really, because I know it's just part of the game. Not everyone's gonna want to do what they're signing themselves up for, I guess you could say.
Like, damn, it's hard to watch this whole interaction he has with this poor girl. He's chipping away at her question by question until she visibly just...
Yeah, I hate his questions. You guys are right. It's leading. They're crappy questions. They're not real questions. They're almost like accusatory. I don't like them.
Couldn't take it anymore and breaks down. Before she finally breaks...
It's almost like he's trying to say, like, you're boring, say something interesting, which is so fucked up.
into tears, Mark almost had a snotty, agitated cadence with her. But you could practically hear satisfaction coming off of his tone when he manages to get what he wants. The moment Via starts to cry and to give more intimate details into her work life and the most upsetting things that have happened to her.
See? Oh, that's why I can't do it. It pisses me off. I mean, I know why I can't do it, girls. I'm just kind of being funny right now. No, seriously though. Sensationalizing my life would give ammo to other people to continue to call me cluster B. It would give ammo for people to feel comfortable being like, see, autism, see, this is their background, this is the immigrant, this is this. Like, you are giving weapons to bigoted, horrible people to continue to look at you like a freak show. I refuse to be looked at I don't want to be looked at as a freak show. And I know it's the... Listen, seriously though, I understand and I'm never mad at you for being in this position and using it to make money, because let me tell you, I am in a privileged position where I know how to survive and pay my bills without sensationalizing myself. But I can understand why a lot of people in these situations feel like they have no other choice and they have to make content about their disability or have to make content about, you know, whatever they're going through in a way to make money, because it, you know, honestly, I get it. Like, and I used to joke with my partner, like, don't worry, the next thing that happens to me, I'll definitely sensationalize that one, you know, because if the universe is going to make me that ill, I might as well, you know, and I joke about it, but the truth is, like, it's not going to happen. Like, at the end of the day, I've never been able to do it since day one. You know how everyone was coming out as gay on the internet and everyone was going viral for it back in the day? Never happened to me. I couldn't do it. I couldn't sensationalize my coming out. Like, I couldn't sensationalize my life. Like, it makes me feel bad, but I understand why people do it. I never want you to feel bad for doing it. Right? Like, I don't want you to feel bad for it, but like, I don't want to also be this. Cause you remember that channel? What was that channel with a B? I think it was Barcroft or something. They would reach out to people all the time and like do sensational content on you and make you look like a freak. They reached out to me one time and my other friends who were like in the scene, and they were like, oh, do you want to be in a video of ours? And I was like, fuck no. No, because we know if we're in a video of yours, you're gonna twist my image and make me out to be a freak. And that's why people watch your shit. Because you take people living a lifestyle which shouldn't be seen as that weird, even if it's a little unique. I mean, I might be wearing a collar, but you think God is real. You're giving your kids nightmares about going to hell, and I'm out here getting spanked, like, you know, consensually. So I get it, but okay, it's that's what it is. It's like you're gonna be like, oh, look at these freaks. Look at this freak. You know, that shouldn't be anyone's life. No one's life should be made to feel like you're the freak.
He almost sounds relieved. It's like he got what he came for. I could easily see Mark being one of them types that zooms in on someone crying like, yup, that's the new stuff right there. And sadly, Via is just one of hundreds, maybe even thousands at this point, who Mark is doing this to. He's perfected his craft to the point where he can make anyone break. And he's turned that skill into liquid cash, even if Mark wasn't being blatantly manipulative.
So just for context, generally speaking, hold on, let me look it up. FD said this on stream the other day, and I think it's somewhat accurate, though every channel is significantly different in this regard. Let me go to it. So I'm going to go to Sci-Fi White Underbelly. We're not going to click on a video. Hold on. So just for context, his last videos have not been doing that well, but okay. Sort of, depending on the views, okay? 100,000K video could bring you anywhere between $2, if it's really bad, or good, like $1,000. So like, let's say he made $1,000 4 days ago, and $1,000 5 days ago, and $1,000 6 days ago, and $1,000. Let's see, that's like, what are we at? We're 1, 2, 3,000, 4,000, 5,000. Maybe 6,000 if you count all these small videos, 8,000, 9,000. Like in the last 2 weeks, he could have made maybe $10,000. if his pay is good. You know? It's like he's just pushing out all this content. His video that got 45 million views of the Whitakers. Honestly, bro, if it was monetized, that's the problem. If it was monetized, it probably was. Probably 5 years ago, definitely. He made a killing, bro. He made a killing. You know, like, you know, these YouTubers you're watching who complain about money on YouTube, but they're posting 3 videos a day that each get 100,000 views. They're making anywhere from 15 to 3K a day. That's why I'm annoyed with people a little bit when they talk about how much they make on YouTube, because I'm like, unless you're doing something fucky, you should be making good money. You know what I mean? That's why I'm annoyed with certain people, because it's like, why are you complaining about money? Do you remember those debate bros back in the day? Some of them were making 50 to 80K a month. You know, and that's why they sensationalize. That's why they clickbait you, because the money is there, guys. The money is there in ads alone. And if you're not going to do it, somebody else is going to do it. You know, but remember, if you're a content creator who only puts out content once a month or once every 2, let's say you make a video once a month and it gets 100K views, that's maybe $1,000 a month. And remember, they have to pay taxes, and remember, YouTube takes their cut, right? So there is that part of it too. So don't compare the big channels with the small channels. Like, every channel is different. Like, I would be, if I make 10K a month on AdSense, holy shit, that would be like, I've never, like I said, my whole career on YouTube, I haven't even made $250,000. Like, relax, you know? So like Charlie making $34 million is a fluke. He made $34 million in AdSense. That is a fluke. You know what I'm saying? Like, most people are not making that money.
Cruel to the participants on the show, even if he was treating them with genuine kindness and truly did want to know about the real part of them. He still ain't doing it right. Because listen, there's a reason that trauma is handled in a very specific way. When a person is in a vulnerable state, opening up to a therapist or a social worker, they're met with support, guidance, a plan, a way to cope forward. They don't just heave up these traumatic experiences that they might have repressed and then get shoved out the door and then move on with their day. There's follow-up work, there's processes in place to make sure that they don't just open up themselves only to be left bleeding without any help. There's actually a whole philosophy behind this called trauma-informed social work. And this approach takes each person's unique background into account in an effort to support and empower them. And in order to foster...
Oh, hold on. Jet said, I'm behind. But isn't there a difference between using your disability to make money versus making content about your disability and making money? Or do you look at them as the same thing? No. It's the sensationalizing of it that's different. So like, there's a lot of like I love the Thought Spot. Irene makes tons of content about being autistic, but she doesn't make sensationalized content. Like, Irene makes content about being autistic. She's not making content that's like sensationalizing your content comes at the expense of your humanity. Sensationalizing it is like making it louder or worse than it is, or showing the most vulnerable things and allowing people to mock you and point to you. It's about saying like, it's about not sharing a vulnerability. It's about exploiting the vulnerability at the expense of the community or people who perceive it. It's like the difference between sharing and using. You know, is this for your health? Is it good for you? Is it healthy for you? Right? Like, it's like parents who use their children's disability to make content. Some of those parents are truly raising money for their kids, and some of those parents are using them as in an exploitative way, right? You know, like if you see it, sometimes you know the difference where you're like, this is coming at the expense of the kid. Like, this is not for your child. And then some parents are like, let's rally around this family and help them. And that's what, like, you sometimes don't know until it's too late. Yeah, chat said sensationalizing is more like focusing on looking like the thing than being the thing. Exactly. So basically, if I made content about my fibromyalgia, which I do, it's very matter of fact. Hey guys, I've been dealing with fibro. Here are the realities. But if I went to sensationalize it, I'd be like, maybe I'd film myself acting to show you like a bad day, right? Or maybe I would, on a bad day, film myself and allow myself to be really grumpy and vulnerable in a way that like comes at my expense, right? Or like one time I posted one of my BPD, I episodes, which now in hindsight might have also been an autistic meltdown. I'm not sure which one it was. And it got like 1 million views, but I privated that video because I was really going through it. I was having like a fucking crisis. And I told myself the next time you have this, like turn on the camera so you know what it looks like and you can share it with people. And so I did it. And I took it down because I don't want that on the internet anymore. And let me see. That video, let's see for context, just out of curiosity. Let's see. So that's this video. It got, let me see, analytics. Oh, weird. Why aren't any of the analytics here? Wait, that's so weird. Usually it would show me. Oh, that's why. Hold on. Gotta change the button. Okay, so as an example, I posted this video called What a BPD Episode Looks Like. Hey, everyone. This is like what I look like when I filmed it. I look like I had hit myself in the face with not because of borderline. I just hit myself in the face with a cabinet. But this was the recording. Okay. And I was like, yeah, I don't want that on the internet. I was in Houston visiting my brother and I was having like a mental breakdown. And this was like 2018. Okay. This was just after therapy on my road trip. And it was nearing the last year attempt of my on again, off again. It was like a mess. That was the last year from 2018 to 2019 was truly the hardest year of my life. And I am so glad it is over. Anyways, that video got 1 million views and I made $2,000 and $2,087.18. So $2,087.18. I made $2,000. Yeah. But see, that was off 1 million views versus like you could get a video that has 100,000 views and still get that much money. It just depends on how much YouTube wants to pay you for your video and how much it's demonetized or not demonetized. You know what I mean? Yeah. But I think that video went viral because people wanted to see it. The comments were overwhelmingly very positive. People really felt like seen by the video. I just didn't want it on the internet anymore. Felt too vulnerable. But, and like private now I don't post that kind of stuff. But when I was younger, I would post everything because I was like crying for help. It was a cry for help. You know what I mean? I really was crying for help. And once I got help, I stopped posting that kind of content. So there's also that part of it. It's like, you're either a capitalistic, exploitative sensationalizer, or it's actually a cry for help, and it's both. Like soft white underbelly is both. Soft white underbelly is a cry for help that's being exploited. It's disgusting. It's fucking disgusting.
An environment where that's possible, there's a few core principles that a professional needs to follow. Number one, safety. Ensuring the person's well-being above all, both emotional and physical, is prioritized. Trust. Being a transparent, reliable, and dependable figure. You got collaboration, make the client a part of building their own solution. Cultural sensitivity, understanding the many cultural backgrounds that exist and being inclusive of all of them without judgment. Empowerment, highlighting each person's strengths and aiding them in bettering their lives. Mark and the soft white underbelly can't claim with a straight face that they're doing any of these things. In fact, I'd argue he's actively working against each of these principles every time he makes a video. And yeah, sure, therapists and social workers are trained professionals, but that's the whole damn point. Mark has no business picking at these people's pain points for profit like this. He's not qualified at all, and yet what he's doing is effectively the same thing that mental health professionals do to get their patients to open up. The only difference is he doesn't care about helping them. All he cares about is getting the juiciest story, the views, the money, the power. And that's a very dangerous game. You ever hear about if someone gets impaired with a knife or some kind of foreign object?
Chat said Caleb Hammer. Exactly. Caleb Hammer shit just gets worse and worse, bros. I really wanted to like him in the beginning, but it's bad. It gets worse and worse. Every time I see a new thumbnail, I'm not even subscribed, but every time I see a new thumbnail, I'm like, Jesus, it's so bad.
You're supposed to leave it in there until you get to the hospital because it's like a cork, stopping you from bleeding out on the spot. But if you take out the object yourself, it'll start gushing out like a waterfall. You'll have a much higher chance of dying. It's almost what this reminds me of. There's nothing to coagulate the bleeding. Mark may not have stabbed the original knife in himself, but he's ripping it out when he's getting these folks.
This poor fucking girl, bro. This poor fucking girl. Ugh.
To spill everything they have for his channel. Then he just leaves them there to bleed out.
Jesus
I know I'm going to be
Christ.
metaphoring it up, but believe me, there are real world life and death consequences for this type of behavior. And if you think that's hyperbolic or dramatic of me, just wait until you hear this next story. The one
Oh,
that Mark Leiter so
no.
desperately doesn't want you to know about. On June 5th, 2005, the Soft White Underbelly channel released a video that was completely unlike anything it had ever put out before. Mainly because Mark Leiter himself was actually in the hot seat for once. And he was staring at the screen with a solemn look on his face. Even the title was outside the mold of his usual content. How childhood trauma destroys us. But why after all this time would he become the subject of a video? Well, because, much to his dismay, Mark had inadvertently become the subject of a very disturbing story himself. And now he had to get on camera and set the record straight before his entire business went up in flames. Because less than a week ago before this video went up, tragedy struck. A 22-year-old mother named Kiara Guidry was found deceased in her home by her boyfriend.
She looks really familiar. Did we cover her? August, May 28th, 2025. Doesn't she look so familiar?
But Kiara's death wasn't just devastating, it was suspicious.
Uh-oh.
Because the boyfriend that found Kiara's body was actually Mark Leiter. She was his girlfriend at the time of his death. 65-year-old Mark, a man old enough to be her grandfather, was dating a vulnerable young woman when she passed away. And they had been together for about 2.5 years, according to Mark, so that means that she was even younger when they first got together.
She was very mature for her age. She was in her 20s. She was very mature for her age. I had a hard time believing she was in her 20s.
Oh my God. I think somebody in my community had told me he dated somebody young, but I didn't know I didn't know this, or I don't remember if somebody told me. Oh my God.
And I am very young at heart for my age.
Oh, I hate that. Please do not come at me ever again about age gap relationships. I am very clear about what and when the age gap relationship makes sense. Please tell me in what world this makes sense. I'm very young for my age. She's very mature for her age. Bro.
So young at heart, eh?
There is definitely the potential there for like a sort of power imbalance situation.
Wait, how old? He was 65 and she was how old?
Woman when she passed away.
Hold on.
Old Mark, a man old enough to... She was his girlfriend at the time of his death. 65-year-old Mark, a man old enough to...
Wait, how old was she? Born in 2002 and died in 2025. So in her literally early 20s.
Mature for her age, for my age.
They're always so... I try not to yuck anyone's yum, especially when they're all consenting adults. But 65 and 22?
That's crazy. 65 and 22. Shut the fuck up. Shut up. Shut up. Don't piss me off, bro. Don't piss me off. I'm so pissed. Don't piss me off.
Okay, knowing the power dynamic at play, the difference in maturity and life experience, it just doesn't make sense. I made a video on age gap relationships before, but the part that I can't get away from in regards to this is the fact that Mark allegedly met Kiara when she brought her homeless mother
to
do an interview on the Soft White Underbelly while she was just a teenager.
Can you have a seat overnight, chair, please?
Now, this is all just speculation at this point, but when you do the math, even by Mark's account, she getting close to those teen years, you know what I'm saying? And since the video with her mother ended up never being released on the channel, we don't really know what happened there. But one thing's for sure and two things for certain, she was very, 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 very young and clearly in an extremely vulnerable position. She's in her early 20s with the huge responsibility of being a parent, and her mother is living on the streets.
White women are always seen as more innocent. If a black woman was murdered, maybe she tried to scam the guy, or maybe she was doing some sex work and she met up with the wrong guy and that's her business. She should have been more careful. Even just the retelling of the stories, it's like, oh, Gabby Petito was a sweet young lady, and I'm sure she probably was, but it's always the most positive things about the white victim.
This woman was probably in survival mode and she brought her mom there, probably thinking that this person was going to be professional. And Mark saw that and thought, that's going to be my next girlfriend. I mean, obviously that's not how he said it, right? But he doesn't do a better job than that in his...
Look, Chet said, do you think it would be more or less bad if he paid them for their appearance? Exploitation is exploitation is exploitation. I think that's the point of being a journalist, is you're not supposed to get paid. And the difference is, like, he's an entertainer. He's not a journalist, right? He's here to make money off of you and your story. And that's why, you know, you have to decide as a person, like, where is your ethical line of making money? Like, I could never in good conscience film these people and make money off their stories. How do you sleep at night, sir? Now, if I was a journalist covering their stories and I wasn't making money, but the company was making money and I got a paycheck, that'd be a little, like, maybe a little different, but I'm not a journalist. But see, that's the thing. Did you go into YouTube to be a journalist, or did you go into YouTube to make money? There is a difference. Like, again, the thing that should, as a journalist, that comes first is telling the truth, reporting a story. Then you make money off of this truth. You know, it's like, I just don't understand and that's why I'm very cautious about, like, though I understand there's a lot of exploitation happening in the world, period, I'm very cautious to explain, like, what is exploitation, right? So, like, I would not say that I'm being exploited at my job, though I could argue that YouTubers are exploited on some level because of the independent contractors and lack of unionization and all this other stuff. Sure. But, like, I would not argue that I was exploited. Same with me being OnlyFans model. Like, I would argue that being on OnlyFans, I'm not being exploited. There's no exploitation happening there. But I would argue that a lot of people in sex work are being exploited by their management companies, by their pimps, by people taking advantage of them, you know? And so it's very important that when I think about exploitation, I think about the context of the whole scenario. So in this situation, we have people like an alleged 13-year-old prostitute who's a minor being pimped out, and he knows it, and he's interviewing her, making maybe $100,000 or $10,000 or $1,000 off her story. And now what, right? Like, and by the way, like, he can keep making money. Let's say that video goes reviral again. He's going to make more money off of it. And then he doesn't care what happens to her. He's got a kid in front of him, and we don't know what happens to her, or like whatever else. You know, these are people who are really going through it. And you're looking at these people and they're thinking maybe they care about me, or you're giving me spotlight, or maybe I make some money, or maybe something happens. But ultimately, who wins the most from this scenario? And it's going to be Mark. If Mark is the one who comes out on top when people are more vulnerable than him, then it's some level of exploitation, like, given the situation. So I'm not sure that it makes it any better or less better.
Little reputation revival video.
That I think it's worth talking about. It's important. I've had a...
Yeah.
I've had a girlfriend for the last 2.5 years, a young lady named Kiara, who I met. She brought in her mom for an interview. Her mom is a homeless drug addict, lives on the streets to this day. And
I don't even like the way he said that. Homeless drug addict? That's how you describe your mother-in-law, or the person you were dating whose mother, that's how you describe her? I don't like that.
We met and just kind of clicked and got along, and it was really, you know, she wasn't the kind of girl I thought I would ever be involved with romantically, but it turned into that very quickly. And it was really the most wonderful relationship.
So I hear what I would assume to be tears, but I'm not really seeing any on my mark. And hey, before y'all start falling for this performance and thinking that everybody just grieves in different ways and feeling bad for Mark, just keep in mind that he opened the video up about the death of his beloved girlfriend with an advertisement.
This guy put an ad on a traumatic personal experience.
Not only a traumatic personal experience, but as you can see in the description, Soft White Underbelly's Mark shares a story of his girlfriend's passing last week. Subscribe through my...
Shares a story of his girlfriend's passing last week? Last week?
Link.
Oh my God, what?
Soft White Underbelly is about giving people a space to tell their stories, even when these stories challenge what we think we know. Ground News shows us different perspectives in the media, which is why Ground News is a perfect sponsor for my channel.
Yeah, this...
Jesus Christ. I beg YouTubers to learn when to put ad breaks in. That I beg you to learn. And I know the company often says you have to do it at the 2-minute mark or something, but girls.
This is just gross. I ain't even lie. There's no way to even sugarcoat that. That's just distasteful. I'd argue it's actually a step beyond being distasteful.
Jesus.
Because Mark knows how YouTube works better than this. This is a tactic he's using to intentionally drive viewers away from this video because he doesn't really want anybody to see this. He just wants to be able to point to it and say, see, I addressed it here, without the story spreading too much further than that. You know how I know it's strategic? It's because if you click on any other video on Mark Leiter's channel and try to find one that opens up the same way with an advertisement for more than a full minute right at the start, you won't.
What?
Because he actually wants to get the views and money from those videos, so he has an incentive to hook you. That's why he's starting those ones off with drama and intrigue rather than an ad. But this one, miraculously, the one where he's trying to explain away his young girlfriend's death, is when he decides to pile on the ads that will make the average viewer click away.
Wow.
Yeah, that's not a coincidence. And it worked too. on a channel that often
I didn't even think about that.
pulls multi-millions of viewers, this 30-minute expose that you would think might interest lots of his viewers barely gets over.
Wait, she killed herself? Did she kill herself? It says suicide crisis hotline. With peace and love, did you think dating a girl who was 22 years old when you were 65 maybe compounded upon her trauma and made her life less worth living, you fucking piece of shit? Jesus Christ, bro. And you know what's so sad is these young girls date these older men thinking they will save them and rescue them like the fathers they never had or the fathers they wish they had a relationship with. And I know because I know so many older men who date these young women and they go, oh, I can fix her, I can save her, I can do this. And I'm like, hey, you are worse for this girl. Like, you are making her life harder. She is crying when she's with you. She's going back and forth. Like, you are making this girl's life harder. And they're like, no, I'm not. No, I'm not. I'm like, you are. She cries more in a relationship with you than not. You need to leave this girl alone. I cannot tell you how many times I've had this conversation with a grown man. Leave this girl the fuck alone. And these girls, of course, they see me as the enemy because I don't blame them, right? I'm this girl who's coming into their life and they think, oh, I want him and I don't want him, girl. I'm telling you right now. And then when you lecture these men, she's so mature for her age. She understands me better than anyone else. I understand her. She shouldn't be crying this much in a relationship. And then in this case, God, it's an overdose. Chat saying it's an overdose. Let's see how she dies because I'm devastated for her. I mean, either way, why is she overdosing? Best relationship I ever had. Do you see how he ended? This is the best relationship I've ever had. Bro, and I'm not saying in other situations a partner can't commit suicide or have an overdose and it's automatically your fault. I'm not saying that. I'm saying given the circumstance in the relationship and in the construct that it exists in, it's going to add more negativity to her. I am not saying for people, God forbid, you're hearing me, you might have a partner who's died, committed suicide, overdose. I'm not saying it's your fault. Tragedy happens. People make, bad things happen. People, you know what I mean? Like, it's very sad. I'm saying in the context of this conversation, I cannot trust a 65-year-old man who's willing to take advantage of a 22-year-old and think that he did not contribute to some level of harm in this girl's life.
600,000. So what about the folks that stuck past the 1-minute ad and then got to the rest of the 25-minute video get? Well, he started by brushing past the creepy, borderline predatory way that he met Kiara. Then he added...
And then within a week of her dying, he posts? Like, what are we talking about?
A quick blurb about how they were in love.
I would walk in the door and sit down and just, within 3 minutes, everything was erased and just gone. It would evaporate just because of the way she treated me, the way we interacted. It was just magical. And it was the best, only 2.5 years, but probably one of the best things that ever happened to me.
Now, if y'all remember back, Mark was actually the one who found Kiara after she passed away. And he does touch on that in this video, but heads up, it's a pretty disturbing way in how he describes it.
I have a key to her place. I go open the door. Her 3-year-old son is there with a stinky diaper.
Uh-oh.
And I go, where's mommy? And he points to the bedroom. And I go into the bedroom.
Jesus.
The bed is empty. And I go into the bathroom. And she's underwater laying in the bathtub, curled up. And I'm just like, I just didn't know what to make of that.
That's horrific. There's no doubt about that. I'm sure even for a hardened guy like Mark, who has seen it all, that was awful. But quickly following this raw depiction of finding Kiara, he continues by spending the next 20 minutes on camera exposing all of her traumas and struggles. Yeah, seriously. He literally titled the next section of his videos, Kiara's Trauma and Inner Wounds. The stuff he goes on to say in there is just as bad as what you're probably imagining.
Another thing that's important, so it looks like a fentanyl overdose then, once you see that. But in her family, there are 3, I think they're all female, 3 women that died of myocarditis. So she was, her biological mom is a homeless crystal meth addict. She never met her father, doesn't even know who her dad is, biological dad. She was adopted by this couple, married couple, and they saved her life. They loved her, they raised her, they did a great job. She's a wonderful person because of them. But the scar of having your parents, your biological parents, both decide to not even bother with you. We don't want to, like, dad doesn't even want to see you, he doesn't want to know you, I'm not interested. Mom is going to be like, I got better things to do. That's a scar that
doesn't go away.
It's such a deep wound that I think you have to look at that and be like.
And be like, what, Mark? Be like, this couldn't possibly be her elderly boyfriend's fault because she was already so messed up. I mean, thank God the Mark isn't the one that's normally in front of the camera because this was a tough watch. I thought it was bad enough when he was out of sight and I just had to hear his voice pushing people until the point of breaking to tell their own story. But to get up there and share all of someone else's intimate, painful, private life details a week after they just died feels just depraved, especially when it's someone you supposedly loved. No matter what you say, the fact of the matter is that this young lady is not here to speak her piece. She can't say whether she wants her story to be told or not. But here it is, for hundreds of thousands to see, all in the name of defending Mark Lytle. And it makes me sick. Also take note of how Mark makes sure to point out that he had no clue about her drug use at all.
They found cocaine. They talked to her friends. She was with that night. She was doing cocaine. And she had been doing cocaine regularly for the last few months. But you
didn't know about that?
I didn't know about it. I didn't know. She kept me out of the loop on that. And she hid it very well, and I didn't know. And this is a late night thing because I go to bed so early. She's staying up later. She'd probably do coke every night.
He wanted to make that crystal clear because he knows he was supporting her financially throughout this whole period. And if people thought that he knew she was using drugs during that period, he could be neck deep in hot water. When you take all these factors and put them together, it becomes obvious what the purpose of this video was. Clearing Mark's name.
Yeah, it feels like that too. I don't believe him. I have a really hard time believing him. Like, you work with these people, you see people, you know patterns of behavior. You chose a 22-year-old girl, who has a rough background. And you know what I mean? She has a kid, all this stuff, which, by the way, that poor child, that poor baby, you know what I mean? Like, I don't know, bro. It almost feels like, you know what? Who was his last girlfriend? I want to know who else he dated. Did they also die? I want to know, like, what were they like? Were they also 22? I want to know what his pattern is. You know what I mean? Yeah, I have a really hard time believing that he didn't, you know what I mean? I'm not saying he killed her, but I'm saying, like, you didn't know anything?
Loving tribute or even a genuine explanation is damage control, nothing else. And I'm not the only one that thinks that, by the way. Reddit is swarming with people saying the exact same thing. I mean, yeah, literally Reddit, of all places. Just look at this comment section from someone in r/soft_white_underbelly. This is his subreddit. And I quote, "It seems like he's laying it out all to be sure that the eyes are on her trauma and all the reasons she would have done this and all the reasons it couldn't be him." Another commenter in the same subreddit was even more suspicious of Mark, saying that, "I want to know how much he downplayed the crime scene, how much he touched everything. I think he had something seriously going on here." And someone else made a very valid point. All the money he makes, he funded everything for this young lady. But following the video about her death, he had the nerve to put up a GoFundMe for the toddler? If you really loved her and a child, why can't you continue to fund the toddler's life with the money?
Well, that's the question. Where does the baby go now? I mean, look, at the end of the day, he was just a boyfriend, right? That's the thing. He is just a boyfriend. He's not her family. He's not married to her. He's not her lifelong partner. They were boyfriend. He was a boyfriend. Okay. So, like, at the end of the day, the baby should definitely not go to him for first. They should go to her parents, who probably love their grandchild. Okay. And are probably devastated. The parents who adopted her, right? Like, she has adoptive parents who have a whole life. She grew up, like, relatively well, but, like, so, like, he said, he implied at least as much. So, like, they should go to the grandpa and grandma, right? And then, yeah, like, I don't want the kid around him. You know what I mean? That doesn't make any sense.
He used to take care of the girlfriend. Something is definitely amiss. He wanted to put as much distance between him and any potential blame as he possibly could, without the video going viral, of course. But a lot of people saw right through him. Because the reality is that no matter what Mark wants to say about trauma and how special their connection was, forming a relationship with Kiara crossed all ethical boundaries possible. There's no ifs, ands, or buts about it. Mark ran a huge channel, was almost 40 years older than her, a multi-millionaire.
Jesus.
A manipulative one at that. And Kiara was a struggling young mother who had been
Wait, great point, chat. Wait, the dating timeline. Child was 3 when she died, but he dated her for 2.5 years? Did he get with her when she was pregnant? I know older men who have this thing for pregnant girls. They want to rescue them. Oh, they're pregnant. They're 19. They're 20. I bet that's what it was. I know exactly this story with men. She's 19, she's 20, she's pregnant. It was trauma or assault or something like that. And these men come in and want to rescue, and they see them pregnant and they swoop in right away. 100% know this story. I know exactly this kind of person. Yeah. And then they want to feel like heroes, 100%.
And then for a good portion of a childhood before getting adopted, there was a power imbalance in practically every facet of their relationship, emotionally, physically, financially. Mark had complete control. And that looks real bad when we know what happened in the end. And as damning as all of this is, the soft white underbelly is still going. He's still uploading practically every day without a care in the world.
Uploading multiple times, bro.
Most of his content isn't doing as well as it once did. But even if the money faucet isn't flowing the way it used to, that doesn't mean he isn't doing any less harm to these people. And we should all see by now
I mean, it's doing okay, though. It's not doing as great as it used to, but still doing okay. He's making money.
Tangible and real all the damage he's doing is. But even though Mark is the kingpin of this sort of trauma content, he isn't the only one taking advantage of the system's failure to get rich and call it journalism. We hear the story of what happened to Kiara, especially through Mark.
Does he get to call himself a journalist? I fucking hope not.
Lens. It sounds like a heartbreaking, unexplainable tragedy. And while yes, it is extraordinarily heartbreaking and tragic, I don't know about that unexplainable part. Now listen, I'm not saying that Mark played a part in her death or it was his fault or anything like that. All I'm saying is that it isn't that cut and dry. You gotta look at the context surrounding the situation.
You think you just fell out of a coconut tree?
And the context in this situation is that a ridiculous number of people have died after being featured on the soft white underbelly. Enough of them to Mark and make an entire tribute reel to the fallen.
Jesus.
I mean, come on, you can't tell me that this ain't given.
Oh my God.
And yes, I know. Mark is working with high-risk individuals. Most of them are in dangerous to deadly situations on a daily basis. With or without soft white underbelly, this could happen to any of them. Maybe Mark even saw this and thought in the beginning it's already so bad that shining a light on it could only help. I'm almost open to giving him the benefit of the doubt and saying that that might be why he started his channel in the first place. That he truly thought providing a platform was enough and he was doing something good. But it isn't. It isn't enough. And no matter how good his intentions were, he's not doing anything but taking advantage of the vulnerable situations. Here's what it comes down to. Journalism is an important responsibility. It goes deeper than holding a spotlight up for viewers and telling them a story. These are real people on the screen sharing their lives, and the journalistic responsibility should be with them just as much, if not more, than the audience. That's what ethical journalism is all about. And any platform that's operating without these ethical principles are just exploitation machines, plain and simple. And that right there is what I'm accusing Mark of being. You're not a journalist or an artist. You're a hustler. You're an opportunist and a leech. You're the paparazzi at best. You're holding up a camera up in people's faces, catching them off guard in a moment of weakness, begging for a morsel of their personal life so you could sell it off to the masses. That's what you are. You just put a new spin on it to work with what you got. Instead of chasing around celebrities, you just have your pick of anyone on Skid Row. Unlike the paparazzi though, you're the only one with the control on the soft white underbelly. And while you didn't single-handedly create the concepts you built your wealth on, poverty, addiction, homelessness, you found a way to profit from it, sadly. Better yet, you did so while convincing everyone that you're helping with your brave content. Now, I do truly believe that the biggest failure in all of this is the fact that the majority of the individuals who appear on the soft white underbelly don't have better options. Mark's offer to spill it all in front of a camera for a couple bucks is a hell of a good deal to so many of them. Often because the systems have failed them so much. The truth lurking behind all of this is that if we had the system of care we needed, like mental health support, substance abuse treatment, transitional housing, job placement, there would be no need for a YouTube channel like the Soft White Underbelly to come along and give them a voice. There wouldn't be a gap in the system that allows for someone like Mark Leiter to swoop in and make a business out of exposing these people's traumas for an audience of millions, whether those people have good intentions or not. Consequences matter. If the story of Kiara and Via and all the other people who have been associated with Mark don't prove that, I don't know what else will. Every single action has a reaction. It's inevitable. Making these videos is impacting the people in them, Mark and even us as viewers, and that's a trackable reaction. The people in these videos open themselves up and wind up as another product on the trauma assembly line.
Yeah, Chet says this is 100% a kink for him, Mark. I think there's something in it for him. Like, I think it does satisfy some morbid collection. I wonder if he's collecting them. Hear me out. What if he's collecting them? Do you know what I'm trying to say? Like, come here, my children. Like, what's that guy who steals babies by playing music? What if he's like collecting these vulnerable people and they're like, Mark, Mark, Mark. And he's like, here, have some dollar bills. Here, like you know what I'm saying? Yeah, like a Piper or whatever his name is. You know what I mean? Like, he just feels really, really bad. Like, I don't know how he sleeps at night, bro. I mean, finding her must have been so devastating, but like something weird. He's weird. I don't like it. Like, yeah, Discord said he likes to feel cool and important. He likes to feel cool. He likes to feel smarter, better than everyone else. He likes to feel like he's helping. He likes to feel like he's the mommy bird feeding everybody. You know what I mean? Like something like that.
And we, the viewers, settle into complacency.
Oh, wait. Oh, I just had it in my head. Fuck. Who's the guy who pretends he's everyone's great father, but he's actually the manipulator and they all believe him? It's not the Smurfs, but it's like, what is it? It's like, oh, yes. And like he tells them he loves them. What am I thinking of?
Thinking, oh, good. At least someone is getting out there and telling these folks stories. And Mark gets richer without taking any accountability in the matter. Where's
Chat said God.
anyone healing or getting the help they need? Holding a camera in front of someone's face is not equal compassion. And it doesn't mean that they're helping either. In fact, a lot of the time they're just another hinky screw holding the whole broken machine together. And the thing that really bugs me about
Oh yeah, kind of like the Wizard of Oz, I guess. But there's one that's like a father figure. Like he's our dad and we love him. And like he's our best dad and he treats us so good. But then you realize he's been manipulating them. Oh, I don't know. But let me just tell you this. There's a lot of One Piece characters that this applies to right now, but no spoilers. Maybe I'm thinking about a combination of One Piece characters, you know?
is that there's tons of them out here, more by the day. It's a whole damn niche at this point. The soft white underbelly didn't invent turning other people's trauma or lives into profitable content. But he sure as hell
That's the thing. You didn't create Jerry Springer, but if you continue doing it, you're fucked up.
showed how simple it could be to make a fortune with it on this platform. As disheartening as it is to see all these channels pop up trying to follow the same playbook as Mark, we gotta remember that it's the viewers who have the actual power here. None of them get to exist unless their viewers keep watching. So if you're someone who watches this content, maybe even thought it was a good thing,
yeah,
I want you to look at the bigger picture. The same picture that I needed to look at. Not everything is how it seems on the surface. Because remember, in an attention-based economy, your attention is currency. And if attention is currency, I suggest you spend it with my friend Lindsay Ellis, who just released a deep dive into the world of Bluey, but for adults. As a new dad myself, I'm no stranger to Bluey. But I never understood why so many adults seem to watch it independent of kids. And after falling down the rabbit hole of Bluey for Adults by Lindsay, I consider there's far more than meets the eye about this show, and Lindsay explains it perfectly. And you can watch it right now on my streaming service, Nebula. And it's the best time to get access to our prestigious streaming service because we are proud to introduce free trials. And I triple dog dare you to even try. I know you can fail, right? But I want to see you try anyway, to binge all of the bangers that we have, like my appearance on The Getaway, our reality game show where me, Patch from Teazu, Abigail Thorne from Philosophy Tube, and a bag of other creators traverse the American West with loot stolen from a bank heist. But the problem is that there's a snitch among us, so we compete in these challenges to weed the snitch out. Come to find out, we all snitches, and this was a whole psychological experiment that the Wendover crew subjugate us to. So after you inevitably fail binging our catalog, I got even better news for you. For the month of December, you can get 50% off our yearly subscription with my link, nebula.tv/foreignman. So
there you go, baby. Wait.
Off our yearly subscription with my link, nebula.tv/foreignman.
All right. Shout out to Foreign. Great video, as per usual. Chat said, I like the video, but I don't get how this guy then puts an ad at the end of the video. Like, isn't he profiting by proxy, or am I overthinking it? No, first, Foreign called it exposing YouTube's biggest predator. And even if he had put white soft underbelly, I don't think Foreign getting paid to expose him is bad. I don't think he's profiting off these people's stories. I think he is telling us it's happening. So I think it's different. I also think like Nebula is a different kind of ad because Nebula is run for creators by creators. So it is like trying to contend with YouTube. Like FD Signifier owns Nebula. He's on Nebula. Like they all own a part of Nebula. So it's like he's promoting his own small niche. You know, I think it's ethical. I think it's good. I think ultimately people should be paid for their labor. And I know how long, guys, my last podcast, are you ready for this? Man, this was depressing. But it's not depressing. It's fine. I'm happy. My last podcast, it took me like 50 plus hours. It's such a good podcast. And it got like 10,000 views. Less, I think. And like that happens. But then other podcasts that I put like 30 hours into will get like 200,000 views. You just never know. But like we work for free in hopes to get paid. Remember that. YouTubers, you work for free in hopes to get paid. There is no guarantee you'll make money off your labor. And so I'm glad he made money off his labor. But like the truth is like you never know. And again, I'm really proud of that podcast. So it is what it is. You know, you just never know like what's going to take off and what's not going to take off. And that's the thing. You just got to hope. You gotta hope. You know, some of my videos get like $1. You know what I mean? Which, by the way, if you want to become YouTube members, you can always do that. Get some emojis, watch some behind the scenes content or extra content, but you don't have to either. Just watching really does everything you got to do, you know? It really makes a big difference. Just watching, sharing the videos, that stuff. Oh my God, chat says that one went into my faves playlist. My highest honor. Bro, I'm honored. Listen, I really love the last podcast I made. Like, I'm so fucking proud of it. And I had a feeling because I got it out so late, it was going to do bad in the algorithm. And it was. I was a few days late. Like, that's the problem with the algorithm. It punishes you. Yeah, it doesn't even have 9,000 views. Man, if I had posted that video when I was supposed to, I think it would have done it. But I posted it like 4 days too late. Like, that's the you gotta love the game. You really gotta love this game because it can make you feel like damn, I can't believe I missed my chance, bro. But it is what it is. What are you gonna do? Slash YouTube just didn't want to promote it. That happens too. With that said, Chess says, when were you supposed to? I was supposed to post it on Tuesday and I didn't post it till Thursday, I think, or like Friday. But if I had gotten it out on Tuesday morning when it was still trending and stuff, I think it would have done better. I think it just suffered. I think the length of it also throws people off. I think I made it too long, but it was too good, baby. It was too good. That's the thing. You never know. If it's a 3-hour video, maybe people would have watched more than if it was a 1-hour video. You never know what makes people want to watch it. Like, a person who sees a 3-hour video might click on it, but if they see an hour-long video, they might click off of it. But if they see a 45-minute video, they might click on it. But if they see a 33-minute video, they may be like, no. I'm not even exaggerating. You just never know. You know? But it was a good video. It is a weird length, though. 1 hour, 7 minutes, 36 seconds. It's a weird length. I think the length threw people off. I know that sounds so strange, but that's what YouTube is. YouTube is like figuring out what number. That's what Mr. Beast does. That's the Mr. Beastification of YouTube. Beastification of YouTube is knowing exactly like what second to make the video. Because even if it's off 1 second, it throws off the whole, people won't click on it. And that's the work that I have a hard time doing because I'm too busy being a creative. But yeah, isn't that interesting? But then I find it interesting. You know? Jet said I've been all of those people. Depends on my mood. For sure. Like, sometimes I will see a video that's 25 minutes long and I'm like, not long enough. I need it to be at least 45 minutes. Or you're looking for a video to watch while you make your coffee and you're like, I need a video that's at least like 15 minutes. And then you don't click on another one. Or I posted that video about money the other day and even people in my chat were like, oh yeah, I don't watch money content, so I didn't watch it. Valid, right? That's why people, when they find a niche, they stick to it and only put out that content so people know exactly what they're getting. Honestly, you know, that's why I say stop telling kids YouTube is easy. It's a lie. It's not easy unless you're willing to sell out. The only time YouTube gets easy is when you're willing to make slop content or you're willing to sell out to sponsors or you're willing to do unethical shit. YouTube is not easy. Not any more than any other job. You still have to work at it. Like, it's such a dangerous narrative to tell kids like, oh yeah, shit's easy, bro. That's like telling them sex work is easy. It's not easy. Nothing is easy. Like, it's fucking hard, you know? But it's hard like a regular job is hard, you know? Okay, now, with that said, guys, that's it. That's all I had planned for today. Wait, what happened to Fortin's video? Hold on, I think I just literally got distracted. So let me give you a link to Fortin's video. Let me give you a link. Hold on, I lost it in my bundle of stuff. Here it is.
I'm sorry, what was this?
Let me give you the... Yeah, it's the discourse that YouTube is not easy, branding yourself is so hard. Well, that's why Soft White Underbelly does so well. Because, like, you know what to expect. It's the same thumbnail. You know the vibe. And I can't blame it. Like, I can't blame people for picking a niche and sticking to it. And sometimes, like, I tell myself, like, could I do it? Could I really do it? Could I have a third YouTube channel that maybe isn't even about me? Guys, I'm heavily considering it. I am this close to considering a third channel that has nothing to do with Brittany Simon. That isn't even my face. That is just a niche on YouTube that I'm interested in, that I can stick to and do as like a side hustle. Because, like, I wonder sometimes if that would be better. because, you got to pick and choose what pays the bills, right? Like right now, all my streams of income pay the bills. But I'm like, yeah, like what is the thing? Because I cannot, my artist brain is so specific. Like, yeah, like my artist brain is willing to sacrifice. I can't tell you how many videos I've posted that I put so much money into or effort into that I'm just like, even if this doesn't make me money, it's great. You know what I mean? Chet said, what would it be about? Well, that's the thing. I don't know. It would have to be a thing I'm interested in because otherwise I'm not going to do it. It would have to be a thing I can consistently make content on, like even like one every 3 days or whatever that takes low effort, but high effort, but isn't about me. That's the thing is like, yeah, Chet said, are we witnessing the birth of Britney verse? Honestly, maybe. That's the thing is like, I take so many sacrifices financially because I just want to do what I want to do. And I don't care that the algorithm hates me. But also if I do that for too long, how will I retire? Like, how will I actually make it as a creative? And that's why my partner and I were just memeing about this. We were just talking about this, how when you're an independent artist and you try to be organic and authentic, and then you just start doing NSFW, and then you start doing furry porn, and you finally buy a house. What is my version of furry porn? What is the version of furry porn that I could do with my ethics that pays for my house? Because obviously, me as a person, I'm always going to be a niche content creator. But what's the thing that I could do? You know what I mean? Like, that's what you got to think about as an artist. Because, like, look, you know how, like, people, like, they'll do art. And, like, being an artist and, like, buying a house is very different. So, like, what's the thing you can do? That's what I'm always thinking about. What's the thing I'm willing to do that isn't against my ethics, but doesn't need to be about me? Because right now, this is about me. Like, my ego is in this. My meanness is in all of my work, my meanness. And one thing I've learned about my life, especially being an autistic girly, is like people don't like me. I mean, people like me because you guys are great, but people don't like that I don't play the games. Like, okay, example, I don't make friends easily. You know that. I'm very strict, especially now, especially after Debate Bro debacle. I'm so fucking strict now, which means, and as much as people don't think it, this is what people don't get. Okay, let me tell you. They want me to live on a YouTube land where if I criticize somebody, they're either my enemy and I make drama off of it, or they're my friends. And I'm like, can I do nothing? Like, they want me to be able, like, see, I want to say it now. I want to drop names. I want to be like, see, they want me to be nice to this person, but I can't because of this reason. But then if you compare this person to this person, well, obviously this person's evil and this person's just like not my favorite. But also, like, can I not talk? Am I supposed to? Do you know what I'm saying? They want me to play some social game that my autistic brain can't do. And also, I think I'm ethically it's more right. This is the problem with the whole Debate Bro sphere that happened to me, where it was like, Brittany, why are you talking to this guy? He's obviously a bad guy. And I was like, okay, you don't want me to talk to anyone who's a bad man? Okay, I can't talk to any of you then. And they're like, why aren't you talking to me? And I'm like, well, because you're also a bad man. And they're like, yeah, but he's worse than me. And I was like, yeah, but if we're going to start playing a game about not talking to any bad men, I can't talk to any of you. I was only talking to you guys because I thought you were getting better. But if you don't want me to talk to any bad men, then all of you got to go. All of you got to go. And they were like, not me. And that's what it feels like. It feels like, oh, I'm sorry. Did you think you were the exception? And they did. They did think they were the exception. This often happens with centrist men who hate red pill. And they go, well, I'm not the red pillars. And I was like, yeah, but you're not the progressives either. You're worse. You're a centrist. And they go, but that's the best place to be. And I'm like, no. Chet said, Brittany, Moonlight is a femboy VTuber? Oh my God, I could make so much money. That's my dance. I could do it. Yeah, Chet says they want you to draw the line where they say 100%. And every time, you know what's so funny to me, girls? It's always men. It's never women. Women are too smart. It's always a man who comes to me and slides into my DMs or calls me and goes, Brittany, you need to put a line in the sand against these evil men. I'm like, okay, you too. And they're like, what? And I'm like, oh, I'm sorry. Did you think you were special? I don't know why men don't understand that I am holding on to the faith that they don't understand that it's like, why don't they understand that we're being nice to them? I don't understand how they don't understand. I'm being nice to you. I'm literally not, I'm trying to be nice to you. Yeah, Chess centrists think they're so smart and more reasonable. Yeah, that's what it is. They think they're more reasonable or something. Chess is the problem then in talking to men online? No, this is real life men as well. Real life friends, real life men in my life who go like, oh, but like that guy sucks, but I don't, right? I'm like, no, you too. No, this is my brothers. This is cousins. This is men in general. Men as a system. Men as a system. They really start playing games about like, but I'm not one of them, right? I'm like, oh, you got problems too. Don't worry. And then they go, yeah, but what about you? And I'm like, what about me? Go ahead, try. Yeah, but you promote like trans stuff. Next. What about sex work? Next. Oh, but like as they vote for a rapist. Girl, shut up. That's what I'm saying. Shut up. Anyways, so what channel could I do? And then the question is, if I did a third channel, how long before you guys found out? Because I wouldn't tell you. If I did this, I wouldn't tell you. It'd be so fun. I would make a third channel. Now I want to do it. Now I want to challenge myself. What if I made a third channel? But you guys didn't know about it. But then I wonder if you guys would find it. What if I disguised my voice? Today, reviewing Americans. This is an American man. What accent is that? Who knows? Who knows what it would be? This is my favorite anime. It's the one with the big titty girly in it. I don't know what accent that is. Somebody tell me. You know? Would you want us to find it? Nah, not really. It would just be, you know, it would have to be fun. Maybe I should make an anime channel. I'll just make an anime channel. I'll get up there and be like, my favorite anime is Luffy. I love anime. Beavis and Butthead is my favorite. I'll just like rage bait anime people. Oh, that's perfect. I love rage baiting anime people. Wait, that's what it is. I'll do that. I'm like, Luffy's a freedom fighter and he's actually a vegan. Actually, Luffy should have been a vegan. Oh my God, it'll be perfect. 10 reasons why Luffy should be vegan. I got it. That's it. Viral. Man, they'll be so mad. 10 reasons why we know Zoro's breath does stink. Every time I see Zoro on screen, I'm like, Daddy, but you know his breath stinks. You just know this man does not shower. He picks his nose and he definitely smells like booze. Okay? All right, girls. Have a great weekend. Top 10 reasons Vegeta was actually a beta male. Oh, damn, that would hit, bro. That would absolutely hit. Thank you for being here. I appreciate it. Wait, 10 reasons why Sanji and Zoro definitely fuck. That's just true. That's not even rage bait. That's just true. That's literally just true. All right. I'll see you Monday. Thank you for being here and wish me luck. I'm going to go try to edit this Diddy video until Netflix stops trying to copyright me. Wish me luck, girls. All right. See you Monday. Bye. Bye-bye. 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 Where did my music go? It like disappeared. I have no outro music right now. What the fuck? Okay, bye.